All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is April 8th, 2026. And your first real ceasefire is in play. So now there has been a couple reports. You probably heard of more attacks last night. Even this morning, a Saudi field got attacked. Right now, you even heard from the Iranians saying they want Lebanon included. And you've been getting a lot of rhetoric back and forth. But generally, the market has been perceiving this as a better than expected scenario. People are feeling good about it. You have several, probably the most amount of 5% gap ups on single stocks that I've seen here in a while. Oil is down about 18% in the S&P. Futures are up about 2.6 right now. So we're going to have a wild day. You still got a little bit of data for the rest of the week, and then next week it's going to be earnings, and then pretty much now there is a big meeting on Friday in Islamabad. That's going to be the first set of negotiations. You had evidence of one ship moving through the Hormuz already this morning, and really what we're looking for is the next 48 hours. It's going to be bumpy, but if it confirms this better than expected scenario, then we should be good. So Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're locked and loaded, and you know what we got to do, baby. I think it's a good day, bro. Above all else, I do hope the peace remains, man, and that's why every single day we get on here, bro, we shout out the people who have made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. Every single day the last month, bro, you have people putting their lives on the line, so it's good to get a resolution, man. I hope we could still pray for them. I hope you could still show that love and appreciation to those who sacrifice so much, bro, for all the things we take for granted. So veterans, active service, past service, the families, God bless every single one of you. Thank you all. And I'm glad, too, that this is hopefully winding down. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the judge! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Oh, my goodness. Are you ready? Are you ready, Chatadonia? Are you ready? You should know everything today. Again, for now, it has to have some continuation, but early signs. Probably going to be the war trades ending. It starts with oil, factors into the dollar, factors into chemical plays. Those are all down 10%. And then you got a bunch of other names that are running. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on Mag 7 like we talked about last night. Keep an eye on gold. Korea, they seem to be one of the better winners here so far. They're up like 7 to 10%. Intel, that's breaking out. They have news, also going to be one of the first ones to report. And then keep an eye on China as well. I think those will be worthwhile plays, my friends. So other than that, we have 3 minutes until the bell. The jets have been sent. The peace deal is spreading across the world. We got to wait 48 hours to see who messes it up or not. And then other than that, bro, welcome to April. Seasonality is in your favor, but we do got to get through earnings. So other than that, I could play a song for you. You could answer questions. I think I have a car, but no, I'm ready to go. I have the headlines. I have all the headlines in
Stellantis and Leap Motor in
real
advance
music.
talks to co-develop an Opel
this.
electric SUV using Leap Motor's technology.
There was a Saudi pipeline that got hit this morning. That was this right here. But kind of brushed it off. Oil even did a popping lock.
Due to rear view camera issues according to NHTSA. Central banks identify geopolitical tensions as the top global risk in a new survey. Fed Jefferson highlights inflation risks and labor market vulnerability due to oil shock. RBI leaves policy repo rate on hold, warns over risk to growth from Gulf conflict. RBNZ keeps base rate steady at 2.25% as expected, but warns of inflation risk from Iran conflict. Bank of Korea likely to keep rates unchanged as uncertainty continues, poll shows. US government rejects Ford and other automakers' requests for relief from aluminum tariffs. Supermicro initiates independent investigation into indictment of 3 individuals for export control violations. US Discourse proposes US-China trade board on non-sensitive goods ahead of Xi-Trump meeting. Chinese imports to the US remain steady as companies manipulate shipment values legally and illegally. China to establish a mechanism for supply chain security, countering espionage and trade restrictions. US car makers claim EU is blocking supersized pickup trucks with tighter safety rules on imports. IMF flags downgrade to 2026 global growth forecast amid Iran war. Japan's real wages rise by most in 5 years to keep BOJ on rate hike trajectory. South Korea posts record high current account surplus on semiconductor exports.
That's it, man. 1
German
minute.
factory orders rebound less.
Okay, it's okay. Remember, dips get bought. So again, what you got to watch for is whether or not we keep ripping throughout the day, or if it's going to gap and crap, and then we go from there. That's going to be the problem.
Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
All right, man. 20 seconds. So call out any information. Don't be careful. Again, if someone tries to pump on your head top, I mean, you guys don't have rules, but let's have a good day. Keep your eyes out for it. I hope you've made your mind up. And yeah, get ready for a bumpy but more optimistic 48 hours. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Oh, these little scammers. These little scammers. Oh, man, I'm already seeing the premium. Some people got some in. Alrighty. Yeah, damn. Even if, bro, if you held those premiums yesterday. Oh, don't get me started. Let's get it started in here. Kumbaya. Okay, I get filled. Very big premium. Okay, I think I overpaid on one of them. But I'm starting off with one. Long-term Lion King. All right. And then where are we gapped up at? 2.5 SPY, 3.2 Russell, 3.2 NASDAQ, and then 2.8 on the Dow. Long-term. Is pretty whack, so be careful on that one. But that's the first one. Where did anything else go? Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. The Boeings went to. All right, I want one more. And let me throw up this SPY right here. And oil actually even went up here to start off. Again, gold is even up 1 point. I thought gold would actually be up a little bit more. So I got 2 oils. Let's see a little bit of tech. IGV is back to 82. Good for you, little guy. But keep your eye on any of the AI stuff. Where's Microsoft in the Metasoft? Damn, Microsoft's up 3. I guess they're both up 3, 4, 5. Every single big tech, man. There's a lot of 5% gainers here to start off. They won't open the Oracle chain. Oh, Oracle. Didn't Oracle already report too? Relatively sooner. I think their report's a little later. Or maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, their report's in June. So that's not going to necessarily capture earnings, but might get some of the vibe. Meta back to 603. Oh, yeah. Intel, again, those premiums from the other day are up, too. Those are already jacked up. And then GM moving. Again, there's auto news and watch travel, too, actually. So airlines, those gapped up 10%. The NCLHs, even travel plays, those are starting to go as well. Oil's climbing up a little bit, but I mean, still down 17%, but from the open, it moved about $1. And right now, I mean, you held 2.5, 2.6 on the SPY, but so far, first couple minutes have been meandering. Kumbaya. Oh, let me see, there's other ones. The peace deal, I mean, both sides. America had a 15-point plan, and then the other guys, Iranians, had a 10-point plan. And that's where people are saying, you know, not everyone's eye to eye, and there's still some weird stuff about it. But what it seems to be boiling down to is that just pretty much stop fighting, open up the Hormuz. That's kind of what people are looking for, at least optimistically reacting to. SanDisk, memory, all of those started waking up. Even damn Oracle started going. Let me see another one. Come on, Habibi. All right. Netflix red. All right, I did one more move. SPY didn't move as much. Again, a couple of names are starting to do their thing. I mean, staples, too, are kind of lagging. That's another area we should have talked about. And then like $20 further now. But yeah, so again, 2 different time sets on that. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Robinhood is glitching. Someone said that in the locked in chat too. Dips get bought, my friend. Pay the plug. Pay the plug. God bless you, baby. Good morning. I just want to set up a couple of these. I mean, again, I don't want to go too crazy, but like I said, it's either we're going to dance around in the first hour and then go nowhere for 6 hours, then end of the day, or this might continue. But so far, I mean, like I'm telling you, a tremendous amount of 5% gap ups today, and just in general, the algos, the way they're all responding. Some of the other plays are, so those Microsoft plays went up, but they're still kind of lagging. Yeah, Microsoft's only 2.5. Intel, again, those went up 90%. I thought they'd go up more, though, but we'll take it. Intel, or no, 50%? So actually, those even came down as the stock climbed. Well. Oh, I forgot UNH 2 from yesterday. Robinhood, yeah, a lot of you are saying Robinhood's messed up. But yeah, it's a big day, bro. When's the last time you've seen a 3% gap up? I mean, SPY at 2.5, but Russell and NASDAQ are both feeling it. Crowd and cybersecurity on the high. Well. What about the banks? Banks are even up by 3.6. Those are killing it. Pakistan PM announces U.S.-Iran team arrival in Pakistan on Friday. And then Dubai office, Chamber of Commerce, collaboration. I don't know if that has to do with the war. Yeah, NVIDIA. Intel's still ripping. Where's Apple, man? Remember yesterday? 4%? These guys, man. Yeah, well, Microsoft was the lagger, so they're not doing as hot. But yeah, the premiums are slightly higher from the last couple days. Meta ran even more. Tehran considering strikes against Israel amid violation of temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. News agency citing unnamed official. That was the headline in the morning. So again, right before the bell, there was like some Iranian official. That's what I was saying. He didn't want Lebanon. But yeah, we didn't get full confirmation of that. But that's getting reiterated right now. And then oil's taking a candle. So see, that news is old, but now it's getting circulated by the wires. Kumbaya. Yeah, Dow, the chemical plays, again, oil's down 17%. But yeah, those NTR, MOS, any of the fertilizer plays, those are all, again, anything energy related. It's just the war off trades. But that's why some of them, like, I'm surprised gold's not up more considering how much some of those went down. Microsoft came down. Kumbaya, kumbaya. Tesla, Walmart, Dollar Tree. Let's see at the Staples. Staples are climbing up a little bit. They're not going up as much. Again, that's one of those that I was expecting a little bit more from. You might have to get through the next 48 hours on that. Let's see. Well, those still have a bid. Why are they tripping? Alright, where's B&O? Yeah, they're both climbing up. Brent, damn, so crude is down 16, Brent's down 13. The long term, I'm sure the long term's killing it today. I mean, again, you got Intel, and then you got your bounce. So we're back. We were back up to green yesterday, but yeah, I haven't even checked. We talked a little bit about it last night, if whether or not, you know, what you would add right here if that's what you were gonna do. So again, we're still on our one deposit. Like I said, if it turns really risk on, it makes me want some growth. But generally, I still have my same list of targets. Yeah, long terms came back up, bro. Long time coming. That's it. We're right off of our high. That's actually kind of crazy to think about. So since March 30th, the long term's actually almost moved up 10%. It's kind of nuts. But yeah, again, welcome to the scars of life. Yeah, bro. Even Kimberly, they said it, bro. The guy worked there, and then he was just mad about his pay, so he lit the whole fucking toilet paper roll on fire. It's amazing, bro. So yeah, both accounts are about like 2 to 3% today. It's not bad. It's not bad. Hey, this scar will live on. Again, I do think I don't think we're out of the clear just yet, but it is going to be you know, if this does play out like last year or any of the other volatile moments, I mean, you should be able to brush it off. Yeah, Kimberly's actually doing good. Again, people did freak out about that. Yesterday it dropped 5%. SPY a little bit at the bottom. Apple, Meta's still up 5, dude. That's crazy. Google. Oh, where'd Saidu go? Is that one still up today? AXTI. Again, there was like a fly NVIDIA deal. I guess that thing already chilled out. And then 3M. I like the Meta. The Meta ones, they just keep going up. So the Meta versus Microsoft premiums, Meta's premiums are substantially higher. That's the part that sucks. But yeah, I think people are. Remember, Meta has been one. Microsoft's the worst on the Dow, and then Meta, their earnings wasn't bad, but they've sold off. I mean, last time the market was near this level, Meta was at like $700. 770. And then remember, even the SPY, I mean, where was it? Somebody asked me yesterday. Oh, we're getting there, but you started off the... Actually, you're right there, like 680. So 680-ish is where the SPY was at before this conflict even started. So damn, you almost got there in a day. Oil's still climbing. Again, SPY near the low, high ticker. There's Intel breaking out now. But yeah, like we were talking about, just again, that one headline there caused a little bit of reaction. Oil's reacting to it. You know, Iran bringing in Lebanon. Well, yeah, we haven't got like a full both sides discussion of that. That's what we were saying yesterday. Just keep in mind, like, you know, how everybody responded all in tandem and the agreement from every side. That's what created such a large reaction. That's why people are taking this much more seriously than just Donald Trump saying he won. You know what I'm saying? You got both sides pretty much acknowledging it. So see how any of these headlines develop in the meantime. Intel's still going. Iran foreign minister discusses ceasefire breaches in Iran and Lebanon with Pakistan army commander. Foreign ministry. Where is Bitcoin, actually? Bitcoin's still up 3.9, but yeah, remember, Bitcoin was a outperformer since a lot of this started. Or at least as far as the war trade, they didn't really get negatively affected. TJX, Intel, bro, 52-week hot. I think TLT could be in play. The only problem is last time we bottomed out like this in last April, a lot of other things went. TLT went, but then the bonds were a little bit stickier. So I think in the short run, yes, but they might not get the same follow through. Bro, Intel, Habibi. Are they back at 100 yet? Yeah, they're climbing back. Like I said, those plays are at 99%, and then it chilled out. Then it went higher. Then they only went 50. But yeah, those are hitting now. Again, that one you should have time and earnings, so play that how you please, my friend. Fastly is up. Saudi Arabia says they intercepted 9 drones over the past hours. Yeah, bro. Again, last time it hit this right before earnings and then topped out, then the bad earnings. But yeah, I think next level is like 58 to 60. We've talked about this on Intel over the years. So yeah, GG's, man. Stocks get bought, my friend. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Dips get bought. Let's see. Microsoft and where are the other bigger techs? All the software actually got hit pretty hard. Damn, even Fastly gapped up. Or Fastly held up, but Net sold off. Bro, Net was at 225 this morning? Habibi, and then Lunar, space stocks, those are still doing good too. SPY back to VWAP, oil came down a little bit. Germany has spoken to Trump this afternoon after ceasefire, built reports. Oh, tomorrow is Thursday, so that should be fun. Does all have a premium? Habibi, why? Why you put premium on the stock? Well, Korea's moving back up. Intel, bro, again? Habibi. I love it. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Dips get bought. Which one was that? Alrighty. Should have done one more. Alrighty. Like 460-ish. That's going to be an earnings run-up play, not a recommendation. So again, they went up from the other ones and they came down a little bit, but there's a range that doesn't have premium from yesterday. That's the one I like. And then Saidu, hello Saidu. And then even the Intel Habibi. And yeah, you can make the Intels free over 100% on the bid now. But yeah, do as you please on that one. Because again, that one has time for earnings the next couple weeks. So it's the difference between being conservative or going crazier from there. You added to the long term? I mean, as long as you got a good deal. Remember even last time during some parts of this year, you know, you didn't have to buy it perfectly on the bottom, but just follow the rules. That's it. And if you are going to be encouraged to buy anything and be like, yeah, now I feel good for the long term, just remember 10 years minimum. So as long as you stick with that, I think you'll have a good time. I think you'll have a good time. Much less interactive. Today I'm quiet because I mean, look at how crazy the market is. I've been going straight for plays today. But yeah, if you don't like it, you can send an email and we can make a song about it. But then again, I mean, a lot of these things that have been happening in the headlines, you're still getting them pretty early. But I could understand the market's up 3%. Don't let that FOMO get to you, baby. Don't let that FOMO get to you. It's only been 20 minutes. I've only made 3 different plays today, but again, these are all short-term. First 2 were a lot smaller. I made a bigger one right now, but that's not really forcing anything. And then we have plays that we've been writing out from prior, which if you have been paying attention to, I have shared them with you. Ceasefire violation. Iran weighs response FARS. So again, that's the first one from the morning. So again, this is going to be our first little bumpiness. Iran security. Iran is in proceeds of formulating a decision to carry out a deterrent against Israel military targets. Airbnb. I know, dude. Travel's been on fire. Travel's been good, though. I'm telling you, even all the travel trends, even those. That's the thing too. I think people feel a little bit more optimistic about, because even though the bar for earnings is super high, I just think everybody is kind of like software. Remember, software was terrible coming in for February, and then all the earnings still ended up being good. I think people are still feeling strongly about that, just on kind of all fronts. Market was, again, we had these headlines from the morning. I mean, you've sold off, what, 0.25%? So even then, you're talking 2.5 to 2.2. I think your high is like 2.8 at one point. But yeah, Iran's security source following continued violations of ceasefire by the Israel army against Lebanon and Hezbollah. Iran is in the process of formulating a decision to carry out a deterrent against Israeli military targets. The source, the assessment is strengthening the continuation of the attacks by the regime in all arenas, indicating that the U.S. is failing to control Netanyahu, or that a green light has been given for freedom of action to the Zionist regime by the U.S. Central Command. The Zionist regime attacked Beirut while violating the ceasefire. So again, that's hitting again. I mean, oil's at the same price when we got that. So again, that first one in the morning, this was before the bell, like an hour. And then the Saudi attack, you went like 91, 92 to 95. So you're like kind of right at that starting point still. Well, that's what I was saying. The next few days is going to be bumpy. You're going to watch for ceasefire violations or not. But then also, too, we just want to see the boats move. That's going to be the one thing that... That's what I'm saying. Like, you looked at both plans. You see how both of them, everybody reported on it yesterday. Both sides said that their plan was accepted and they won. I mean, the main condition is that the boats move. So if the boats move immediately and they start that up, that's going to give you one reaction versus... if we kind of just chill here, more or less. Oh, Bobo came down. Come on, Bobo. Well, again, they said one report this morning was one boat moving, but... And then again, all last week or all this week, we were talking about, you know, you had like 20 boats. It's been the most active. That's why I was telling you guys, you know, ahead of all this, just it seems like the market was getting ready to change how it reacts. You guys remember this chart? This is the one I showed you the other day. And the whole idea is that once the boat traffic bottoms out and now it doesn't stay at zero and it starts to uptick, this is where people are going to start looking ahead. At least peak fear is gonna play out a little differently. So that's it. Damn, Intel 57 LMT going up. So, well, that's good, bro. I mean, hey, bro, once again, if Intel wants to carry us, I'm so down. Because Intel carried us for a little bit, and then we had the, because you had all the other bigger techs slowing down. Yeah, so long term's at 3.5 now. That Intel move's getting out of hand. Well, I like it. What if they bring back the dividend? I want a dividend, bro. That's why I want Kimberly. So Kimberly came back. This is where we discovered the fire yesterday. Remember yesterday I was like, oh, is it Kimberly? And then every 30 minutes, hour by hour, it just started getting worse and worse. So yeah, they've already recovered that. But I did think Staples would be up a little bit hotter today. Yeah, Staples are only up by 0.6. TSM, Oracle on the low. Microsoft holding, IGV's dropping. Intel 5730, bro. Do I think Microsoft will be around in 10 years? I do. I think Microsoft is a behemoth. The sad reality we talked about is, like, technically AI doesn't need Microsoft. You know, you could definitely run it without it, but I do think Microsoft, they own a lot of stuff. They're integrated in a lot of areas. So, you know, I think it's weird with Bill Gates. Bill Gates is kind of a weird guy, but I do think that they're a really good company. Again, Iranian headline, oil's still near the bottom. SPY just moved a quarter off the highs. A couple of individuals, I mean, at least Intel, they're doing their thing. Let's get it. This has to be 90% green. Let's see. S&P, 409 names in the green. 91 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 85 in the green, 15 in the red. And then Dow Jones, 26 green, 4 in the red. Yeah, no, I like Microsoft. I like Intel, too. Our Intel, I mean, is getting back up there. It's kind of crazy. Remember, I think we were just up like 80, but now you're back to one of the highest you've been since we've had it. All right, is what, wheat on the high? Or? Oh, I think Gates might be testifying. You might be right. Or it said April 10th or April 8th. Walmart going up. See if more staples react. Again, software. A couple of the big caps are coming down. And then, yeah, again, a couple of staple names kind of been doing their thing here. Coca-Cola, BMY. Yeah, that could be why. OpenAI could be why even Microsoft chilled out, though, a little bit. Because, again, it's not like Sam Altman hasn't had a good run recently. As the valuation of Anthropic's gone up, you know, they've gotten out of all these deals. So Microsoft will benefit when they go public, I'm sure, because they own a decent amount. But then at the same time, the Sam effect is kind of reversed over the last, like, 6 months. We've been buying VU every 2 weeks instead of picking stocks. Thoughts? It's not bad. You're not going to lose that way. It's just going to be a lot slower. So you're going to be more heavily diversified. You pay the fee, smaller fees, but yeah, it's the same exact thing. Just going to be slower, and then you have a higher chance of not failing, but then you also have a higher chance of it taking 2, 3, 4, 5 times as long. So yeah, but not a bad strategy. It's not my optimal one. I mean, especially if you have the ability to, you know, I think avoid some of the easy traps. But like if you don't have the time for it and you want to get more money actively or passively going, it's not bad at all. On Robinhood, I'm not a fan of them. As a stock, I'm not a fan of them in many ways. If it ever came back to like $9-10, but yeah, I would just get a big bank. Even all the banks, they've all came down, but we haven't really gotten a good nominal price on any of them. But yeah, so I mean, I picked up JP Morgan when Robinhood was cheap last time. That's kind of how I view it. So I wouldn't buy Robinhood if it was expensive, and then if it's cheap, I'd probably buy the higher quality, cheaper name. Trump to PBS, Hezbollah and Lebanon will get taken care of too. What the fuck does that mean? The ETF, no, we were going to do it on the SPY last Liberation Day, but I didn't have enough. They wouldn't let me do fractionals, but no, we never started the ETF play. Well, Trump to PBS, Hezbollah and Lebanon will get taken care of too. What kind of taken care of? Like hospitality or like a bomb mortality? What do you mean you take care of us? That could mean so many things. Do I think it's a fake rally? I think it's going to be bumpy. So you had a couple of things. Again, we had a watch list for everybody last night. I hope you guys checked it out. But this is what I was talking about even the day before, where the market is looking a little different. That first 5 days of bouncing and then April seasonality, it gave us an interesting setup for all of this. But I do think the next 2 days to 2 weeks, the next 2 days are going to lead into the next 2 weeks, essentially. If the next 2 days we could get through this without anybody violating the attacks or the ceasefire majorly, and then you get the boats moving, that's going to lead to a more sustained real ceasefire. Otherwise, the next 2 days is going to be back and forth attacks, and then everybody monitoring the boats to see if they actually move. So I do think this is more optimistic than not. Most people interpreted what happened last night as the better case scenario. So that's where we are right now. I mean, this is definitely a real move. Something really did change on both sides, but now it's just going to be extremely bumpy. As like I'm saying, the next 48 hours, people are going to break the ceasefire. There's going to be a little adjustments, and then we need to see the mechanism of like why this deal is happening is boats moving. So that's what you want to see by Friday or pretty much by Monday, and then they're having that meeting on Friday. So you're going to get these back and forths. They'll probably have grievances. A couple more bombs might fly, and then the idea is what are they going to sit down and hash out on Friday? And then that right there, if that cements this, I think we're going to be good to go. And then it starts to look completely different than last year. The market, the movement, and then we start playing the midterm stuff. Otherwise, by Friday, if this Hezbollah Lebanon thing gets in the way, nobody could refrain from attacking each other, we might be right back into the mix of this. But again, looking at oil, look at that as kind of like a truth gauge. It gives you an idea of how serious people are taking this. This was the first real off-ramp. This was a real ceasefire. That's, I mean, and take that at face value, but like this definitely was a real agreement for now. Now the problem is how are they going to honor it? And if you have good faith effort that this gets honored and it will be actually lasting, I do think it's going to lead to a nice, you'll get more volatility in April, but you have a lot of things moving in your favor, from earnings, seasonality, the positioning, the 5-day rally leading into this, you know, the dollar coming down, oil coming down. Like, as long as no major breaking of ceasefire, or again, if, you know, come by Monday, no boats are moving, people will probably panic. But if the boats start moving today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then we start getting up to that, I think that you are going to uphold this momentum. But that's why it's going to be bumpy the next 2 days. CPI Friday, I think, is just important. I think CPI might freak people out. That's what I was saying all week. Regardless, I just think, you know, a 1% or higher CPI is going to tweak people out. You're going to get the sticker shock of $7 a gallon gas, essentially. I'd say, I mean, the one thing I told you guys is that the one thing I don't like is oil topping out. So again, although oil may come down, you know, if it starts dropping really, really fast, I mean, you might get a little bit of relief on the market with the whole situation. But yeah, I mean, unless it's Desert Storm, the 90s was the only time oil dropped rapidly and the market really liked it. Otherwise, again, now it's like that starts dropping, everyone's willing to cave. What happens to the broader economy? If we start to see that slow down, then war might be over, but you're going to be dealing with something else in the next coming months. But in the short run, I mean, this has been the best perceived off-ramp that we have had since this conflict has began. Where did those go? All right, well, SPY at VWAP, SPY near the low. Intel still climbing. Habibi, Intel. I am so proud of you, Intel. You know that, Intel? You did it so good, man. So good. So proud of Intel. You know, Intel said, I will work hard. He worked hard. It's very good, man, for the long term. EWY, Korea, where's memory? NVIDIA dropping and TSM. Apple's on the rise. Look at that. So all the big tech, I mean, Amazon's still doing good, but like Google's knifing. do delayed? Do you describe to chat or locked in? Locked in is the one with no delay. Intel is wild, such a big portion of your account. Good. You know what you need to do next? Ignore it. That's where your next challenge is. Say, oh my gosh, all I did was make a bunch of money. Oh man, it's doing so well. I think I should break the rules and sell it. No! It's like, oh man, it did exactly what I wanted it to do. Finally, I think I should get in the way. So that's all you got to do now is just let it grow if you're not at your 10-year minimum. And even if it's a lot bigger in your portfolio, you could build everything else. That's why, like, you know, think about it. Even where I'm telling you, hey, I kind of want dividends. I mean, think about it. Right now, even in the like smallest account, Intel is double the size of the biggest position that we have. Because remember, we went big on it. We saved up multiple months. We bought it last year at a very good price, and then it made a very sizable move. So it's like, dude, that thing's our biggest position now. So that's why it's like, good. We don't want to get in the way. Think about how we got Meta from $90 to fucking $700. You know, you use that time to buy other stuff now. So now if you have growth, you have exposure to tech, you even have exposure to AI now. May not be the best one, but at the same time, you let it do its thing, and then just, yeah, you don't. I would not panic sell it. I would not, you know, get in the way of what got you here, and just focus on now where can you build up and what could you stack up, and then that way you could start to rebalance through any of your future deposits. And then if it keeps going, it's just gonna, you know, keep winning. And that's, again, that's what I tell for anybody, whether it's a Meta. Some of you did this with Palantir. You got that at $9. You know, you were able to ride it out, and then this offers you, let one thing grow. That's fine, and let it do its thing. But now you get to you could build out your portfolio. So because eventually Intel's gonna stop, right? Eventually Meta's stopped, but then now you could start buying the other good value, and this is why cycle after cycle you're gonna start to bulletproof that portfolio a little bit more. So yalla. JD Vance, ceasefire with Iran is a fragile truce. You sold some Intel and to cop some Kimberly and Oracle. That's good. If this was last year, I would have banned your ass. Okay? Because like I said, I don't know, but it's your life. But, you know, you're like, oh, man, it's doing so good. Let me stop it. I don't know why I don't do that, man. I don't know any other way. Like, oh, man. Wow, that has so much momentum. I think I'm going to stand in front of it. I think so. Oh, man, nice. I got something that could go 10x. Let me stop it at 1. Why are we doing? Why? Just, oh, yeah, I did want it for 10 years, but now that it did 5 years and 1 year, I want it now. That's not, you can't do that. You can do that, actually. Believe me, you can. Feel free to. And then that way you can, the best, you're either going to hear me now or you will learn. Intel will be the one that got away. For some people, it was Meta. It was Meta and NVIDIA. That's what we had happen. Some of you, even Palantir for some. But I remember like Meta and NVIDIA, that's what some of the chats here today, and they got good Intel. I know they got good Meta still too, but that's what happened. When I bought Meta, they bought NVIDIA as well. They're up like 200-300%, and they're like, I'm gonna sell it now. Why? Nothing. The only thing that happened is that it did what they wanted it to do. So that's what you just gotta watch out for when it comes to. But that's why I like my 10-year plan. My 10-year plan sucks when it comes to you know, if the stock pops and drops real quick, you might regret it. But again, if it's something you really can't hold for 10 years, this is exactly how we plan to let it scale and grow. Oh, the weather looks great. I'm gonna harvest it today. Why? Oh yeah. ServiceNow. I like Cloudflare. With ServiceNow, they're decent. I'm just a general fan of software as of late, but I do think software is still gonna come back around with more AI drama. Trump to oh yeah, that is today. General Rutt, UN or NATO and White House. On Seagate, we talked about it last night. I don't know if you were here, but yeah, we had a public watch list, and we talked about Seagate. So I like memory, but I wouldn't buy them at the all-time highs. I think that's an easy one, especially too when we bought. I hope Intel could get a part of it, but yeah, we got our exposure cheap. Ships in the Gulf received Iranian messages stating the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. Are? You sold your Tesla at 1,000 to put in other stocks. Were you wrong for that? Well, my strategy is just whatever you do in the beginning, follow it through. So when we make a long term, we say 10 years minimum. It's a very mechanical. I operate it like a machine. So it goes in, it doesn't come out. It goes in for 10 years, that's when we can rebalance it. The only way I sell, one, I make sure I know what I'm going to buy next, but it's usually, if it's not 10 years, it's not going to be to buy another stock. It'll be, if I want to sell in 5 years, it'll be to turn it into a house or a bigger investment outside of the paper. But other than that, it's like I don't, if I didn't plan on holding something for 10 years minimum, I simply put it in another account. And I don't call it my long-term. I don't confuse myself. I don't say it's a long-term investment retirement account but then I'm not treating it like that. So if you said you were going to hold it for 10 years and you sell it after it went up a lot, I would argue you made the wrong move. If you bought it as a swing trade, I mean, sell it whenever you decided on it, and it's kind of your own thing. But yeah, I do think with the long term and having one account that goes straight up, not having a high turnover rate, 10 years minimum, quality names, that, I mean, we put it in, it's not supposed to come out. So that's usually how you're going to have less slippage and better success. It's sadly becoming less common. This used to be more common back in the day, but a lot of people are really prone to buying and selling. And again, when we even went over, when we went over Benjamin Graham, just very mechanical. And this is what happens. I mean, stocks, people get tempted to chase them and buy them after they're expensive, or one of the other things, it's just a psychological thing, is that literally a stock doing good will lead people to messing it up just because it's done so good. Usually we are the problem with long-term investments. We'll get in the way. The best thing you could do, get something compounding, and don't get in its way. That's what's happening with Intel. That's what happened with Meta. We let Meta go from 90 to 100, 100 to 200, 200 to 400, 400 to 700. You see it's compounding. Same thing with Intel, right? You let it compound. So if something starts to compound, what should your job be? Does anybody have an idea? It's great. It's honestly like if there was a fire or somebody pulled out a gun, you should get out of the way. Okay, stop, drop, and roll. I don't know. You should just run away. That's all you have to do, is not get in the way of compounding. Turn on the drip. Go get you a couple of good growth names. Get the ones dripping, and now stay out of the way and let it grow. That's pretty much the facts of the long term. Because if you get in the way of something compounding, that's where you could slow it down by X amount of years. Or again, you don't get in the way, it could speed you up by a couple more years. Kumbaya and get away. Amen, bro. Amen.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
So yeah, that's what we've been doing all month. You know, just kumbaya long term. Yeah, I have a bunch of videos on why we buy the long term. Go check out even the latest one on Oracle. You know, I explained both Benjamin Graham's criteria as well as my criteria. But yeah, I've been doing the same thing here for the last 6 years live as we've built all these model portfolios. But yeah, just stuff I believe that's already big, you know, and use, will be around for 10 years minimum. It's not as sophisticated. I mean, you could dive into it, and at certain times you get better deals and valuations like we've been seeing. But like I'm saying, if you really want a criteria, that Oracle video, I go over a couple of different, both really fundamental as well as kind of how I interpret it for modern era. Tasm news agency citing unnamed sources, Iran will withdraw from ceasefire if attack on Lebanon continues. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Dips get bought. Well, no, I think the best thing, though, is just like, again, I mean, think about it. So if you ever, I mean, here's the long term. So this one's just never been touched. So just think about it. That's what I'm saying. Don't get in the way, even if it gets scary. But like, look, that's it, bro. We're back up. I think, yeah, we're back up higher than where we started this year. Why do you think we've been having fun this whole time? You get your trades, you keep it separate. At the same time, it's like you don't have to really, again, it could draw down for a couple weeks. It starts to do its thing, but you keep it mechanical. We've been kumbayaing this whole month, bro. So all you got to do, just kumbaya my long term. SPY popping off of that, or excuse me, oil popping off of that. So again, another reiteration of Iran saying they're going to back out the ceasefire if Lebanon keeps getting hit. Rio and Century Aluminum hike surcharge to 12% as war disrupts supply. The vets say hi to Unk. Can I pass it on to him? I will when he wakes up. I'm sure he'll be grateful. He'd probably try to give a speech. Speech. But yeah, he's sleeping right now. So what's up, baby? Shout out the vets. That's what I'm talking about. Kumbaya long term. Kumbaya. We always have fun. I mean, the long term, dude. That's what I'm saying, though. So, like, this is the point of the market. It could get frustrating in the short term. And there's going to be a lot of stuff, but this is why I keep reminding you all, you better walk away with something. And that's why you get a long term. You could learn a lot of game for the short term, but in the meantime, the moment you know about stocks, you want to become an owner. You want to make sure you do. And again, just look, all these portfolios, when we go over them, like, you don't see the same drama. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine the last month and how even right now, it's not like we're out of the drama fully. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, you don't, like, the way you grow and build money, it's not like it was as reactive as you were. You know what I'm saying? It's like all these accounts there. Again, this just shows that if you are even rebuilding and you're starting with X amount of like deposits and you're actually building, you working your money into the market, you're going to be very immune to all of these moves. So again, this account's more diversified, it's bigger, the deposits don't make the same impact as the other account, but like I'm telling you, you could still see it. You know, it sucks that you haven't moved in 3-4 months, but it's not as if like your money got destroyed. Imagine how much people have freaked out over the last month, and now you got an account that's still going up. I'm saying you could still trade and do all that, but you got to make sure you are a owner of all this. And I'm telling you, you will enjoy the market a lot more going through these cycles, these events. You're going to walk away owning something, and you're going to know it can't be stripped from you the same way that a that an option could, or something expiring, or who cares what happens for a month if you're on a 10-year time frame. That's exactly what we keep going over here, where it's gonna, again, same thing, whether it's AI disruption, a war, you are thinking 10 years out. So that's why people ask me, remember just a month ago, would I get a hedge? They said, would you hedge your portfolio? I said, no, I would not. Why? Because I'm on a 10-year time frame. Why would I buy insurance for 3-4 months when if something goes bad, I could just save that cash, and instead of paying an insurance premium, I could just go buy more and defend the portfolio that way. So keep that in mind, but I think everybody should get a long-term. Hey, who's with me? I think all of you should get, this should show you once again a scar till not, but make this decision sooner rather than later, because I don't know if you've noticed, they're gonna be like, yo, is now a good time to buy Intel? It's like, okay, so now we go through the scar and bounce back up to the high, so now should I start? That's gonna be your problem with it. It's about starting, making your decision, and just sticking with it consistently no matter what happens. That's how you're going to be able to take advantage of everything with the long term. Oh, are you kidding me, bro? And then Colt Sisters about to hit a new all-time high. So yeah, Colt Sisters somehow outperforming us by 7%. So that one's on fire this year. I think she's missing. She doesn't have this, like the Meta and some of the other stuff. She's got Netflix, Uber. She has UMC in here. But yeah, she's right off of her highs. Time in the market beats timing the market. Amen. And again, the longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. That's why I say you start off early. No matter what happens, you keep sticking with it. The longer you do that, the less you're going to be able to brush off all of these different events. The longer you hold, the less risk you start to absorb. Same applies for real estate as too. Real estate too as well. Exactly. The long term is the hedge. The time, baby. You think so? I think it is. So, and if you need help starting any of this, just make sure you guys check out our sponsors. They can help you out with it. Use code SAVE10% at checkout. Thank you.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, disciplining goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years.
You'd be like, wow.
Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.
That's it. That's all you got to do. Another oil stick around Press TV saying that Iran will punish Israel for attacks against Hezbollah in violation of ceasefire. And then Sharif, the Pakistan PM, violations of ceasefire undermine the spirit of peace process. Urge all parties to exercise restraint and respect the ceasefire for 2 weeks. And then Ghalibaf and Aragachi to arrive in Pakistan, Islamabad on Thursday. That's what you do, bro. Tesla's about to give up the whole move. A lot of the big tech kind of already flipped pretty hard. But then this is what I was saying. Just be careful here. I mean, you're down like 1/4%. No way. Still? Yeah, just about. You're down 1/4 from the open. I mean, oil's still down 16. So we've been here for about an hour. But yeah, back and forth again, bumpiness. As you see, there's already, issues with the ceasefire, but it's not like this isn't. I mean, look at the reactions. I mean, oil's still down, market's still not moving as much. We got a long day ahead of us, but yeah, I would expect this back and forth up until we get to Friday and see what they actually come up to. Or again, we'll see what Israel does, whether or not any of these Hezbollah attacks increase. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Dips get bought. That's crazy. Tesla's only up by 0.4. Aren't they up like 4 or 5? We might chop all day, or again, I think that's what I was saying. It gaps up, sells off. It's all really small though right now. So again, it'll depend probably by like middle of the day. But unless if something bad turns and oil could get back to like near 100, I do think the market will take some pressure. Otherwise, it might start to go down a little bit more. We might start hitting like kind of a little box, and then from there. It just depends on if the general vibe by the end of today still says ceasefire. So that's so far. It started it off. You had, again, a couple of these attacks, the Saudis, Hezbollah, all of that stuff. And then now we'll see by the end of the day whether, I mean, again, 6 more hours, you'll see what Israel or Iran decides to do. Trump, Kushner, and Witkoff will go to Iran talks, maybe Vance. Okay, actually, I need to go to the bathroom, bro. Trump discussing tariff relief with Iran. U.S. discussing Iran sanctions relief threatens tariffs. Well, now you guys got to make a deal. That's how it works. All right, give me a second. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. I forgot, though. I don't like Twitter. Just said it.
Market earnings coming in
BRB.
here. We had Delta put up some decent numbers here, better than decent numbers, and the stock's trading up about 7.5% here today. So we want to break it down, what it means for Delta, what it means for the airlines, how are they dealing with higher fuel costs, and what it might look like as we get ready for the summer travel season. George Ferguson helps us out here. He's a senior aerospace, defense, and airlines analyst, amateur sailor as well for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us in Princeton. George, what'd you learn today from Delta?
Well, I guess what we learned first is that, as we expected, capacity probably has to come out of this market. I think if fuel prices stay where they are, the airlines all have to drive fares higher, and at higher fares, you're going to have to start to cut capacity. Delta was adding some of the least capacity in 2Q. We were looking at Cirium databases to get sort of total number of seats they were adding to their network. They're adding a little bit less than 2%. So they're talking about going to zero growth in 2Q and not being able to recoup all of what they need in fares to get profitability back to what it was last year. The challenge here will be American growing at 3%, according to Cirium, and United growing at 8-ish, 9-ish%, high single digits. So interesting to see what their competitors say about knocking capacity out of the marketplace to try to get pricing power here.
What does that effort usually look like, George, when they reduce capacity? Is it, I assume it's not from the most profitable routes, but maybe some routes that are less frequently used, or is it regional routes? How, or does every airline approach this differently?
No, I think you've got it right. The Delta already talked about that on the call as well. They'll start to knock out the least profitable routes, right? And we would imagine that means routes where you're competing against, one of your rivals in the marketplace, and so the consumer gets less choice and then ends up having to pay a bit more. I think some of their international routes are performing pretty well. They talked about strength into Europe still.
Into Europe. So again, you just hit a low and oil spiked. So Trump is talking, says in-person talks with Iran will happen very soon. J.D. Vance might not intend in-person report. And then Fars news agency says oil tankers passing through Hormuz have been stopped after Israel's ceasefire breach. So I think it's both of those. Again, the whole in-person meeting now saying JD might not go, but then especially the boats. Again, if they're saying that they're stopping the vessels. Again, only one has moved so far. That was it. You had one report this morning. Ron confirmed that one boat has moved through, and then now, wherever this report's coming from, again, this isn't, I don't think you're hearing from like Golubov and Aragachi. This could be some of the other problems, but they're saying boats are no longer moving, and then that's the highest oil has been since what, 5:30? That was the attack on the Saudi oil field earlier the Saudi pipeline this morning. Kumbaya. Kumbaya. All right, Korea's even dropping now. 9 to 5. So this is where what? You were here at midnight? So yeah, now you're higher than the like actual pre-market, even 3 hours before. At least on oil. SPY's doing it still very well. Is Nasdaq? Nasdaq's at 2.7. Are you below the midnight zone? So yeah, actually you're below even 6,800, or at least futures are right at 6,800. Kumbaya long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya. So again, back-to-back headline, JD Vance might not attend, and then they're saying turning boats around. I gave you $1.20 on oil. 10-year bond auction at 10. Wasn't the 3-year auction good yesterday? VIX is on the high. Where is the VIX? VIX is at 21. So still down 16. Again, Dow 2.4, NASDAQ 2.7, Russell 2.9, and then SPY 2.1. So SPY's moved just under 0.5% here to start off the morning. About Virgin Galactic? Or? Oh, what about the Peach Galactic? Oh, no. Peach Nation. The man, the myth, the legend. It is here. You know that, bro? You know the Peach has never violated a ceasefire? You know that? Imagine, bro, if your ceasefire could have the same consistency as the Peach, the world would be a better place. You know that? If you could operate knowing it was like the same thing, bro. Like, if you could know that the world was just built on a foundation of the Peach, wouldn't it work a lot better? Imagine that utopia. The Peach utopia. We're going to make the Peach party. You know that, Bradley Frizzle? The world, I could already see it, bro. I could picture the utopia. God bless, baby. And good morning. Boeing's actually still up, but not moving up. Again, oil, that's the biggest oil candle so far. Or at least the set. You're almost like $2 on them. Again, it's a reiteration of them saying that the boats are not moving through after Israel has broken the ceasefire. Or they're saying by attacking Lebanon. It looks like dude, it's 0.5%. I think the oil move's a little bit more concerning. I mean, see if we start breaking like the 8 p.m. levels of yesterday. We'll see how the market plays out there. But generally, I think oil's been a little bit more reactive, but SPY is suspiciously not. I mean, 2.1, bro. Remember, we were killing for a 2% day in the last 6 months. How is this a ceasefire if they're still shooting at each other and they're saying it's not really happening? So that's why I'm saying it's going to be bumpy. I don't know. Is this your first ceasefire? Especially with Israel. Is this I don't know if you guys have gone through one of these, but this is I would say this is par for the course. That's why even yesterday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, that's why I'm telling you, I said it's a ceasefire until the person breaks it, until somebody, goes back and forth with it. But yeah, that is how they play generally. Oh, nice. Wow, it's early. I got breakfast delivered to me. What's up, dog? Oh, hold on. Give me a second. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Ooh, Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Bro, I don't want to. I mean, this isn't gonna help me beat the $7,000 allegations. But my girl just dropped me off a bagel, and I really want to eat it. You know, I don't like eating in the morning because then I'm gonna get sleepy. It's already 7:30. But yeah. But like I was telling you guys, what's it called? So yeah, the ceasefires and how these play out. Unfortunately, I mean, them shooting and not necessarily honoring it, and then getting all nitpicky. I mean, this does happen quite often. Not too often because you don't have global conflict all the time, but it's not as if this is it's not like they're like, oh, ceasefire, okay, and then they put their weapons down. But this was my favorite post from yesterday. You know that? This is Trump every time the stock market goes down more than 1%. So yeah, man, it happens. It happens. I'm eating the bagel, though. I can't not eat it. It's so good. You know, I love bagels. Like I said, I don't know if they're gonna let me. Will I survive socially for liking bagels? But man, great invention. Yes, off-ramp with Israel is often poorly paved, covered in potholes. Yeah, I mean, it's just, well, think about it. Like, you know, it is pretty funny where they're like, okay, we'll stop fighting. Just after just blowing each other up for the last fucking month. You know, just like the concept. So it's not like you don't get people to like instantly stop right away. But then it's like they do it out of, I don't know if you call it diplomacy or not, but, you know, it's a bumpy process in getting people to slowly calm down after raising hell. How much was the bagel? I don't know. I didn't ask. It's really good though. Twitter's been, I mean, I asked it yesterday. You guys were chill. Well, I could ask you guys again. Is anybody not happy that there's a ceasefire? Or like, is this a good thing? Do you think this is a good thing? Like, even if we got to work through it, figure out all the details, see if it actually holds up. But like, in theory, are you happy that there's a ceasefire? Does that sound like a good thing for the world and people? So like, that's the part on like Twitter and certain people in finance, they're like disappointed. It's like they're like, oh, well, fuck, man. So yeah, I don't know. It really depends on how you interpret it. But I do think generally it's more positive than not. But you do have people that are still kind of reluctant to accept it, or just, again, there's some people who are mad of the conflict and what it was creating, and then they're even mad that it could potentially be over. Definitely think it's a can kick in buying time for sure. That's why it's like, in theory, it's a great thing. It just needs to actually hold up, and you know, the right steps need to lead to the right outcome. But like I'm saying, there's still people that are very you know, they were mad before, they're mad after, they didn't like the war, they didn't like the ceasefire. So again, it doesn't help that there's been a lot of fog, and these situations are naturally confusing. Both should get it over with. You wish it ends. Yes, you trust the IRGC. I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. It's a good way to put it. Ceasefire was an L. I've seen people say that. They're like, but we lost. I'm like, what? Like, you guys cared about winning? What the fuck? But yeah, you could say, I've heard that. They said IRGC won. They say it was Donald Trump was weak. They're saying we could have got a better deal. I'm like, y'all were negotiating this whole time? This is crazy. And my whole time, all I need is this, bro. I'm sorry, I need to knock out this thing.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stocks go up, my friend. Stocks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
We can only price in 2 weeks a piece at a time. Well, no, even today, again, we're back at 95, which is pretty high, but even at 92 bucks, I mean, people were talking about it this morning where you had a bigger risk-off sentiment than actually, again, only one fucking boat moved. But yeah, people were, I think they priced in a couple weeks a piece off the first move, so we're going to see. And then now, got to get through these little hiccups. White House pushed Pakistan to broker temporary Iran ceasefire. Financial Times. Oil ships passage via Hormuz halted after Lebanon strike. FARS. So they're reiterating that again for the third time. That is, I mean, considering the alternative, so you get this ceasefire, whether you believe you could trust it or not, or however it's going to play out. The alternative was ending civilization. Praise Allah. So that is kind of the difference. National Consulate Assembly in Oman will not participate in collection of fees on ships transiting the Hormuz, saying that the Sultanate will stick by maritime agreements that Oman has already signed. So again, that headline's hitting once more. This time, oil's not moving with spies near the low. And then XLE. XLE, I haven't really been the biggest energy fan. I'm glad I warned you guys about buying it at the top. But I do think energy, that's going to be on a week-by-week basis. But even whether there was a conflict or not, I probably still, sadly, wouldn't have been adding that to my long-term. I go for medical and biotechs instead. That's kind of my energy stock. Trump to PBS. Hezbollah is not part of ceasefire, despite Pakistan and White House officials saying they are. All right, well, SPY going up again. More back and forth on all this, and then more reiteration of all the other the Strait of Hormuz not letting ships through now. Trump declares big day for world peace. Yo, bro, where's this PBS article, man? All right, SPY new low before oil even hit one. So now you've gone down about 0.5% from the open. Kumbaya, my friend. Kumbaya. Okay, SPY going lower.
In this region going forward, because
Payo,
it
North
was
Korea,
working or
money
is
laundering
working
speculation
with Iran on charging tolls for passage through the Strait of Hormuz. At least it was before the ceasefire. It seems to enjoy some measure of trust with Iran as a result. I'm just kind of putting that out there. What is its role, and should we be looking at Oman more carefully now?
It's an interesting question because Oman does have a relationship with Iran where Iran has more trust in them than in other members of the Gulf Cooperation Council Arab states. But part of that is because Oman has always had a foreign policy based on the mantra of friend to all. And they've really tried to walk a fine line on that. We have a fairly new sultan. He's only been in place a few years, and he's still kind of testing the waters on how that foreign policy works in a complicated world. What we're seeing now, though, with this potential agreement on revenue sharing is that it looks to the international community like Oman is siding with Iran for self-enrichment. And they're going to have trouble with that because the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas says that straits cannot be taxed by any unilateral or group of countries. They differ from canals like Panama, Suez, that are sovereign territory. So Oman is going to come under fire they may not be ready for from not the US, but from the international community about the economic burden that places on their states.
Kirsten, just about 30 seconds left here. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth this morning at his press conference said that there has, in fact, been regime change in Iran. Is that accurate?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. So we have a supreme leader they nominally say is at the helm. Could this be a weekend at Bernie scenario? I mean, the guy, we haven't seen his face and he hasn't made any even on-screen statements. You've got about half of the Supreme National Security Council left, all of the IRGC senior leadership wiped out. So you have to wonder who is calling the shots. So at some level, there is change at the top of the regime. How deeply that regime goes, how deeply it's embedded in the fabric of the technocrats in the government is something that the US government is trying to explore. They're trying to ferret out who might be willing, as I mentioned before, to value the country's growth and future and their own self-preservation over that revolutionary zeal that brought those top leaders in 40 years ago.
Yep. Kirsten, thank you so much. Really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Kirsten Fontenrose, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, joining us there as we see markets higher off the intraday highs. Again, a little bit of some reporting coming out from some Iranian agencies that the Strait of Hormuz has now been closed after those attacks by Israel on...
Right. Oil ships' passage has been halted after the strikes from Israel on Lebanon continue.
Yep. So we'll stay on top of that, and the markets are reacting to the news just as we all are. S&P up 140 points, the Dow up about 1,100 points here. So about 2.3% move higher. This is
Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term.
So yeah, man, my bad. I had to knock out that breakfast. I ate breakfast today. It's kind of weird, bro. Kind of weird. But yeah, somebody said they were like the day before he's threatening annihilation, and then the next day we have a ceasefire. They're like, how can I trust anything? And that's why I was telling you guys from the beginning, don't trust anybody. You know what I'm saying? That's why that's why we were speculating last week. We were like, maybe they already made a deal. Remember, the first time we heard Islamabad, I was like, where did Islamabad go? So yeah, bro, the fog of war, I'd encourage you all. I mean, you know, you got to be able to interpret and take in a lot of the info that I share with you. But yeah, I wouldn't be so quick to like believing everything and then making it in a sense where it's like, oh, how can I trust anything? I would start learning to operate from a viewpoint of low trust. And that, you know, you got to kind of, you know, what would you do if it was wrong or if it was right? And kind of have contingencies for both. And that way, if you don't get too involved in it on a belief level, it might be easier to make moves and to feel a little bit more confident. But yeah, because that's where, again, that's just what we've been saying. I think everyone's been lying. I think the war has been at a delay. I think that's why so quickly they could all come out with organized statements when they're ready to put down arms really quickly. Because yeah, I don't think the real-time reports we're getting are really some of them give you a little bit of information, but it's been hard to trust throughout. Lebanon is not part of ceasefire with Iran, Axios. That's what it seems like it's turning into. Most of the morning, everything was good. A couple of attacks, and now it seems like the sticking point everyone's revolving around is where does Lebanon and Hezbollah fit into this? Kuwait says fires broke out in some of the sites. Okay, oil's taking another, again, Axios report saying that Lebanon not part of ceasefire. Again, the boat's not moving a couple minutes ago. This has all led to about a $3 pop on oil, and SPY 0.5% off of the highs. Still up 2%, which is crazy, but yeah, we're moving straight down for now, and it's been 1 hour and 30 minutes, just under that. They did have Lebanon in their 10-point plan. Well, that's why, I mean, both of them pretty much sent in a plan, and then they agreed on both of them, which that's why people are like, what did everybody just agree on? That's why, you know, people kind of took the easy one at first, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, both the 15-point plan from America, a 10-point plan from Iran, it's pretty contradicting. That's why people were figuring that they were just going to kind of agree to this, get the boats moving, and then hash out all the details. But yeah, it does seem like the one story we're revolving around today is where does Lebanon fit in? Because Israel said they're going to keep attacking Lebanon, and now Iran's saying, no, Lebanon is part of the deal. Kumbaya. Tinfoil glasses on. I could see the finesse. Amen. Levitt tells Axios that ceasefire agreement does not cover Lebanon. So yeah, Caroline Levitt is confirming it. So that's coming out now. That's more of an official source. So now you have the U.S. supporting this idea. Look at low ticker, see if it starts moving. Will be interesting if they could restrain for 2 weeks. I think both sides. It's going to be, again, it's always going to be choppy. Traders bet 950 million bet on oil price just hours ahead of U.S.-Iran ceasefire, LSEG data shows. Somebody bet $1 billion on oil coming down? They must have made a killing. Oil's going up right now, though. Energy and oil, oil futures. Well, what's going to happen now? I don't know. If it blows up in 24 hours, that'd be shocking. But yeah, now you have America saying Lebanon's not part of the deal. Again, Israel says Lebanon's not part of the deal. And then unnamed source in Iran is saying that, no, it should be part of the deal. So that's how we've evolved. Again, 0.5% right now. SPY's starting to pick up a little bit more, but now you've taken, again, $4 off the bottom here of oil, pretty much. Kumbaya, my lord. Kuwait, 3 power and water desalination facilities hit by Iran. I had bowling up for Bradley. Staples are starting to go up a little harder. Interesting. Some of them are even red. No shit. Kumbaya, my lord. Saudi oil pipeline damage said to be limited after drone strike. That was the one in the morning. So again, this is where it's saying that first oil spike and this drop, this is the first, like, You had bombs overnight that were kept getting fired. They were smaller. This one was a bigger one. And then we had all the other stuff saying the ships aren't opening and all that. The fog of peace. Pretty much, bro. Yeah. That's hilarious. It is the fog of peace. Well, it's technically fog of war, but for right now, fog of peace for sure. Well, you have uncertainty surrounding the next step. That's kind of the irony of today. Like, again, you have way more certainty. Remember, yesterday you were on the brink of ending civilization, sending them back to hell, praise Allah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that uncertainty no longer exists, but now the uncertainty of how long-lasting or if, you know, viable this ceasefire is going to be, that's pretty much where we're at right now. So the news is a couple things. It just right around here, it started to pile up. Multiple reiterations that Hormuz is closing the boat traffic again, and then that Israel and America are saying that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire, but then Iran, or again, unnamed Iranian Revolutionary Guard member or military member, high-ranking official, they say that he says that Lebanon should be part of the deal. So yeah, that's kind of where we are for now. I mean, it cost 0.5% on the SPY, about 3% on oil. But yeah, that's kind of how this has just been developing throughout the morning. We've only been here for like an hour and a half, but it does seem that last like 20-30 minutes there, just multiple updates on ships not moving, and then this whole Lebanon issue. UNH on the low. The irony, the irony, Iran. You're in Missouri, bro? Yeah, get sister a long term. Get everyone a long term. I want to go to Missouri. I was going to go to Ohio for Easter. You know that? On Good Friday, I was like, dude, I want to go to Ohio. Nobody wanted to come with me. That's why I was really trying to go to Ohio. I want to see Ohio. I wanted to go for a day. Dude, it takes like 6 hours to fly there, though. I said, come on, Ohio. Shout out to MO. BE, you can't believe he said praise Allah on Easter. I was trying to explain it yesterday to everybody. I was like, I don't think you guys will ever see, like, you don't get too many crazy tweets like that. Like I said, even if he scheduled that post, that was insane. I could only imagine how they came to that post, how they planned it, everything. It was truly phenomenal. You have no idea. Truly phenomenal. Missouri here. A lot of you guys are in Missouri. What the hell? St. Louis, Missouri. What is in Ohio? I mean, technically, I own like a little real estate empire in Ohio, but I've never fucking been there in my life. So I think it's time I go. You know, walk around, get to meet the neighbors, say what's up, you know, shake some hands, kiss some babies. Maybe I could start my political campaign. But yeah. And then, bro, you know what I thought of the other day? You know, I really was thinking about it. Because, like, I think, you know, like I was telling you, like, people will, like, something will happen. Like, something bad happens, like, in politics. People will seek me out, and they're like, Josh, this is your fault, Josh. And they're like, oh, yeah, Josh, is this what you wanted? I'm like, I can't control that. Right? And then guess what? Something good happens. Even like a peace deal. They're like, yeah, Josh, that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, I didn't do the peace deal. That wasn't me. They're like, yeah, this is what we got. I'm like, I didn't do any of that. So then, and then I've just thought about it, like the political differences. Again, we got the White Guy for Kamala song. We got the Benjamin's Poly Market song. You know, we have all the, and like, I've just, so like, and I don't know, with everybody bringing up the politics, I found the solution, okay? I figured out the solution. Okay? What we need, the only way we're going to come together is if we have a real revolution and change. Okay? And the only way we could do that is if you all agree to make me your leader. Okay? That's it. That's the only way this is going to work, because I feel you. So that's what I thought about. I'm like, are you willing to make me your leader? I propose that I lead. I will become the leader, and then we will start our revolution, and we will run for all branches of everything. We don't even have to run for it. We could do it however we want. But that's what I was thinking. I said that's the only way it solves this issue. Because then that way, I will become supreme leader. That way, Republican, Democrat, you're like, well, I agree with my supreme leader. He had something in mind. We are going for our revolution. If I make an ETF, I'm down. That's what the fuck, bro? How did you, man, okay, we got some work to do. You know what I'm saying? Because I forgot. You guys are still a bunch of stock traders. I just gave you a proposal to make me your leader, to have a once-in-a-lifetime revolution. And he's like, yo, if you make an ETF, I'll buy that. I'm so down. What do you think about that? Yo, you think I should buy Intel right now too? And should I sell it at the same time? How the fuck are you gonna even do that? Makes no sense. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, bro. So yeah, I don't. All right, but the offer's up there though. I'm just saying you could. That way we start a revolution. We really become a cult. Maybe an Ayatollah. Will your ETF have options? There's not a height requirement, no. But yeah, you will have to submit your allegiance to a short guy, though. But it's possible. Many have done that before. I'm just offering a solution, bro. That's why I was like, okay, if I'm gonna get blamed on both sides, like, we gotta step up, bro. Who is your leader? Make me your leader right now. Who is your leader? Tell me. Show me the leader. I'm sorry. All right, man. Well, back to the first low of the day. That little freak out there chilled out. Again, 2.1 still. Still oddly small and slow today. Despite, again, this would have been, this oil move today would have been shocking on most. I'm pretty sure it's historical. It's not too often you drop 15% on oil. Do we see the plays that you share with us occasionally? If you're here while they happen, so yeah, most of the plays I shared today, I've talked about them. But yeah, some I didn't. Some I'll give a limit on the strike price, and I'll give you a range because I want you to be able to figure it out and make sure it makes sense so that you're not just getting influenced. But yeah, if you're there when it happens, but we don't really we'll go over them maybe on the watch list, but it's not I don't have like a board up and we don't like kind of go back. The whole idea, if you're here locked in and you're locked in on there, you should get it. Watch list tonight. I don't know actually. We'll see. I gotta, if my schedule is usually weirder on Wednesdays. But I actually don't think I have to go anywhere. So maybe, we'll see. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You asked the gas attendant if gas would be $2.75 a gallon tomorrow. They have no clue. Why are you doing that to them? Why are you putting this innocent gas attendant through your stock market life? You know what I'm saying, bro? Just fucking fill up the gas, bro. Okay? Go buy a Tesla. Just come back in a week or two. Do you understand the policies that created this? Do you not know? What about the gas tax as well? Or do you know what the Ayatollah is? Do you understand how fragile this peace deal is? Really? Really? You don't have anything to say about that? Say, dude, just let him do his thing, man. White House said that the 10-day peace plan released on Wednesday differs from the plan that Trump was a workable basis. Declined to elaborate, but Caroline said White House was expected to clarify at 1 p.m. Nice. So, are they saying they both agreed to two different... Did they just agree to two different plans then? Either way, you're going to have something cleared up at 1 p.m. 10, 11, 12, 1. So yeah, give it another 2 hours pretty much. Caroline Leavitt's going to be a little bit more important today. Yeah, so that's what it read like. That's what I was saying earlier. There was a 15-point plan that U.S. set, and then the Iranians sent a 10-point plan. But then, it looked like both of them didn't, they were very contradicting. You know what I'm saying? That's why people were it seemed like they just agreed, even though they kind of inherently disagreed. But then the whole idea was just get boats moving. But yeah, if that's what Caroline Leavitt's saying right now, they're going to elaborate on the thing. Yeah, I don't even know if it was slight miscommunication. It was just some bullshit negotiating, to be honest. It was the terms, it was you shall not sell this house for more than $500,000. And then the other person says, we shall not buy this house for more than $490,000. And then they're okay, we agree. It's how do you guys agree to conflicting terms? But then it's that one time I told you I went to a car dealership and I had a car dealer fuck with me. I told him he wanted to charge me a premium on a vehicle. And I said, I will not. I said, if you don't charge me a premium, I'll buy it. I said, if you charge me a premium, I'm going to walk out the door. He was like, no, man, I never do that. And then he wasted my next 20 minutes going through the car, showing me all this stuff. And I was like, all right, man, let's do it. And then right as I'm ready to buy it, he puts a premium in there. And I'm like, why did you do this, bro? I'm like, Benjamin, what the fuck, dude? And then then I got to go back and forth with him. And I said, what's going to happen? So then I had to walk out. So eventually, though. But that's why we had terms and we both agreed to terms. But then when it came down to the terms didn't agree at all. Let's see. We'll oil up. SPY again. 1 p.m. That is what you're waiting on, my brethren. 1 p.m. Damn. That's crazy. We were at 655 yesterday. So the gap fill is 659. Australian President von der Bellen. Middle Eastern situation, good. The realization was reached that war rhetoric and escalation cannot resolve conflicts. I think it's going to be a press briefing at 1 p.m. It seems Caroline is giving updates. So for now, you've heard from Caroline. She's confirming that at least U.S.'s stance that Lebanon is not included in the ceasefire. And then now she's saying something about clarifying both sides of the agreement, which will come at 1 p.m. So 2 hours from now. You're throwing this out there. Dumped Thursday after the journalist was announced capture. Ran up after a release. It was a negotiation to get a release, not end of the war. Oh, that would make some sense. And again, you saw U.S. That's what I was saying the other day, where it's like the reason they went all out on the rescuing of the pilot, that was the last thing you wanted. You don't want an American prisoner of war during this moment. Again, it's different today than it was earlier, but yeah, it's like there is it goes pretty hard, man. Where it's like that would really remind people of 2003 and pretty much Iraq. That's what I was telling you guys that the other day. I remember the Iraq War. Why? Because half of you called my family terrorists. So that's exactly why I remember it very well. But I also remember like the media and what would happen. You guys don't remember that? Iraq, people would get beheaded. That's why people lost a lot of support for the war. Not only once you found out what people had to do when they went to Iraq and Afghanistan, but that was a big thing. You were losing American troops in a very heinous manner. And people were not like, that was the last thing you wanted to see. So it's like, I do think, that's what I was saying the other day, like it would actually be of making it a point that nobody gets captured. Because if you had a prisoner of war and you bring back those images and those actions, it would remind a lot. Again, there's even journalists in Iraq and Afghanistan too, when like all that shit would go down. That's interesting theory. I still think, bro, I think this was all solved like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I think the tinfoil was correct. Remember when I was telling you guys the other day, where I was just like, I said, where the fuck did Islamabad go? They brought up Islamabad, 15 points. They brought up all these things, bro, and then all of a sudden, nothing happened, and we forgot about it. But I do think that at some point, I think all of this, just even how quickly we got the shit yesterday, I think this was all just for both sides to save face. I think they allowed each other to kind of explore different things until they all kind of had a time deadline to at least resolve some of it. Am I a rapper? No, not anymore. I wanted to be, but then they said I can't. It was the Chad the other day. Embassy in Baghdad, Iran-backed Iraqi armed group carries out drone attacks near diplomatic facility. Habibi, like it. Why? Why they do this? It was, man. Back in the day, that's what I was saying. Like, dude, if a plane went down back in the day, they would get the pilot and kill him in the Middle East. The first pilot we had go down, they were literally saying thank you to him. So it's like, it was, again, it's not like that everywhere. I think that's why, like, more in the hostile areas of Iran, they were like, yo, we cannot have a prisoner of war. I don't think Hegseth is live. He was live earlier in the morning today. So you could nap until 1 p.m. and ignore the sources say. You could, probably. We might move like 30 minutes before that. So wake up at like 12:30. Just in case you might get... Because that's kind of what happened yesterday. So we had all of this like random brand new peace deal. We had all of that 30 minutes prior. It was just they made sure that they confirmed all of it right before the bell. But yeah, it is... I mean, for now, the next thing we're waiting for is going to be 1 p.m. What could happen before then is if attack on boats or anything else in the meantime, something escalates further, I'm sure that'll get people reacting. But other than that, what Caroline says, I do think is going to be a little bit important. I agree. The back and forth allows who we're talking to in Iran to position themselves, the theater for the right people to build support. That's why I think this whole thing, that's why, like, you read both sides. Like, America is like, they accepted our plan. And then the Iranians are like, I have great news to tell you. We have defeated the Americans. They've accepted our plan. You know, and it's like, it's, again, this whole saving face. And that's why I'm like, dude, they made a deal already. I'm just sure the way they're positioning it all is to make sure that they both look as best as possible while still giving the other person, you know, what they need to accomplish it, right? It seems like both. I think America is willing to let Iran say stuff. Iran's willing to let America say stuff. They're both willing to, you know, go after a couple extra targets. And then, you know, at the same time, though, I do think, I said this from day one, I think it's all about saving face with Iran. You know, Iran has built up a great reputation. Look how many people are like, wow, Iran, you're not scared of Iran? Wow. So they have face to protect. You know, they want to keep up this image that, you know, they're the ones who are a force to be reckoned with and all that. Same thing, America also is trying to keep up its reputation. Donald Trump, I think, again, the way he played this out directly to a T of Liberation Day, I don't know why he likes April 7th, April 8th so much, but yeah, it's like some of that even is like, okay, well, he has his agenda as well too. But for the most part, I do think there is a portion of this where both sides are trying to look as best as possible in front of their people. Microsoft looking into a problem. Doesn't that thing go down every day? Microsoft 365, more like down 365. You know? These guys always down. Fastly's climbing back up. Bro, net was almost at 230. Crazy. FFIV kind of dumping. $5 drop on FFIV. It's about 2%. First 5 networks. A schedule earnings release for April 28th. We don't see anything. Uh, 304. Israeli Security Cabinet to convene on Wednesday. Will discuss Iran ceasefire. Israel was unhappy about the announcement and wasn't consulted on the terms of the deal, Wall Street Journal. Well. So they're going to discuss today. So you're going to hear from Israel too. You're going to hear from America and Israel. And then technically, bro, you haven't even heard from the good sources in Iran. That's the crazy part. Again, you had one unnamed official, and then they recirculated that through the state media, but it's not like you've had one of those. Like, where's Golubov, dude? You know what I'm saying? Oh, 2 minutes ago, Abraham Rezai, spokesperson of Parliament National Security, says Lebanese is sacrificed. Oh, that's the old one. Press TV's putting it out again. Fly on the high. You sent me a song? We got another banger, bro? Apparently he passed the note. Cardboard box, man. They said that he passed the note last night to accept it all. Or something like that. Yeah, bro, where's Golubov, though? Imagine, like, Golubov, he had no trading advice. He didn't even tell you to sell the ceasefire rally, bro.
But these bitches dirt cheap.
Yo, is this real? Bro. We have first person view of the guy who fucking lit the Kimberly Clark facility on fire. He literally lit on fire a bunch of toilet paper.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live. You know, we may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live.
Dog,
all you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory.
Dude, what? Dog, is it? There goes your inventory. Yeah, man. Holy shit. And then Iran says only 2 tankers used the ceasefire to pass through. Strait now closed to all. And then senior American officials said the issue of continuing fight with Lebanon came during phone call with Trump and Netanyahu last night, during which Trump updated the ceasefire with Iran. Netanyahu raised the issue of Lebanon, and Trump did not express opposition to continuing the fight against Hezbollah. All you have to do is get a long-term chat. Yeah, so I think you're just going to keep playing the and. So same headline and. Hezbollah, Lebanon, and. They're going to say the ships have moved and. And then 1 p.m., I think we'll get a little bit more. Do you think there's truth to what he's saying? I'm going to disagree with you. I could see where you're coming from. But I don't think lighting a bunch of toilet paper on fire. He's like, oh man, if only you paid me enough, I wouldn't have to light all this shit on fire. I don't want to work with any of y'all, man. Okay? They'll be like, well, if only you paid extra, you should have bought Fire Stopper plus, son. Like, this is crazy. Well, again, it's the same. In the morning, we had 1 ship go through. Now you're hearing 2 ships have gone through, but now they are closing off the strait. And then again, just the last hour or so, it's kind of been these Hezbollah updates. Like I'm saying, you're getting one headline and then you're getting the same headline, same information, and another piece of news on it, and another update. And then now Israel's going to meet. And then Caroline Levitt is going to brief us at 1 p.m. Eastern. We haven't moved too much. Now CBS is picking it up. So same exact headline. White House says Israel war, Lebanon not part of ceasefire deal with Iran. So yeah, I'd wait though until we get a Golubov or a Aragachi tweet, or we need something a little bit more from them. And like I was saying yesterday, that's how when the moves really started stringing together, it was when everybody agreed. So, look to see if you could find everybody kind of both. We need the Irans, the Americans, and the Israelis to all kind of agree on the same thing. McDonald's AX Pizzle. You convinced your friend not to sell his long term. He wanted to sell, take profits. I told him how much he would have had that money on the bank instead of investing it. I mean, it's good, bro. We lost some, bro. I said it last night. It was like Oregon Trail. We lost 4 chads due to volatility or wartime volatility. Airlines are starting to go down, and a couple of other travel plays that started off pretty good. Yeah, oil's moving up again. You just had this little blast of Axios reports saying that they tried to update this ceasefire deal again. Same thing, and then another updated that the strait is not open. Is it high? 96.22? Yeah, 96.30 is the highest it's been since early in the wee hours of the morning. I forgot about Pajekian. Well, Pajeki and Iranians will continue to stand together after ceasefire. That doesn't even sound, is this him? Yeah. So you got something now from Press TV. Mahmoud Pajekian has reaffirmed Iran's unity following ceasefire agreements. Statement issued on social media. He praised ceasefire, significant achievement for Iran, marking a moment of solidarity and strength. The ceasefire, with the acceptance of Iran's key principles, is the result of blood of our martyred leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and the achievement of the presence of all people on the scene. From today, we'll continue to stand together. In a 45-minute phone call with Prime Minister Sharif, he expressed gratitude for Pakistan's role in facilitating temporary ceasefire. He thanked leaders for efforts that Tehran would participate in negotiations in Islamabad. I don't think he said anything about Hezbollah. And then what they're saying is the same as America. He's saying based on the acceptance of our 10-point plan. Trump is saying based on you opening up the Hormuz. So the 10-point plan includes a key commitment to non-aggression, Strait of Hormuz. Oh, here. Proposal also includes paying compensation to Iran with withdrawing combat forces and ending the war on all fronts, including war against Hezbollah and Lebanon. So that is in there. So yeah, that's the part they're going to disagree on. That's crazy. So they're not disagreeing on compensation. They're not disagreeing on the Strait of Hormuz. Not anything. They're going to disagree on the Hezbollah thing. Especially, again, if U.S. is already saying that they don't count Hezbollah, and now they're saying, and now even Pajekian. It's weird though. That's like even more bullshit. Because again, like, there's way more issues that they could not agree on, if that makes any sense, right? It's like, I don't know. It feels like they're just like, it's like lying about something to end a relationship, and you're like, that's what you're what? You're like, I have to go to class. I don't know what the Lebanon, because again, I could find you 14 other points they wouldn't agree on, but it seems to be so far the sticking point is this Lebanon issue, and that's explaining some of the attacks you've already seen here in the short amount of time since this all happened. Well, I think the ceasefire will last. I think it'll last until somebody breaks it. So I think the next 2 days to 2 weeks is kind of the window, but we'll have a better idea in the next 48 hours. But like the possibility of somebody not honoring it is a pretty high likelihood. I mean, that is what has happened a lot in the past with these parties. Have I? Meta's on the low now. Microsoft's still been kind of chilling. Some of them are still holding up, bro. Google's still up near 4. That chilled. Amazon looks fine. Oh, 8:30. Oh, Chatadonia. So on the day of ceasefires, can you do me a favor? Can you cease sitting? Would you guys like to engage in a cease sitting? I offer you a 5-point plan of chest to the sun, relax the eyeballs, get some movement, tuck the hips in, flex the core. That's my 5-point cease sitting plan. If you would like to accept this offer, all I'm looking for is immediate movement in the straight of your office. That's all you got to do. Just move up a little bit. Cease sitting, bro. Just a cease sitting. Operation push-up stand-up. Oh, Operation Epic Push-Up. Who's with me, bro? So yeah, man, you've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. You got like an hour and a half till we get this update. So that's going to probably determine some things. I mean, SPY's still holding a solid 2.2. Pretty much where you gapped up to after all this came out. And then again, oil's still down 15. So you're going to have 4.5 hours left in the day, my friends. I would use it. Stand up and get your body moving. Okay? Operation Epic Push-Up. I offer you a cease sitting. I hope that you accept it. No slop. You want slop while we stretch? I could give you slop while we stretch. What do you guys feel? You guys are... I feel like some of y'all are in a white guy for Kamala mood. I don't know. Maybe. So yeah, move around, baby. Come on, how can you not move? How can you not? Actually, okay, no. You need eye cap. That's how you're gonna fucking move.
Eye cap needs Jesus. He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art, 'cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I kept trolls chat 'cause he gets bored.
minutes, bro. 2 minutes. I hope you moved around. I got a good one in. I could probably do more. It's a catchy song, bro. It's a catchy song. He wants to fight you mad. U.S. defense official strikes on Iranian refinery wasn't conducted by U.S. or Israel. And then who could it be? I'm amped now. We living good, bro. Living good. Move around. That's it. Spy back to VWAP. I mean, shit, kind of crazy. Still 2.25. Everything's below 3%, but everything is still very elevated. Oil at 95. Remember, oil was at 115 yesterday. Oh, it's so crazy. Jesus is still Lord. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. I cap trolls chat because he gets bored. Fun time. Fueler wins Georgia runoff for Green seat, red victory. Weren't they saying that a bunch of Democrats got majorities? So, again, dude, midterms, you guys, midterms. It sucks because, remember I was telling you, beginning of this year, man, people are going to get crazier. So if you thought this has already been crazy, just get ready. Iran told mediators it'll only join planned talks in Islamabad if a ceasefire is reached in Lebanon. Do 10 more push-ups if I play it again? Oof. It's tough. I kind of want to hear White Guys for Kamala. It's the best I could offer you. Or I got news headlines. Did you guys get the news headlines today? Maybe I should get you guys news headlines. I'll give you like a minute of headlines. This is all the news from earlier today.
And Iran agreed to 2-week ceasefire, allowing for potential reopening of Strait of Hormuz. US-Iran peace talks set for Friday in Pakistan. Sources say, despite ceasefire agreement, core conflicts remain unresolved. Iran's 10-point plan to end the war includes US acceptance of uranium enrichment, lifting all sanctions, Iranian control over Strait of Hormuz. Israel backs Trump's 2-week suspension of strikes against Iran, but says ceasefire excludes Lebanon. Trump's decision to go to war with Iran evolved through situation room meetings. White House did not plan on sustaining a protracted campaign. Energy. Trump announces US assistance in Strait of Hormuz to ensure smooth operations during ceasefire. Iranian officials say military will oversee Strait of Hormuz passage during a ceasefire. French President Macron states around 15 countries aim to facilitate resuming traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. 800 trapped vessels could use 2-week window to move ships through Hormuz. Economists say resolving oil market disruption will be slow, sustaining high prices and scarcity for importers. US gasoline prices may begin to decline nationally in the next 2 days. Global airline body IATA warns jet fuel supply recovery will take months, even after Strait of Hormuz reopens. Oil slide.
If the oil reopens. Let's see, there's a minute of headlines. I hope that helped. I hope that got the slop itch. Oh, man. All right, Chattadoon. So, yeah, I hope you moved around. You're right at VWAP. Again, couple of headlines. I do think market's going to be positioned for what we get at 1 p.m. Put it up. Boom, boom, boom. That part's so hard, dude. It's a banger. I like it. It's growing on me. It's growing on me. Yeah, I think, again, everyone is just going to be pretty much does U.S. What does Caroline Levitt say? Are they like, you know, kind of a hardliner about it? Or are you going to get pretty much these guys backing out? Or is like pretty much is U.S. going to be hardline about no Lebanon? Are they going to show there's an opportunity to consider it? And then again, what are the Iranians going to do? That's going to be the next one. The SPY hasn't moved, but the puts are up. That's what's happened the last couple of days. We've seen that remember yesterday
everybody was talking about how the both the puts and calls were going up. You want the bangers? The ear drummers. If you run for governor, you'll vote for me. I want to be governor of the world. Like I said, I'm looking to reach a supreme leader level. I guess that is only God. I'm your leader. But that's what I'm saying. That way you guys could get mad if you're like, oh, it's your fault. At least if I'm supreme leader, that would track. That would track extremely well. So I'm not against it. You'll get all these songs soon. I guess I gotta make the Slop Bop album. Excuse me. Ulta on the low. Italy again. You have a bond auction at 10 too. That was the other thing. We didn't even hit 4.9. We came close, but we never got to the freakout zone. That's why I even think they waited to buy some time with it. That's where that whole they delayed for a week. That's where I think that came from. I think they wanted to see what bonds would do. But again, SPY back at VWAP, so you're kind of brushing this stuff off a little bit. So again, we're waiting to see what happens with Hezbollah and that ceasefire. That seems, out of 25 potential points of disagreement, that seems to be the thing that's giving everybody problems right now. Just kind of wild. SPY calls are up 50%. You guys are both saying puts and calls. Volatility. So again, think about it. There's a lot people are expecting in terms of how these next couple days could play out. Trump says Lebanon not part of ceasefire. Yeah. That's again, that little drop, the low of the day, that's pretty much where we're getting that, Caroline and everything, and it started playing out like that. But yeah, they said at 1 p.m. we're going to get our confirmation of such. Or at least Caroline's going to say something that'll either... It seems like they are going to confirm that Iran or Hezbollah wasn't part of it. But now, again, the Iranians are making it clear they want Hezbollah a part of it. So that's our first disagreement, but then at the same time, it hasn't been as quickly and widely parroted by everybody else yet. But yeah, those headlines keep dropping. Gulf states fear and embolden Iran after Trump ceasefire. Wall Street Journal.
a couple more value. That's it, bro. We've done this other days. It feels like one of those stair stepper days on oil, but different. Like I'm telling you, you can kind of see it. The morning we were in the lower 90 range or mid 90 range. Now you're this 95 to 96. That's kind of where, you know, the sticking point started developing, and then it's there. But then again, SPY back to 2.3. Russell's back up to 3. NASDAQ is right below 3 right now. You have the cash, but you don't have the will to own. You want to own some names, but the price is not right. I might be greedy, but I don't think it's the end of this. So weren't you just telling your friend not to sell out, but you don't have the will to own? What does that mean? So, I mean, if you're, I could respect it if you're not down to hold for 10 years. At least you could be honest about that. I mean, you'll do better by being real about that. But, you know, the best idea right now to, like, gauge your feelings and see if it makes sense with the machine, how much cash do you have? That's your answer right there. You know, because if you feel that way and you have more than 20% cash, I'd say you are tripping, right? And then at the same time, if you have a very low amount of cash, I could agree. It's not like, again, and just like when you saw me do Oracle, like I was telling you, with even a low amount of cash, I did want to wait a little bit more, but I saw a good price in front of me, and my whole idea was, even with low cash, when you put out low cash, it should have a low impact. Like I was telling y'all, Oracle, we put in half a deposit on one account, one full deposit on the other. It's like that shouldn't affect my portfolio more than 1%. But like I'm saying, it's like I'm telling you, do not make the farmer never plants if he wait for perfection. It's like you don't want to, it's never going to be perfect, but if you really want to put everything into play and, like, you know, am I being emotional or not, you have a rule to look it up against, the cash level. Like I'm telling you, just I would say having more than 20% cash, and I love this because I was telling you guys this before the war, I was telling you this during the war, and then even whether we're at a ceasefire or it's about to wrap up, I will tell you the same exact thing, because this rule works no matter what. I hope you guys see that, right? You're a danger all around you. You have more than 20% cash. What are you doing? You should go buy something. Vice versa. Things are getting better. You're like, oh, but a problem might come back. If you have more than 20% cash, I would get to purchasing. Otherwise, again, if you're feeling a certain way, you're already invested, the portfolio is able to grow, you're in 5%, 10% cash. It's like that's going to come down to now the individual company decision and stuff along those lines. So use the cash rule. I'm telling you, I think a lot of you would have a big benefit if you could start using the cash rule and then treating it seriously. That's where I see people fail a lot, is that they definitely know this rule. They know what I'm saying about 20% cash, but then where they mess up is that they view it as a suggestion. And, you know, they're like, yeah, I know the 20% rule, but then look at what's going on. Or, but then look at this. Oh, but then, and, you know, it's not a suggestion. It's one of the best warning gauges you could have. To let you know, it's like, are you holding too much? Are you holding too little? How do you know when to make a move? I mean, like I'm telling you, your portfolio will speak to you. That's just the best way I could always put it. You know, you have names right now that are speaking to you, depending on what you hold. But overall, like your cash level, it's telling you how you should be thinking in this current moment right now. Again, as long as assuming you're going to keep saving, keep growing, you are on a 10-year plan, all the other rules, then you could use this rule with just as much certainty. The melt up is all just the peace deal. And again, I mean, the thing that got in the way of the peace deal was this sticking point on Hezbollah. But we haven't, again, once the headlines pretty much stopped, we chilled. But just overall, you're still just riding the optimism from yesterday. About weekly puts for Friday. If there's developments that start to play that it looks like this thing's not going to stick for the weekend, then yeah. Otherwise, if Friday goes good, then I think those puts will get lit on fire. So it just depends on, do you think ceasefire crumbles sooner or later? That's kind of how that bet's going to play out. TAP is on the low. TAP is getting crushed. They were just doing good. Can you explain the 20% rule for those late to class? How long have you been late to class for? 5 fucking years? But yeah, sure. 20% rule. Just you shouldn't have more than 20% cash in your portfolio. That is the limit. So I don't think you should ever hold more than 20% cash in your long-term portfolio. So whatever available cash to invest you have, it should never be above 20%. Once it gets above 20, you got to use it. Or again, if you're like, oh, I'm scared. Even if you're scared, I would not go above 20% cash. But that's just pretty much the limit. That's where you get to 20% cash. You have more than that, I would start deploying that capital. Look at your portfolio. Do you need growth? Do you need value? And act accordingly. But I wouldn't, I just don't fall for the trap of being, again, the whole idea here is we want to become owners and we want to put our money to work. So the last thing you want to do is have 30-40% of your cash doing nothing, because then what are you doing? You get what I'm saying? The money's not working. It's working against you with inflation. And then why do you need that much cash? Because we've done it before. Like I've always told people this, and I've even got to do it live. Because I've said like 20% cash today may not seem like a lot, but if you're like, oh, the market's going to go down. If you have 20% cash, the market goes down, you're probably going to be able to buy 40-50% more stocks. You see what I'm saying? You don't need to have so much. I call it reverse greed. Sometimes people get reverse greedy. They say, oh, it's going to come down and I'm going to get a way better deal, so I'm going to hold way more cash. And now they have a smaller amount of money actually working for them. And then meanwhile, you could have a portfolio, but then if you spend most of the years not investing and you're just like sitting there and just holding cash, it usually backfires against you. 20% of the whole portfolio. I don't know what your guys' incomes are. That's the beauty, is that, like I'm saying, you follow the long-term plan. It's simple. 10%. I don't care what your 10% is. It could be $1. It could be $100, $1,000. It could be $100,000 a month for all I care. Doesn't matter. All that matters is once you commit to saving that 10%, it goes into a separate account for 10 years minimum. Once it goes in, it doesn't come out. Act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. And that I'm talking 20% of that account. So like I'm saying, you got $10,000 in there, you shouldn't have more than $2,000 in cash. And that's what I'm saying. You keep saving, and that 2,000 goes above that. I would start putting that money to work. And then too, once it's on the low end, if you're already fully invested and you don't even have a lot of cash, then yeah, this won't apply to you. But hopefully you're diversified too after that. So that's the whole plan. We're diversifying cash, quality, dividends, growth, high risk, low risk. We got a little bit of forward in there. We're fully building out and diversifying over the years. It's built a nice portfolio, but one of the biggest mistakes, especially I see it with this generation, I've seen it with the last generation, with how prices go and everything, bro. It's very simple. Do not be the guy sitting there holding cash, waiting for the biggest decline to occur, or sitting there waiting for the perfect opportunity, and all you do, you got a bag full of seeds, but they never hit the soil. That's one of the easiest ways to waste a lot of time investing, because again, you're not taking advantage of growing your money. Over how much time would you deploy to get down to 20%? As soon as possible. I mean, I wouldn't put it all in one investment. Usually what I tell people, like if you have 50% cash, I would get on a 3, 6, 12 month plan to work that money in and start moving. But again, I mean, I've explained this many times throughout the years, and like the market's been at different times when I explain this, but all in all, most of the time, I mean, you guys have seen this come true. I don't know if this has really failed. I don't know where anybody has benefited by holding all cash. Again, the guys who do brag about it, they're like, yeah, I'm all cash. I sold out perfectly, and then I bought the exact bottom, and I'm going to do it every single time. I'm not even assuming that. Like I'm saying, just in general, this constant plan, never holding too little, never having too much, it's going to, it's just a nice rule to follow, and it'll always keep you moving with the market. You will not get left behind no matter what happens with everything. But then it's like, at the same time, you could still, even small amounts, you get lucky, they're able to grow. I mean, go take a look at an Intel, a Meta, and that's the general idea of what we're trying to accomplish. Got a bag full of seeds, but they never hit the soil. Amen, bro. Aragachi and call with Turkey. Iran agreed based on 10-point plan. Parts of a building collapsed following attacks on Beirut. Hundreds of casualties. See if we respond again. An Aragach comment or Galaboff would be more important. All right, give me 1 second. We have propaganda. Why can't I hear it? Do you hear anything? Oh.
This is CBS News on the Hour.
Give me a second.
Your home for original reporting.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A ceasefire with Iran is in place, and as Linda Kenyon
Meta,
reports,
hold up.
direct talks could be next.
President
Meta
Trump
kind of
says he
waking
expects
up out
peace
of
talks
nowhere.
with Iran to take place in Pakistan. He told the New York Post those talks should happen very soon. Pakistan officials say those talks could begin as soon as Friday.
Meta.
The president says Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, his son-in-law Jared Kushner, and JD will be there, referring to Vice President Vance. He also said, quote, maybe JD, I don't know. There's a question of safety, security.
There are different interpretations of the ceasefire deal. Iran sees it as a chance to keep charging ships using the Strait of Hormuz, as Elizabeth Palmer reports.
Meta first AI model from Price Super Intelligence.
Ships will not only have to pay a transit fee, but it's going to have to be paid in crypto, and they're going to have to be inspected before they pass. So that'll slow the whole transit down. In effect, Iran is already acting as if it's being accorded control of one of the world's most important energy arteries. It's an ominous sign for Iranians who were hoping this war would help get rid of a regime that they really despise. Now they fear it's about to become not only more self-confident, but more powerful and more brutal.
A Long Island architect has admitted his guilt in 7 murders known as the Gilgo Beach killings, and Michael Wallace reports he's confessed to another.
In a packed courtroom, Rex Heuermann admitted he strangled 8 women between 1993 and 2011. New York Law School professor Anna Kaminsky says the victims' families are probably feeling mixed emotions about today's guilty pleas.
For some of them, I'm sure it will be some closure, and for others, it will feel like just a very small piece of this horrible tragedy that they've been through.
Prosecutors have recommended 3 consecutive sentences of life without parole for Heuermann. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A woman who admitted selling Matthew Perry ketamine will be sentenced today. Rick Montanez has more.
Jasveen Sangha, she is actually the 3rd of 5 people who will be sentenced in connection with Perry's death back in 2023. Sangha is the only one in that group whose plea deal includes acknowledgement of Perry's death. Prosecutors dubbed her the ketamine queen, saying she created an elaborate drug operation and catered to high-end and wealthy clients.
Pam Bondi will not be appearing April 14th for a deposition before the House Oversight Committee. A committee spokeswoman says she was subpoenaed in her capacity as Attorney General to answer questions in the Jeffrey Epstein case. On Wall Street today, stocks are higher. The Dow up 1,200 points. This is CBS News.
I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war if we would have had price ceilings and pricing floors. Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala.
Alright, there you go. Yeah, Meta first AI model since Zuckerberg. Remember, they delayed it that one time and it got clapped. And then Visa unveils an AI agent payment platform. But yeah, man, SPY back up to kind of near the opening candles. You're back to 2.4, my friends. Oil back down to 94.8, and then we are waiting another 55 minutes, probably a little longer, until we hear from your girl, Caroline. Too late to get into earnings plays? No. Like I talked about on the watch list the other night, I think I'm early. So yeah, depends which earnings plays you're going after, but some of the big tech, they don't report till the end of the month. So usually if you watch the video, like we said yesterday, the ghetto standard deviation, that tells you the time frame, usually the week before. Trump, numerous agreements, lists, letters are being sent by people that have nothing to do with the USA-Iran negotiation. In many cases, they are total fraudsters, charlatans, and worse. They will be rapidly exposed after our federal investigation is complete. There's only one group of meaningful points that are acceptable to the U.S., and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. Donald Trump. I don't know if this is a Truth Social or if he's in an interview. There are the points in which we agreed to a ceasefire is something that is reasonable and can be easily dispensed with. It's very much like fake news CNN last night, highlighting a source that had no power or authority to write a letter claiming great authority. Where is it? Yeah, this is on Truth Social. President Donald J. Trump. Praise Allah. I still think that's the greatest one. So, and then Locked In. I don't know if it's the peace deal, but if you guys are gonna, it's been a while since you guys have beefed with each other. So, if you guys would like, why not just go to the other fucking chat? This is me saying it nicely. So, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Are you okay today? Was it the peace? Are you secretly in ISIS? Why are you so disappointed in the peace, man? So, enough cuteness. I appreciate it. Not at all. But let's go, man. Let's go. I know, not enough conflict. That's it. We need to seek out conflict. Well, again, you know where to go, but behind the gated community, remember, you guys have rules. So, I thought I'd remind you. The Easter Bunny. Well, I mean, again, this is what we said. I have the chart. So I showed you guys all the non-updated one last night. But here is the updated chart. So we're very different than how last year played out. So, like, you got to think about it. That's why it's like, if we did the Liberation Day move, it's crazy. That's why I said this morning. I was like, bro, I don't know what Donald Trump's deal is with April 7th, April 8th, but yeah, it's almost to the T. It just this time now it's starting to take off. What happens after those dates? We rip. That was it. After that, last year, we bottomed out around April 7th, 8th. It was volatile in April. April ended up closing green, and then that was it. That's, some people called it the most hated rally. Others called it the he is risen rally. And then we just started ripping from pretty much April till October. Was, I think, all consecutive green months? I don't know. Let me check. Yeah, so after you went last year, I guess April was technically red for a little bit, or 0.09. And then from literally April till November, every month was green following that. So yeah, that doesn't happen too often either. Usually you'll stop by like August or October. You'll get like a red one in there. But for the most part, yeah, that's where it just straight up continued. Midterm timeline, that's just the same thing where right now the low is going to get set before the midterm. The only problem is that this is what I was saying a couple weeks ago where I'm like, this might be the low. Sadly, I would prefer a lower low, or I would prefer something a little easier, but at the same, or like later, I would prefer a late low of the year. But if that ended up being it, if the next couple months, if this develops good, off-ramp is credible, we get over that, the economy keeps doing its thing, you don't run into any other issue, all of this is going to, that might be good all the way up until October. So this could have been one of the midterm lows. I do think, like I'm saying, one down the line would be better. But yeah, that's it. You found it. Trump married his first wife April 7th. Shut up. Really? Because I'm telling you, this guy's obsessed with April 7th. April 7th, April 8th. Oh, maybe because he's the 47th president? 4-7? I don't know, bro. I don't know. But that's what, you see, you could get deep with this theory. All I know is that, again, up until yesterday, we were following last year's plan. That's why I was saying just like how it moved, how unique the market was, how it all played out, You got to really see, something kind of unique that it was doing it again. But now the last like week or so, the gap up, the way we held up the last 5 days, not going towards the low, yesterday not being bad, it's kind of all created this this whole setup for now. Yeah, Lebanon, Hezbollah says Israel attacks affirm its right for response will only strengthen the group's determination to confront the enemy. Hezbollah. Is a bull trap? It might be. I mean, I think that's definitely in the cards. Like I would keep telling everybody, you might like get fucked up off of the what's it called? Like one side breaking a ceasefire early on. That could happen. But this is also being, though, perceived as your best. This has been our first good opportunity of like a real off-ramp. That's definitely getting priced way better than not. Meta's ripping. Yeah, again, the super intelligence headline, or this new AI model. Those plays didn't move. I found the lagger, but they didn't pop up. Wait for it. Hi. No way, bro. It's a $10 pop, and those didn't go up. The near the money would have been better. Yeah, I did grab a little bit of time, but I found the lagger, but that one just didn't pop. Those near the money just went crazy. Opposition is silence. White guy for Kamala. Oh, wait. Dude, I grabbed the wrong one. I grabbed a Microsoft instead of a Meta. That's why. Oh, dude, I didn't even grab the right Meta play. Oh, bro, I hold myself. I didn't press enter on the option chain, so I bought a Microsoft instead. That's why I was like, bro, those were lagging. How did those not fucking move? Oh, well, shit. Yeah, you guys didn't notice? What did I say? I think I said 495 or something. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I did Meta 425. Oh, man. Yeah, those moved. Yeah, well, the idea was there. Dude, I'm an idiot. That's why I was like, dude, I've never whiffed on that. I never caught a $10 move, and even the out of money didn't. But yeah, I ended up buying a Microsoft instead of a Meta. Oops. Opposition is silent. Iran, we're preparing heavy response to Israel's attack on Lebanon. That's coming in now. I don't know who's saying that. And then something on Hungary. Alright, so spies starting to move again. Whatever Iran is threatening, or I don't even know the source of who's threatening it. U.S. is supporting a front-end engineering design feed study to facilitate deployment of Hungary of new small modular reactor. Check nuclear? I don't know if those are going to run up. Do I think Iran is trading the markets? There's a lot of restrictions against it, but I do believe, yes. That's what I kept bringing up earlier, is that everybody's so quick to be like, oh, these people are manipulating this or that. And I'm like, what about the people literally posting market stuff? But yeah, I've kind of always believed that. I think they do it through proxies, but yeah. So again, SPY and oil are reacting. Meta, bro, I can't believe that one. I'm trying to see if I can find a ghetto one, but nah, that was it. If you caught that move, though. So again, I said Meta, typed out Microsoft, or I typed out Meta too. I just gave the wrong strike price, but I thought I found the lagger. I just fat-fingered. But that was literally a $12 move, bro. That was a banger. That would have been a nice pre-run-up, Habibi. I liked it. Iran media activation of air defenses in Tehran. Bahrain airspace after closure due to developments in the region. Habibi, what is this? A 625. Dude, I think so. Anything should have hit, bro. That's what I was saying. I mean, the whole idea of I was going for the lagger. That's why when I took that one, but I was looking at the wrong chain, so that's what makes it funny. But yeah, if you did find any of the laggers on there, I'm sure they all would have. I'm looking at them now, bro. I'm seeing last trades at 4 or 5 cents. They're going for triple. And then if you got something close to the money with less time, even better. But yeah, I mean, literally, it went up 13 bucks, for $15 from where we made the ding. Oh, reopens airspace. Okay. I thought they were closed. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Okay, well, there's Meta, bro. Killer. Opposition is honest. The Saudi pipeline, that was yesterday and this morning. Or at least there was some report of it this morning. And then Intel, that's still ripping. BB. Yeah, the Intels you have over 100%, so that's good. French citizen Julian Favre has been released in Venezuela after 15 months in detention. Prisoner swaps all around the world. The news on Meta was, I said it right before I went to the bathroom, it was an AI model release. You should have heard me do the ding. I just fucked it up. I literally even stream alerted Meta, and I bought a Microsoft. I had Meta typed in on the chain, but I didn't press enter. And I said, wow, that's a really good deal. You know why, bro? It's all because I had the fucking bagel, bro. I'm blaming Netanyahu, actually, now that I think. Look at, man, I've hung out with some of you guys too long. That's it, bro. Because I'm like, Benjamin! That's your fault. I had the bagel in the morning. It fucked with my senses. You see what I'm saying? I thought that's bullshit. Benjamin's fault. I should have had 1,000%er right there. Locked in paid for itself for another 10 months. Bro, I think even on the non-locked in, you guys had that opportunity. That's not a sponsored post, bro. That's not. That's what he's saying, bro. Well, I'll wait till that was a fat move, dude. If it pulls back again, I'll see if I could double dip it. Otherwise, I missed my window. It was a perfect window. But yeah, it happens. No, Caroline's going to come on in 30 minutes. Locked in, they won't let me out. They won't let me out. No, they won't let me out. Steady trying to find a meta. Why it's a Microsoft. The plane ain't going no more. Or no matter how high it pops. I checked the ticker. I pressed enter. And none of them loaded. And then I got locked in. They won't let me out. You got 725? Because I think, bro, again, that was my error. I'm glad I said the right play. I executed it. Fucked up. Let's see, though. Would that have hit? I think you still got a banger, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? So, yeah. If you assumed that I said 7 instead of 4, those went 4 cents to 20 cents. 29 on the ask. That's good. Good thinking, brother. Good thinking. Good thinking. But yeah, I didn't. If you were listening to live, you knew I was saying Meta. But yeah, like, I didn't realize I bought Microsoft till it was up $12. I'm like, how come my play didn't move? And then I hit enter. So yeah, you got one. AI voice commands needs more work. Microsoft. Even. Okay, you know what I need right now? One thing I need.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
I know. It's good, bro. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Ooh. Alright, well, yeah, those almost hit 1,000%. I guess you could use the 725 as a reference. Was that lagging, though? I think it was lagging at the time, yeah. So even then, it met the idea. Like I'm saying, I just went straight for the lagger there, but that one was break even if you got it at that price. Habibi! Ile keda, bro. Wow. Oh, I forgot. You got meta in the long term, too. So, yeah, you're getting all the stats padded today. That's what we need. I did see the video of the KMB. Bro, okay, now Meta's just trying to piss me off. Okay, it's 1,000% on the 725. Habibi, this was supposed. Why they do this one, Habibi? It's a bullshit, man. It's absolute bullshit. Bro, that's a ridiculous move. I thought it would move, but not fucking $30 almost. Bro, that's correct. 596 to 622, and we're talking less than an hour. Habibi. Ackman BE on Meta now. R. And then Walmart CFO online marketplace growing at 20%. Shares rise after launching Muse Spark model. Blog post. I don't see the Bill Ackman shit. There will be another. It's like the bus. It's good though. Well, I'm glad you guys got it. You guys understood me. You understood me more than I understood me. That's a philo. Kumbaya long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya. Bus come by, my friend. Bus comes by. Bus comes by. Palantir on the low. It's a good melody. Well, again, we're right at VWAP. I think give it 30 minutes. We'll probably have to delay Philo, because I do think all eyes are going to be on this Caroline thing, because for now she's the primary messenger. She's the first one messaging where America stands on Hezbollah. We know where Israel stands, and then some people still doubting the Iranian sources, but yeah, we're playing that game. The Pakistan PM tweet draft fiasco, yes. Pretty much people are assuming that, like, yesterday was very coordinated, because like it looks like somebody sent the prime minister, it's like they sent him that thing to send out, and you could tell by the subject and everything else, and then he deleted it and then reposted it. But yeah, Marjorie Green turns out
Brown under arrest. Seat in Congress has been taken by a wonderful, talented man, Clay Fuller. DJT. What state is that? Georgia? Oh yeah, Trump talking about the midterms. SEC appoints Gibson Dunn lawyer David Woodcock to be enforcement director effective May 4th. Was that the Georgia guy who won? Where's Kimberly? Okay, Meta's going up again. That was your little pullback. That's, I mean, you're 1,000% from the window, so good luck. Trump flips on his allies fast. I think it just depends. I mean, in his respect, I think, or in his defense, I feel like Trump also gets people who aren't really allies, you know? Like, let me put it this way. I flip hella quick on people when their intentions aren't in the right place. So I don't know how he feels about all those people, but I wouldn't underestimate how many people probably hover around Donald Trump just for promotion and other things. And so then when they're not really about that, he's like, where was you at when the money was gone? Which I feel. Mm-hmm. Guild. Where are the biotechs? Netanyahu to give remarks at 17:15 GMT. What time is that? 10:15 a.m. Are you fucking kidding me? So yeah, I don't know if this is gonna be confusing as hell, you guys. So Caroline's supposed to give a briefing at 1, and then Netanyahu's going to go live at 1:15. If this is correct. I don't know. I hope it is correct, but it's also going to be a shit show. That means you're going to have America saying one thing, and then you're going to have Caroline saying another thing. They're either going to say the same thing, or one's going to be very different than the other, and it's pretty much going to parrot all day today with, you know, conflicting reports. I think we are past daylight savings time. I think. But I think that's 1. 10:15 my time. Meta! All right, well, and then Meta, since I did alert, I said make them free or push them. I mean, I would have done it by now already. But yeah, 725's hit 1,000%. Oh, you do get the FOMC minutes too. I don't think it's going to be too much. It shouldn't be that important, but yeah, that does come out. But yeah, this is just going to be a weird back end. It's going to be a weird 10 a.m. So we're going to delay Philo because I think it's going to be a shit show. You're going to get a lot of back and forth. It's going to be Caroline. Caroline will come out late, and then even Bibi. And then again, we haven't really heard from the Iranians, like Golubov, everybody else. I mean, you're technically, you haven't really heard from the top dogs just yet, nor the cardboard box. The part of negotiation, not have your opponent get friendly, especially when dealing. Well, yeah, I mean, I think you all could learn a philo no matter what. Like, you know, this war should teach you no matter what, you should always be confident. Okay? I hope you guys learned that, because you don't see how both sides. We won! It's over! You're obliterated! I'm telling you, the victory of the Iranian people. America is weak. They will not outlast us, as we have shown. We will fight it till the death. Here is a list of 14 million people. You see what I'm saying? No matter where you are at in the battle, you should always be confident. If anybody ever asks you, you better stand on it. You know what I'm saying? You be like, well, damn right. Damn right, I'm ready to fight. We got a big, you see, nobody back down. And, in the respect of both sides, Iran, America, and I think it confused a lot of you. But, like, that's exactly how you should battle, for real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some guy comes up to you, bro. Some guy approaches you in the street. I think you should, and they try to fight you, I think you should kick them in the nuts and run. I do. I think find dirt, throw it in their face. I don't play fair, okay? I understand that. I'm talking about a street fight. But, like, you know what I'm saying? If someone comes up to you and is like, I'm going to whoop your ass, you say, I'm going to obliterate you. You have no air, no nothing. You want to go? We'll go. I'm very confident. You shouldn't, like, be like, oh, yeah, man, you'll whoop my ass. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I don't care. Whether you Iran, you America, you got to be strong in how you communicate. And I do think that is a philo that you could learn from this conflict. Mm-hmm. I see. That's exactly how it is. Push-ups help with street fights? Wow. Well, good thing it's 9:30. So, once again, update number 2. Operation Epic Push-Up. I'm offering a cease-sitting deal right now. If you accept the 15-point cease-sitting plan, you get your ass up, you move your body, you stretch out a little bit, do a push-up, do something with your back. I don't know. Move around, bro. Move around. Pay the plug. Even with the wrong strike, take the lardage, baby. Amen, bro, for real. That's why I do think that you guys have to be a little bit more advanced, because, like, even if I make a mistake on that one, like I'm saying, I didn't even know I fucked up the execution until I looked over it again. But yeah, like, if you saw meta a different strike price, you should have been able to at least vibe with the timing and be able to learn from it and execute. So if you did, I think that speaks to your guys' knowledge already. So fucking love it, baby. Some opportunity. So now move around. Do a jumping jack. Let's get going. Is ICAP Needs Jesus? Is that going to be our new push-up song? Because I fucking get hyped when I hear it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really actually, like, get hyped. I think it's a great workout song. So jump around. You hit a play. Jump around. You didn't hit a play. Jump around like you about to hit a play. You see what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, bro? You got to get into it. Like the battle, bro. They say they gonna obliterate you. What are you gonna do? You better stand up, son.
He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art, 'cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I can't trolls chat 'cause he gets bored. But Jesus
is still Lord.
I'm still doing one more lunge set. Orbs X is working on using biometric authentication. I thought that's what they already invented. The little eyeball thing. That never got traction, bro. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Meta again? This is disgusting, bro. Bro, it went up more off of the model getting released than it went down off it getting delayed. But that's why I reacted immediately. I'm kind of a dum-dum. Mm-hmm. All right, man. Well, get ready. I hope you did a push-up. I hope you moved around. Again, we're going to get a couple of news updates and briefings right around the corner. Super intelligence headlines, yeah. And again, that model, remember they gave it a new name, but remember avocado got delayed and then they got hit off of that. That was actually really bad. So if they're feeling ready and confident to release something, especially with Mythos right around the corner, I think it's good. And in general, I mean, these were one of the bigger laggers. I wanted a Meta even for the earnings ones, but that might have just wiped them all away. On that Meta, there's a lot. I mean, it depends what time frame you went on. You could have done it with a couple of them, or you could have done it with 10 of them. It just depends on the price. But even if you got 10 of them at the time, that they were about 4 cents a pop. So, but then again, if you go near the money, but that one had more supply. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that there's dailies, there's next days, there's weeklies, there's monthlies, and then there's a really deep chain on Meta. So a move like that affected everything, but like you could have, you know, there was a lot of supply of cheap contracts. That one was simply just this window in timing. So like I'm saying, even the guys on the delay, if you heard me and we talked about the news there, I mean, you had probably like a 5-minute window on there. But that like extra 25, 30 bucks is insane. And SPY's slowly working up, my friends. Oh, humble business. 10 of them. Oh, Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Humble business hooks the chat up. He's not bored because he has a long term. Okay, I'm sorry. This song gets me hyped. God bless you, my friend. What a day. It is only 12. Well, 9:40 Pacific time. But yeah, I mean, you're already right back up. It's 2.5%, 3% Russell and NASDAQ, 2.6 on the Dow. You got some opportunities in the short run. Generally holding, again, a couple of shuffles on the headlines and what to expect. But seems like we're going to get some answers here very shortly. So we're going to find out. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. I cap trolls chat cause he gets bored. Yeah, bro, those ripped. That was awesome. That was awesome. Fire breaks out at oil installation in Fujairah. Habibi. What time is it over there? Because that Fujairah video looks like the daytime, but I'm like, is daytime over here? So someone said it was last night? Maybe it was. Oh, does it work? Does YouTube allow you to have background play on the locked in now? No way. Well, if that works now, there you go. Some of you, I think you were the one who were saying, bro, that you needed it. No, I didn't do anything. I did not do anything. So yeah, check if you're on locked in. It should let you have background play now. Long-term meta looking sick. Dude, remember, dude, it was at 790 last year. You know that? Or 770. So when I sold meta for the long term, I think I got 770. I still have some of it, though. I kept a decent amount of it. And then the original meta still exists. It works now. It doesn't work on mobile. Well, I think a lot of you have it, though, now. Yeah, yours works today. One person said it didn't work, but a lot of you just said that it works. Yeah. So we got out of meta at like 7:15 to 7:25. Habibi. No, locked in removes the delays, not the regular membership. And you have to go to the other one. And then again, we have rules in it. So like I'm saying, if you have normal chat, there's no rules. Even if you're in the locked in too, don't take it personally. But like I'm saying, if you're ever confused, just go read the description. We have a set of rules there, so you will need to follow along there. But again, I mean, some of you are just saying you made 500% off of that. I mean, if you ever want to show love, I would encourage you to move your investment to the locked in. So then that way, if you were able to hit on that window, I mean, I think you'd do better on the other one. But also too, though, like I'm saying, it is it's for more advanced traders. Because like that whole dude, I executed the wrong play. I didn't so I told them a play, but you had to like kind of put 2 and 2 together. They knew it was meta, they knew the time frame, but then I said the wrong strike that was way too far, but they were able to assume off of the lessons. So I do think it is for more advanced traders than not. Right? Could just be all the Bitcoin plays. They all gapped up today. Pretty strong. And then SPY-BR, you're getting right back up to open, 2.53 now. I mean, oil's still actually a little bit more elevated when the SPY was here. I haven't looked at bonds. And then more alcohol plays coming down. And then Meta is still going. Now Fastly, too. The rules are only on the locked in. So if you're not in the locked in, you don't have any rules. You don't have a gated community. So feel free to say whatever you like. But if you are in the locked in, you got a higher standard. There's an updated plan. Iran has already conceded to many old points. U.S. official told Fox. 10-point plan is being circulated is not the latest framework. Yeah, that's what Caroline was saying. So that sounds a little better. That's another but like it sounds like they're saying that there might be a more updated plan that they've both agreed on. We don't know yet, but it does seem that's what she's going to talk about. Bro, Intel, Habibi. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Well, I think they're saying on locked in it, actually, you could now do background play without having to do anything. Let one go at 1,500% to make free banger, dude. Good work. I'm glad that was a good opportunity for y'all. Like I'm saying, you had to think a little bit. I gave you a good window, and you got to see what my intention was. But, yeah, you had to think a little bit. And if you did and you utilized it, even on the way out, but that was a fucking crazy move. You're not going to get those. Dude, 1,500, 2,000. Some of those went easily past 2,000. That's what I'm saying. Some of you, I think you remixed it. Some got shorter, longer, but there was 5 different ways to go about that one. Would that meta play get fucked up? I just answered that for you. I don't know why you didn't like the first response. But no, I don't think it would have. That play was too big, and we had a 5-minute window. So if, like I'm saying, if you didn't get the exact one or that area, you may have made less or more. But that was 1,000% in that range that I was pretty much looking at. But at the same time, there's just too many options on that one, and it moved too big. I think thousands of people could have got that one before it got fucked up. Oh, that's why you didn't like the first answer, because you were wondering if you could buy 100 or 200 of them. So you can probably if it ever moves, 9% in an hour. But like I'm saying, just be careful on the sizing. This is what I'm saying. I know I got some good drugs here, but I don't want you to overdose. So you got to be careful. But in that instance, it would have worked probably. Pay the meta plug? Damn. Even the long-term Chad? Woo! Thank you, my friend. Good morning. SKM's ARR surged to 500 million this week, doubling since last year. There's another that was SBAC, I think, the other day. Long-term member, Laura, well, go now. You just got the locked in. There's another live stream. So go to this channel and hit live, and you'll see another live stream that says real time. That's the one without a delay. But like I'm saying, if you're going to comment in the chat, please read the rules. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Dude, it's a real... It'll really get stuck in your head. Love thy meta. You're gonna overdose on the long term. I don't think that's possible. Now, I don't know, long-term monthly, there is no long-term side effect of long-term massive use. The only thing that happens with the long-term that ends up backfiring is that you turn into a very, is if you, stop enjoying life. That's what I've seen. I've seen people, and they're like, why would I wipe my ass anymore? Do you know how much toilet paper cost? Ever since long-term monthly, now I save. I don't even use toilet paper. And I'm like, why? They're like, so I could save the $5. Do you know how much that is per unit every time I take a shit? I now have taken that, put it in the long-term, and bought Kimberly-Clark instead. I'm like, they're like, yeah, Josh, so what I'm going to do is house hack 5 different times. So now I'm finally taking the long term. I'm buying a house, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to rent out half of the rooms, and then the other half I'm going to put on Airbnb, and then I'm going to turn it into a dog playpen in the backyard to rent that out, and then I'm going to live in the corner of the attic because I will also rent out the other part of the attic out. So I know I sound like an addict, but now I got this house hunting now and house hacking, so now, I can save more for the long term. I'm like, dude, what? They're like, yeah, Josh, so I sold my vehicle so I could purchase a unicycle. And although the unicycle may have had a premium, now by utilizing the unicycle, I don't have to pay for gas. And now that $5 a gallon that I save goes into the long term. And then I choose to buy energy instead. I'm like, oh my gosh, I guess. So yeah, that's how you could overdose on the long term. It's like everything turns into the long term. It's happened before. It happens usually early. But then everywhere you look, you're like, wait a minute. Why would I do that? Why would I wear shoes right now? Why the fuck do I even shoes? I might as well buy Nike instead. They're like, wait a minute. I only eat 1 time a day now because I could save and put it in the long term. So yeah, it happens, bro. It happens. LT maxing is real. So other than that, as long as you avoid that, there's usually no negative side effects. Y'all think it's a game, but then y'all ruin relationships acting like this. You know that? You'll be like, yeah, I was going to get married and propose, but I said, why would I propose and do any of that shit to spend money on it So instead, I told my future wife, I said, why don't we just go and live in a van? And we could live in a van together until we save and then put it into the long term. I'm like, man, you can't. Bro, this is not an episode of TLC. Mm-hmm. Meta! Yes, this is delayed. The real time is the one without a delay. I mean, again, I didn't. Some of y'all hit meta without the delay, right? I know some of y'all already just shouted me out, but like I'm saying, again, in the guys in the real time, they killed it. But at the same time, you all should be getting an opportunity, and the delay should be able to help us verify it more. So play accordingly. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people woke up. They were complaining about locked in. Then we get to play. I'm hearing a lot of delays today. I got guys in the locked in. We're fighting a little bit today. What's going on today, guys? Is everyone okay? Yeah, this is why we need another war, bro. You know that? We need another fucking war. You guys don't know how to handle peace, huh? You're like, oh, the war is over? Let's go back to complaining about what Josh is doing. Oh, the war is already over? Why don't we fight, bro? Why don't we all fight together? Why don't we not? That sound like a good idea. Mm-hmm. All right, well, this is the highest you've been since the open, and then those first couple of ticks. Paramount Skydance named board members complaint. Baseless claims against Peace Sky. And Meta is still going. He wants to fight you, Mod. You got it. I think, again, you all got a good window on it. So I just think that was good timing, good news headline, good reaction. That's it. I think I'm the one who fucked up. But yeah. No, this isn't real time, but like I'm trying. This plays like that kind of highlight that you guys sometimes are... you're not as far behind as you think, so that's why too. You should still have opportunities for those of you willing to take it. And I hope you take those opportunities, and I hope you find your way into the right place you need to be. But if you keep hitting these opportunities and resulting back to oh, it's never enough, I mean, then those might be short-lived. They'd tell you a play the day before and you'd find a way to not make money on it. It's hard. Last year it was like that. That's why last year was crazy. I was able to tell you guys the day before when a play was going to hit, and they'd be huge. Like that. That's why I was getting, so I was like, how are you guys still bothered by this? How are people finding a way to fight right now? And they're like, no, I don't want to play it. No, do you know what's happening right now in the world? I'm like, oh my gosh. So yeah, but you can, it's a little difficult, but on certain instances, but sometimes the easier ones, like they're just there. And that way too, though, by keeping it small, that will help you get that momentum we talked about. Remember, momentum is a consequence. So, you see opportunities, that's it. Don't be too certain. Scale them in, scale them out, keep it small. Again, small with upside, those are the best ones. And then again, you get some momentum, you could play a little bit with the house money. Go from there. There it is. You found the locked in. Well, welcome. Where is it 2 minutes? I think she's gonna be late, but actually they're all in there. Holy shit. So the press room is pretty packed right now. But yeah, she's supposed to come on in 2 minutes. aye, Art. They should, and then Trump is supposed to go. BB is supposed to go 15 minutes after the hour. It says unable to purchase. Are you in a different area? So if you're not in America, sometimes it does that. Well, yeah, if you just hit join or the membership thing. It should be $50 a month unless you buy it on an iPhone. Then they charge you that fee. But yes, it does cost money. A decent amount, but then that highlights the point. If that's out of your budget, I wouldn't be gambling daily options. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what I'm saying. Let me help you with the long term. You don't need to pay a dime for that. Build up a couple months of actually learning until you could actually control the budgets on both sides and call it a day. But like I'm saying, for most of the people who have been utilizing it, I don't think I would hope that you have the skill to make money off of it. And I do believe you get an edge with it, but at the same time, if you're a beginner, you don't have the budget to play around with stuff, it's probably not going to help you out. Yeah, if you do it on the computer, it's $50. If you do it on the iPhone, they charge you the Apple fee. Oh, yeah, you got the bond auction. 10-year, 4.28. Don't forget to tip your landlords, too. See, I'll gladly pay the Apple tax like I pay more for gas. Bro, you balling, huh? You know that? I guess I'll forever be a poor boy. That's my mentality sometimes. Because I get pissed off paying for shit, bro. You know that? You don't remember the last time? The last time I was telling you how I saved like $400 on housework? And he's like, oh, this guy has millions of dollars, and he's complaining about saving money. I'm like, yeah, bitch, that's exactly why. What do you not understand, bro? So, yeah, I do. That's why I do think you got to budget everything. Well, yeah, some of y'all balling, but that's good. Have a good long term. You remember the days tipping? You would tip your landlord? Are you okay? How was my service? 10%, 15. Don't worry. I won't look. But just let me know if you feel extra. Four 282 versus 217 previous. So it came in slightly higher. The 3-year did better yesterday. Mobile, I think you cancel it on your Apple and then go sign up for it on your computer. So like if it's under your Apple subscription, Apple's charging you a fee. This isn't Caroline. This is just a reporter. I just kept on the audio because usually I'm assuming she was going to be late, but she the room was pretty packed. No, you don't lose your badge. You could get your badge back. It's harder to not spend money than save. People focus on saving, should focus on not spending. That's one part of it. I even had a talk on this the other day, and this is part of even some of the me turning up the fire on some of y'all. And I said this last year. I said, well, you know, if you're listening to me, why are you listening to me? You know what I'm saying? I want you to make money off of this. I want you guys to understand why motherfuckers don't like me, why they ban me, why I am saying stuff that will get reiterated by some of the biggest people in the world and you're hearing about it first. I want you to understand that because that means you have a fucking edge. And like I said, if you could actually come here and listen, you should be making money off of my words. I could make that happen. You can make that happen. You have to find a way to put this together. And that's kind of what I was explaining last year with it. That's where I'm saying, like, you should be making money off of the content. And if not, let's get you to that point where you are. But otherwise, why would you waste your time? You guys have seen me be nice. You've seen me be abrasive. You've seen me be right. You've seen me be wrong. You've seen a lot of fucking shit, right? Why do I attract certain people? And why is there certain people day in, day out, from big media to small media, big traders to small? Why? What the fuck are they listening to, and why? There's an edge. There is money to be had, and that's what I'm saying. It's like I want to make sure everybody has that in their wheelhouse. You should know how to make money off of the content and be able to, and do so in the right way. Where that's what I'm saying. I don't want some of y'all not having both everybody mixed up, getting people, again, imagine how many people would get washed out on some of these trades just not knowing what they're doing. Not trying to, this isn't FOMO, it's not to do pumping, it's so that you guys could understand and learn how to take info and bring it to real life, bring it to something that will materialize. And that's the true thing you got to learn. So I do think if you put it, you give it enough time, if you're not at that point, pay attention, really lock in without buying a membership, and you're going to slowly start to be able to do this. And that is the general intention of it all. But yeah, man, why? SPY is tweaking. SPY down, oil up. We do not have a headline. Israel transport Ben Gurion Airport will reopen at midnight. Midnight after the ceasefire. Sounds like good news. Ongoing rescue in multiple sites targeted by Israeli in Beirut. Lebanese, we cleared the bridge. I've only seen good headlines so far, and then oil just spiked. No, you didn't really miss much. We just had the sticking point of the ceasefire deal so far has been the where does Lebanon fit into this? That was kind of our issues. Gave up 0.5% on the market. We came right back. Oil's still down. It's moved around a little bit. A couple of individual news. We had a big killer there on Meta and their new model being released. And there was like one more headline too. I'm blanking on it. But yeah. Well, like I told you, I mean, so BB is going to come on in 7 minutes. Caroline was supposed to start 8 minutes. This is a big deal. We were all waiting for this because Caroline said earlier that she is going to clarify some of this peace plan stuff, and we're going to see where we stand. I don't know if the new model is open source. No. They were talking about an open source model the other day. But yeah, I don't know if this one is. ASON volume on Claude partner. ASON and Young Jeezy try to take it easy. Only way to buy on highs. If you're looking for me, I be in them stocks when them things pop. Probably shopping on the block now. Cause I'm a long term. Yeah, just a long term provider. Okay. They're taking too long. I go crazy. XLP now, Staples. We were waiting on that one all day. Small, but yeah, 129. It was only up like 0.4, 0.5. ASOM. Remember how much Homeboy bought? Remember, he used to set the record of like biggest insider trades. Remember, he was buying like 20 million, 100 million a week at like 10 times higher. Why are they so hyped? Oh, I do, the cameraman? What event was that? I forgot he was... Didn't she end up getting fired? Yeah, they were doing the little camera zoom. I forgot they're savage out here, bro. All right, man. No, Fed minutes 10, 11, 12, 1. Doesn't it come out at 11? But yeah, I don't think the Fed minutes are too important. I mean, especially right now, you kind of see it. Oil and markets, they're doing better than expected, but a little bit on ice. Everyone is waiting for this. We want to hear from both Caroline as well as Benjamin Netanyahu. We want to know where this Lebanon situation is coming into play. That seems to be what everybody is. Whether that's going to cause an issue to 2 weeks actually getting fulfilled or not. She's waiting on BB. That's what I said, bro. It's going to be a shit show. Again, you had her at 10. She usually comes out late. They all do. And then BB, he's sometimes right on time. But yeah. Locked in. Welcome. I know, we need better vibes.
Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Amen. A long Axios article, what will Iran do now with this sense of real or fabricated survival? Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. Elijah Lilly still running up. Actually, Elijah's doing pretty good. Again, XLV, again, UNH and all those yesterday. So again, XLP keeps running, Staples, there's a couple of names, but we are still awaiting, and now Benjamin Netanyahu time is beginning. So I don't know where he's at. Netanyahu! Kumbaya. No, Carolina was supposed to be at 1. Sky Q, that was a runner yesterday. I'm seeing where Benjamin's at. I think these are all reruns.
או בהסכמה או בחידוש הלחימה. כי אנחנו ערוכים לחזור ללחימה בכל רגע שידרש.
I have a feed. I don't think it's live though. I don't see him on the wire.
Goals to accomplish, and we will achieve these than ever. Israel is strong as it's never been before. 6 weeks
Is
ago,
this live?
for the first time in history, we went out to war shoulder
This
to
might be
shoulder
live.
with my friend President Trump and our great ally, the U.S. We embarked on a
I see the
historic
same
operation,
feed. This one has a translation,
the
but
biggest operation the Middle East has
I thought it was
ever
a
known.
No, this is live.
We've never seen anything like that in the history of the State of Israel. Such
Yeah, this is live.
partnership between Israel and the U.S. against our greatest enemy. This is something we've never witnessed before in the history of Israel as well. And I can reassure everybody who's worried about the relationship between Trump and us, just let me quote him, "You guys are great. We speak every day and we smile as we hear these comments. And anybody who chooses to ignore the the magnitude of this cooperation is simply ignoring the truth. Just like a Minister of
They're
War,
simply a
Secretary
dum-dum.
of War Hegseth said,
I'd call them a dum-dum.
Israel as an ally in the battlefield with our skills and courage, this appreciation has skyrocketed. President Trump, my dear friend Donald, I would like to thank you for your leadership and for your friendship. The profound friendship between us, the deep camaraderie between Israel and the U.S. is changing the face of the Middle East. We set out to do this together in order to remove an existential threat that existed over the state of Israel and over the entire free world. And we are achieving this goal, and we are achieving it stage by stage, goal after goal. If we hadn't embarked on Operation Rising Lion and later on Roaring Lion, then Iran would have had nuclear weapons a long time ago, and they would have had thousands of ballistic missiles that could have destroyed Israel and threatened the existence of all of us. This twofold existential threat has been removed. We've set back the terror regime of Tehran decades back. We have undermined its foundations. We completely
I don't know if this is
them.
way
So
behind
what
or if those
have we
headlines are way
achieved?
early.
We've achieved a cessation of the operation of the ballistic operation and facilities and capabilities. What they're launching is whatever is left in their warehouses. These warehouses are getting emptied out, but they're not manufacturing any new missiles. We've caused significant damage to the nuclear capabilities and facilities and centrifuge facilities.
It's not ended the war yet. He hasn't said that though.
Some other things we have managed to target some additional nuclear scientists. And as for the enriched material, which still remains in Iran, and just like as senior officials in the Trump administration have said, this material, the enriched uranium, will completely come out of Iran, and it will be done either by agreement or by renewing the war. We have also stopped the money machine and the weapons manufacturing machine. We have destroyed petrochemical facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, bridges, and railroads for transporting these weapons. We have completely destroyed the Iranian Navy, missile bases, headquarter commands, and we have severely harmed the oppression mechanism of the regime. We have killed thousands of their operatives, and we've managed to prove that we can hunt them down wherever they are. They have nowhere to hide. We've also targeted senior officials from the tyrant Khamenei until all the way to the family members of the besieged members. As a result of the strength and determination of Israel, and everybody in the Middle East sees this strength and determination, we are forging new friendships and new allies in the Middle East. And I've said that the temporary ceasefire with Iran will not include Hezbollah, and we continue to strike them with all our might. Together, we have given them the strongest blow that they have suffered since the pagers. We have attacked 100 targets in 10 minutes in places that they were certain which were immune and bulletproof. And dear
again, if
Israelis
it's going to be this
living in
flurry
the
of
north,
Netanyahu headlines hitting if we're going to move,
he
just mentioned Hezbollah. I don't know how far delayed this is, though.
Strips
that's the
deep,
problem.
Behind our borders in Lebanon, in Syria, and in Gaza, where we are in control over 50% of the Gaza Strip, and we are suffocating Hamas from all directions. Citizens of Israel, those who try to ignore these
so now those wire headlines are behind
astonishing achievements of the state of Israel and of Israeli soldiers. If you're trying to dwarf these achievements, either you don't know what you're talking about, or that you're talking out of some kind of vested interest. And just as I promised at the beginning of the War of Resurrection, we have changed the face of the Middle East in a way which is dramatically favorable for the state of Israel, and we will continue to do so because we are the ones who are taking the initiative, or proactive and fighting, and God willing, we are the winning side. Happy holiday of Mimuna, a holiday of Israeli unity.
That's it? No Q&A? They only did the Q&A when you thought he was dead. They're like, how can we prove he is still alive? Take a question on 10-minute delay. Yeah, I think that's it. All right, well, yeah, you got a couple of them says it's not over, but that they agreed with the U.S. Then he mentioned they're still going to attack Hezbollah. That's where I think those candles came from. Just once again, this Hezbollah sticking point in Lebanon, I think that's still in play. Yeah, I think the Lebanon thing, again, though, that doesn't make sense, though. Just over every single back and forth, you would think they would be disagreeing on a lot of other things, not necessarily Lebanon and Hezbollah. That's the funniest part about this, because it doesn't really. It's like blowing up a car deal because you guys can't agree on the floor mats. It's like, I'm sure there's a lot of other things like the interest rate, the actual car, service even. There's a lot of things that would go into it, but yeah. Wix TikTok partnership shatter unconfirmed. Yeah, they waited for Bibi to go. Well, yeah, I'm sure they want a unified message goes a long way. That's what we saw yesterday, both from Iran to the U.S. Again, oil is coming back up to the 96. They're zooming in the camera. I don't know if they gave a 2-minute warning.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you here today.
Good afternoon.
Before I discuss the ceasefire with Iran, I have a quick update from the First Lady of the United States. Yesterday marked the very first conviction under the Take It Down Act, landmark legislation that First Lady Melania Trump played an instrumental role in getting passed that protects victims from non-consensual AI-generated sexually explicit images, cyber stalking, and threats of violence. This is a huge achievement for the First Lady, and I know the President is very proud of his wife's efforts in getting this critical legislation passed to protect America's youth. So we thank the First Lady for her efforts, and we hope that others will report on this historic conviction yesterday. With respect to the 2-week ceasefire announced by President Trump last night, this is a victory for the United States of America that the President and our incredible military made happen. From the very beginning of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump stated this would be a 4 to 6 week military operation to dismantle the military threat posed by the radical Islamic Iranian regime. Thanks to the unbelievable capabilities of America's war fighters, the United States has achieved and exceeded those core military objectives in just 38 days. The U.S. military destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, crushing the regime's ability to manufacture weapons that they and their proxies use to maim and kill Americans and terrorize the world. Iran's ability to build and stockpile ballistic missiles and long-range drones has also been set back by years compared to where it was 6 weeks ago prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury. We destroyed the vast majority of Iran's ballistic missiles, launcher vehicles, and long-range attack drones through more than 450 strikes on ballistic missiles and approximately 800 strikes on Iran's drone launching units and storage facilities. In total, more than 13,000 targets across Iran were struck. Again, this is in the matter of just 38 days. Meanwhile, the Iranian Navy was completely annihilated. The United States destroyed more than 150 naval vessels in total, including 16 entire classes of Iranian warships. Despite once being the largest undersea force in the Middle East,
so again,
Iran
I think
now
it's a
has
mix of
0
Netanyahu comments from
submarine
earlier,
vessels.
and then they're saying
97% of
attacks
Iran's
at
once
Isfahan
massive
right now.
inventory of more than
I don't know if
5,000
that's
naval
confirmed,
mines
but that could
has
be
also
it.
been targeted and destroyed.
Air defenses
Iran's
in
air forces are
Isfahan
functionally
reporting
and
large
operationally
explosions.
irrelevant at this point. After the United States
That's the highest
maintained
oil's
total
been
air
again.
dominance over their country
96.40 is what
for
you gotta
weeks
get to.
on end. To underscore the significance of this, before Operation Epic Fury, the Iranian Air Force would fly between 30 to 100 flights per day. Today, that number is 0. Iran's ability to fund and support its terrorist proxies has been greatly reduced. At this point, Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region. And most importantly, Iran will not be able to acquire nuclear weapons. Prior to the start of this successful operation, Iran was aggressively expanding its short-range ballistic missile arsenal. Through these weapons and its navy, Iran was attempting to build a military buildup around their country that would pose an imminent and existential threat to the United States military assets in the Middle East, our allies in the region, and ultimately the free world. Iran was pursuing this dangerous and aggressive strategy for one reason: to hold the entire world hostage to its terrorist ambitions. The Iranians aimed to use their expanded military capabilities as a shield around their country to continue achieving their ultimate goal internally, building nuclear bombs. But their murderous and evil plans have been blown up, quite literally and figuratively, along with their military, their nuclear program, and most of their senior leadership, including the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Their command and control structures were also massively disrupted after being struck more than 2,000 times. Many of their remaining leaders are paralyzed in fear and no longer enjoy the freedom to move around their country freely and meet openly. Thanks to the unmatched excellence of our warriors at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, the world has just witnessed a historically swift and successful military triumph. President Trump started Operation Epic Fury with strategic military objectives, and the United States has clearly achieved them. As we mark this progress, we also remember and honor the 13 American heroes who laid down their lives in this noble effort. I know President Trump and our grateful nation honors their ultimate sacrifice, and we will never forget them. May God bless their families. The valiant efforts of all of our incredible service members created maximum leverage for the President of the United States, allowing he and his leadership team to engage in tough negotiations over the past couple of weeks that have now created an opening
pretty much reiterating Lebanon is a part of it and says ball is in U.S.'s court.
The President's maximum pressure and the leverage created by the success of Operation Epic Fury led to the Iranian regime asking for and ultimately agreeing to a ceasefire proposal with the United States. Iran could no longer tolerate being bombed or taking the gamble of what was to come following President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline last night. Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the president said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America, and he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays. These extraordinarily sensitive and complex negotiations will take place behind closed doors over the course of the next 2 weeks. I would strongly advise the media against running with narratives that have no basis in fact. What Iran says publicly or feeds to all of you in the press is much different than what they communicate to the United States, the president, and his team privately. Never underestimate President Trump's ability to successfully advance America's interests and broker peace. President Trump has a proven track record of achieving good deals on behalf of the United States and the American people, and he will only accept one that puts America first. With that, I will take your questions today. I'm sure you have a lot of them. In our new media seat, we have Shane Harris with the AMAC Newsline. Shane, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Caroline. 2 questions for you. First, following the president's announcement of the ceasefire, if this is indeed the end of hostilities in Iran, what is the president's message to the American people about what was achieved for our country?
So
through
there's some
Operation Epic Fury?
level of plans we don't know about.
I think I just laid out a significant portion of that in my opening remarks.
So it seems like they're
6 weeks
still
ago, the
agreeing to this idea. They just
American
want the
people in
straight
eye
reopen,
directly,
but
and he told them that
10-point,
he launched this
15-point
operation to
plan, we
take
don't know
out
shit.
The imminent threat that was posed by Iran, and that threat has now been greatly destroyed. Their navy, their missiles, their defense industrial base, and their desire and their plan to build a nuclear bomb inside their country is no longer going to be allowed, can no longer happen, thanks to the remarkable success of Operation Epic Fury over the course of the last 38 days. That has been absolutely achieved, and now we're moving into the next phase of this, which is a negotiating period to put some fine points on this and to hopefully broker an agreement that can achieve long-term peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the president's message to American seniors who have a much higher voter participation rate and they're likely to be a key swing vote in the midterm elections?
Well, the president loves our seniors across the country, and as you know, the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the working
seniors, bro,
tax
you
cut
hear that?
last year,
Said, fuck the young people. Your future is decided by the No Kings protest, son.
The Working Families Tax Cut. Nearly 90% of seniors will no longer pay tax on their Social Security. That's a huge win for our seniors and also for our middle class and working families across the country with the no tax on tips provision and the no tax on overtime. Next week is tax week. You'll hear a lot from the president about how his policies have benefited the American people, and I'm proud to report that the president will be traveling next week to the great states of Nevada and Arizona to tout this historic accomplishment over the course of the next week. Thank you for being here, Shane. Gabe.
Caroline, Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today.
It's like if your homie went up to a girl
on Lebanon. What's the White
and
House
then
response to that? And
he comes back and you see the girl give him her number, and then you're like, what did you say to her?
How is the administration
and he's like,
that Iran does
I
not
told
have
her,
one
you want to come
economic
back home tonight? And she said yes. It's like, bro, you didn't
now
say
than
that.
it did before.
So do you see what happened?
Sure. Well,
So
with
Iran and
respect to
U.S.
the first
exchanged phone
reporting
numbers,
out
but
of
we just
Iranian
don't
state
know what
media,
they
the
said
president was made aware of
to
those
make that
reports,
happen. Like she
before I
giggled, she
came to the
laughed,
podium.
maybe,
That
but like
is
we don't really
completely
know. And
unacceptable.
homeboy's
Again,
gonna be
this
like,
is a
yeah,
case
she
of
said,
what they're saying
she
publicly
said
is
she
different
wants
privately. We
me.
have seen
That's
an
exactly what I
uptick
just
of
said.
traffic
Hello.
in the Strait today,
And then she gave me
and I
her
will
phone number
reiterate the
and
president's
$1,000.
expectation and
What?
demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately.
That's how I would
quickly, and
describe this
safely.
current
That
situation
is his
with the
expectation.
ceasefire.
It has been relayed
There
to
was a
him
number.
privately,
Somebody,
that
there's
that is what's
definitely
taking place in
something,
these reports,
something happened
publicly
last
false.
night. But I don't know what was. We don't really know the details of how that just got
The ceasefire
accomplished.
deal wasn't reached. Understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America, but why is it appropriate for the President of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the President mocking Islam by signing off his True Social post over the weekend? Praise be to Allah.
Why did he say that?
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military, and that they have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable for, and it's something the administration is closely monitoring in real time. Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? Because as you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been
US
relayed to all
received
parties involved in the ceasefire.
From Iran,
as you know, Prime Minister
catastrophe
Netanyahu
with
put
direct
out a
knowledge,
statement last
chaotic
night
day.
in support of the ceasefire.
I think it's just that's a follow-up on what
in support of the
she just
United
said.
States' efforts, and he's also
They're just
assured
giving
the
you the
president
story now
will
of how
continue
they
to be a
threw
helpful
the
partner throughout
first
the
deal
course
away.
of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included?
So does
in
praise
future
Allah bring
dates,
results? I don't
given
know
that it
how
seems to
she
be,
answered that.
Causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire.
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the President and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties involved. But at this point in time,
every time she says Lebanon, not a
Jeff.
part of it, Algo's react.
Will
Again, you
the
just had an
US take
Aragachi
part
tweet too.
in talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday.
I can announce that the President is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy
So J.D.
Witkoff,
Vance
and
is
Mr.
going, or
Kushner
he's
to
at least leading
Islamabad
them.
for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time. And
What happened to Friday? It was supposed to be Friday.
What role does the
Oh,
president
Saturday
see for
local
the
time.
US in
I
monitoring
was like, wait a minute.
or helping with this rate of Hormuz going forward?
I think the President commented on that this morning. We're going to continue to monitor it very, very closely. We will be helpful in any way that we can, but we fully expect Iran to do this, and the President has made that quite clear as well. It's, again, as his statement said last night, this ceasefire is subject to the safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this was just determined last night. We understand things take time, but that's the President's expectation, and he will hold everyone to it. Sure, in the green blazer.
Thank you, Carol.
Sure. And then in front of you. But Andrew, you can go ahead.
All right.
You're not wearing a green blazer. You can...
I am actually wearing a green blazer.
It's a little brown to me.
So she confirmed JD's going. Remember, Trump said earlier he might not.
So, regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was
Praise be to
directed,
Allah,
quote, against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization. Not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting wars against other governments, not against civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars as fights against other governments?
Andrew, I think you should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks and the actions of our brave men and women in our United States military who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years, that has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
Due respect, Caroline,
Go ahead.
with all due respect,
Go ahead.
there is...
Just given what we've seen in Lebanon today and the increased
She just
attacks
silenced
of
his
Israel,
all
is
due
there
respect.
any concern that Netanyahu is trying to kill the ceasefire?
The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night, and in that private conversation, Prime Minister Netanyahu relayed exactly what he said to the world publicly, that he supports the president, and Israel remains a key ally and partner to the United States. They've been a tremendous partner over the course of the past 6 weeks, and we thank them for their heroic efforts as well. And the president had that conversation last night, and that was relayed to the world publicly as well. Reagan, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on Iran and then a question on the Dignity Act as well. On Iran, it's been reported that the ceasefire was struck after the involvement of 2 unlikely factors, J.D. Vance and China. What role did those parties play in striking a deal?
Well, Vice President Vance has played a very significant and a key role in this since the very beginning. Of course, he's the president's right-hand man. He is the Vice President of the United States. He's been involved in all of these discussions, and as I just announced, he'll be leading this new phase of negotiations in Islamabad later this week. With respect to China, there were conversations that took place between top levels of our government and China's government. The president has great respect for President Xi and a great working relationship with him and with that country, and he looks forward to visiting China in just a few weeks.
And on the Dignity Act, it's getting a fresh push through Congress. It would give some illegal immigrants in the country a path to citizenship. What's the White House's position on this legislation, and would the president sign it if it made it to his desk?
Honestly, Reagan, I haven't spoken to the president about the legislation, but I will have that conversation, and we'll get you our formal position on it as soon as we can. You're welcome. Go ahead.
The president suggested in an interview this morning that he would support a joint U.S.-Iran venture to charge tolls for ships going through the strait. Does the president believe that the U.S. should earn revenue from the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
It's an idea the president has floated, as you know, and it's something that will continue to be discussed over the course of the next 2 weeks.
Microsoft dumping, and then other names on the high ticker tech and
without any limitations,
what's it called? Staples picking up.
Or otherwise.
Netanyahu prepared to resume war, finger on the trigger. There's a headline from his speech.
Turn over the enriched uranium, or is this an expectation that the president has that he would have to send in ground troops in order to do that?
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team as they head into this next round of discussions. And as I said in my opener,
honestly, I'm glad homeboy's like, yo, bro, Caroline aging's so beautiful. She a baddie. You know, the first guys are like, how are you say you're a Christian? The liberals, I hate you. Why is there peace? He's like, damn. Caroline, you look mighty fine so far, Caroline. Caroline, you looking good today, Caroline.
Who is bombing?
You know that, Caroline? There's a lot of conflict going on, but it's conflicting how beautiful you are.
Okay, so
Caroline, look at you, Caroline.
With the national
so thank you.
Team,
I think we needed that one. The Chads were fighting back and forth. They were about to use religion to control each other. He's like, baby
and I would
girl,
just add to that point.
you
Again,
got
I
a
haven't
glow,
seen these reports.
Caroline,
I'm not
a glow.
verifying them.
You glowing.
Not that I don't trust you,
I
Trevor,
love
but
it,
I want to
man.
go back and check with the experts here at the White House. I would just say, and I would echo what the Vice President said this morning, this is a fragile truce. Ceasefires are fragile by nature. We've seen this with respect to the 12-day war with Iran and Israel last year. It takes time sometimes for these ceasefires to be fully effectuated. And one of the results of Operation Epic Fury was we completely dismantled Iran's command and control center, which makes it difficult for them to pass messages up and down the chain.
Enriched
And so
uranium.
we understand that. I would caution a little bit of patience, but of course we want to see the ceasefire effectuated and abided by all parties as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And the American presidential administrations, going back to Ronald Reagan, have said this formulation about nuclear war, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Is that still the view of this administration, given the president's comments about civilization?
I have no change in our view on that policy. Katie.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just, given the gravity of what he said yesterday, what was your understanding of what he meant when he said, this civilization is going to be eliminated?
I think it was a very, very strong threat from the President of the United States that led the Iranian regime to cave to their knees and ask for a ceasefire and agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So it was a very strong threat that led to results. And as the Secretary of War stated at the Pentagon this morning, it was not an empty threat by any means. The Pentagon had a target list that they were ready to hit go on at 8 p.m. last night if the Iranian regime had not agreed to open the strait, which they did, and I think that's something we should all be grateful for.
The United States is a moral leader in the world, given that
I was asked this exact same question by your colleague Andrew in the back, and I think, again, the insinuation by anyone in this room that Iran somehow has the moral high ground over the United States of America is insulting, considering the atrocities that they have committed against our people and our military over the past 5 decades. John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions for you. One has to do with a joint statement put out this morning by some of America's European allies, our NATO allies. And in that joint statement, they said regarding the Strait of Hormuz, our governments will contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. What's the administration's reaction to that joint statement? Does that smooth things over when the president meets with NATO Secretary General a little bit later this afternoon?
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed.
What happened to the NATO meeting
And I would
today?
add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks when it's the American people who have been funding their defense. As you know, President Trump will be meeting with Secretary Ruta in a couple of hours here at the White House, and I know he looks forward to having a very frank and candid conversation with him.
And then secondly, in regards to this conflict, 38 days, as you pointed out, President Trump has said that there's been regime change. Has that regime change led to more freedoms for the Iranian people?
I think that's a question that's being asked a little bit too early, John, and we hope that is the case, but it's something that has yet to be seen. Eamon.
Caroline, on this question of tolling by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, I've heard you talk about a number of red lines the president has in this negotiation, but I haven't heard you say that Iranian tolling in the Strait of Hormuz is a red line. Would it be acceptable to the United States at the end of all this if the Iranians are able to charge tolls in the Strait of Hormuz?
I think the president was very clear and simplistic in his language last night in his Truth Social post, where he said that this ceasefire is subject to the free, safe, and immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's very plain language, and it should be taken at face value.
You mean free
Carrie,
charge?
Carrie, go ahead. Without limitation, including tolls, yes. Carrie.
Quick follow-up on the Etrade. Why would the U.S. allow Iran to collect tolls in the Strait of Hormuz? That's not something that we've opposed for a number of years now.
Again, that's not something we've said that we've definitively accepted. The joint venture is something that was proposed by the president, but he was very clear in his statement last night. He wants to see the strait reopened immediately without limitation, and that's something we're going to hold them to.
Yes, in the blue. A second question on
family and friends in Iran. I myself am Iranian, and I've been talking to them through the blackout. One of my family members yesterday said goodbye to me. So what message should we be sending Iranians when they message me saying what should they be doing right now? How should they stay safe? Because they really don't know what to do.
I think the president's main priority, and my main priority as his spokeswoman, is to make sure that clear messages are sent to the American people, of course, which is my job today. With respect to the Iranian people, the president, has taken out the imminent threat that was posed by their military to the United States, to our allies in the region, to our forces in the region, and of course, as the president has long said, he hopes that Iran will be a country of peace, of prosperity, and we're moving into this next round of negotiations to hopefully come to an agreement with this new regime that will create long-term stability in the Middle East.
He has said that they should stay inside of their homes and also take back their country. So there's a contradiction there. So how do you address that?
Again, we're moving into this next round of negotiations with the remnants of the regime and those that we are speaking with now to hopefully reach a place of peace long-term for the region, and that includes the Iranian people as well. In the blue, go ahead.
Thank you, Carly. The White House posted the statement from the Iranian government that passage in the strait will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. As of today, who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Again, these statements were put out 12 hours ago. We expect that the strait will be opened immediately. As I've said earlier, we have seen an uptick in traffic in the strait, and it's something that we are monitoring minute by minute, hour by hour as the days go on.
Who controls the strait right now?
One on the deportations
of Marco Rubio. It's fucking Marco Rubio wearing his fucking garb. You know damn well he's Marco Rubio.
And then two, given the ongoing deportation of General Soleimani's niece, does the Trump administration plan to deport more relatives or people in the families of Iranian officials that are in the U.S.?
Certainly, anyone who is here fraudulently. I understand one of the individuals who their visa was revoked by Secretary Rubio and they were deported by ICE. They had a fraudulent asylum claim. That's against the laws of the United States. So anyone who is here illegally or fraudulently,
the strait is open in
subject
theory,
to our nation's immigration laws and will be removed from our country.
The deposit hasn't cleared
and I know
the
this
account.
Continues to be a top priority for the State
So
Department.
it left your account, and it says that the money got sent, but it hasn't settled into the other account. Does that make sense? So he said the next 48, going through escrow. In theory, there's a deal. In theory, the strait is opening, even with all these little disagreements, but we've only had one or two boats move. That's why she's saying, that was only 12 hours ago.
Regarding Cuba, and what can Cubans expect in relation to this?
Should have used Bitcoin.
Well, look.
What?
I think when President Trump said that, and he later clarified after making that statement, that he meant the Cuban regime is bound to fall. The country is very weak. They're in a very weak position economically, obviously, financially. The Cuban people are fed up with their government, as they should be. And these talks and discussions continue to happen at the highest level of our government. I don't have any updates or announcements for you with respect to Cuba policy today. Good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Hegseth said this morning that U.S. troops would be sticking around. Can you expound upon that, what we should expect from U.S. troops in theater for the next 2 weeks and beyond?
I would defer you to the Pentagon for any specifics on assets that have been in place in the Middle East, but take the Secretary at his word, and also the President has reiterated this as well in his own words, that we're not going to move anything immediately. Again, this is a 2-week ceasefire where we hope at the end, and we expect at the end, we'll have a good agreement between the United States and Iran, but in the meantime, we're going to ensure that our military is always at the ready of the Commander-in-Chief. I'll take a couple more in the back. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
On NATO, I'll take your question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Caroline. On NATO, can you tell me, is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the President has discussed, and I think it's something the President will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Ruta, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the President following that meeting later this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
That's it, Caroline? Thank you, Caroline. Well, you got the details. So like I'm saying, with the whole Hezbollah issue, I think what they're saying is that and I still think it's holding up. I think both sides have agreed to something, and whatever we're saying it is in public, I don't think we know the details. That's it. So again, it seems like this Hezbollah issue they're working out in private. Seems like the Strait, the controlling, the royalty, the uranium. It seems like I don't think what we're talking about are the exact details, but market's brushing it off for now. And then generally, like we're talking about here, there's an agreement in place, but it has only been 12 hours. So you've got people talking about the Hezbollah sticking point today. Then, like I'm saying, she's kind of clarifying by saying that they're all still in agreement, but the agreements are the what is it? The pinpoints, why am I blanking on this? We use this word all day. The framework of the agreement, I don't think that's the same. I think that's inaccurate. So they have something that they're agreeing on, and then fact is, none of these boats or anything it's all predicated on the Strait opening up. So that's why I think they're waiting to see that start to move, and then once that finally settles, that's going to either further this idea or not. You still have more questions than answers? Well, get used to it, buddy, because that's kind of how this whole conflict has been. That's why I was saying, don't trust anybody. I'm assuming we're even at a 3-day delay. I mean, I even had tinfoil last week that the first time we heard Islamabad, I feel like they already came to a deal, and this was all just for both sides to save face and kind of come to an agreement. But even then, after what she said, clearly, I think they're working on something we don't know about. We know there's a ceasefire. The whole idea is get the boats moving as soon as possible. That we're going to find out here sooner rather than later. But these arguments, sticking point, what's going to hold or not, I don't think that's accurate information. And I think that's what she just told you. And that's why I think over the next coming days, we'll see. Don't get too hung up on the uranium or the Hezbollah stuff. It's either this is going to fail or it's not. That's it. It's either they're going to fully break ceasefire or this is going to hold up. It's either the ships start to move after a couple of days or they do not. And then that's pretty much it. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to hear Trump. He's meeting with NATO Rut. So yeah, we can go to Reddit, but before we go to Reddit, I still got a feel. Would you guys like a quick philo? I just got a quick, exciting philo for you. Do you guys think you could handle it? Or would you not want a quick, exciting philo? Would you rather wallow in the sadness of peace? You know that? This is why, man, this is where Americans make me disappointed lately. You know what I'm saying? Anytime we get some sort of good news, motherfuckers are so disappointed. I feel like you get more attention on the good. They're like, oh, the building did not blow up. They're like, oh, I would have got a way better building not getting blown up deal. I hate this. What do you mean? I got nothing to worry about now. What are you talking about? So yeah, you guys want philo? I'm down. Philo, it's what you pay for. No way. Well, I'm glad, because breaking news starting tomorrow, I'm only going to send out Bible verses as alerts. So that's good. I'm glad that's what you paid for. That's good. But I hope it was for other reasons, because I might make that pivot. And then we'll pass around the collection plate, call it a day. That's it. You see, one guy, bro, he's like, how dare you say I thought we were all Christians in here? And then now this guy's like, all I came here for was the philo. So I think you just save 10%, get a long term, be a good person, and seek the Lord on your own. Okay, you need it, but I do like philo. And listen, you guys need to stop fighting in the chat. Like I said, bro, today y'all fighting in the locked in, y'all fighting in the non-locked in. Like I said, if I could encourage you right before philo, if you ever feel the need to like argue with somebody, don't argue with them, just fight them. You know what I'm saying? Other than if you're not willing to fight them, then I would just move on, bro. Just move. You get what I'm saying though? That's it. Cause some of y'all, bro, I'm not sick of you arguing. I'm sick of you not fighting. I think y'all, can we speed this up? Can we speed this up? Y'all either gotta squabble or peace and love, dude. Peace. You see what I'm saying? Super simple. Super simple. Like, y'all acting like Iran in America. Y'all just sending cryptic ass messages back and forth to each other saying, you know nothing about my plight. You have no idea. Do you know you look stupid right now? I tell you, you know how stupid you look? You look so stupid, you're stupider. Praise be to Allah. Okay, you don't want the smoke that I possess. You don't even have smoke. And I'm like, dude, come on, bro. This isn't, just let it loose, bro. Let it loose. Ceasefire or fire, bro. That's all you guys just decide. That's it, man. That's all you got. Figure it out. So that being said, let's get ready for philo. I got a quick one for you. I got a quick one. No video clips. Just a nice little chat for you. So yeah, we'll begin, bro. We'll begin. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. Yeah, Fed minutes is dropped. Yeah, I've been clear. No fear. No real reaction. Who you try to control here? My God is the weapon. I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, that's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. 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 The craziest headline from the minutes is this one. Fed officials said oil shock might cause more inflation, warranting hikes. Other than that, it's a dud. But yeah, they said something about rate hikes because of inflation and the war. But they said they responded to the war and other stuff, but only some thought that it would get in the way. So yeah, a lot of following in line with Powell, but that one many looking for rate hikes is crazy. So yeah, that was probably the craziest state. Yeah, warranting hikes. Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's probably the craziest headline out of that. Market's not tweaking on it, but then again, I mean, you're hearing that now as we're finally getting one step closer to potentially the war ending, or at least it looks better than it did a couple of weeks ago. So, that being said, Oh! Woo. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, excuse me. Boys and girls. It's time for Philo. So I just got a little message for you. I think it's a good one. I've talked about it a lot, but I think this could sum it up. I forgot the name of it, but it was like a research thing. But did you guys know that the more you move, the luckier you get? Oh, they don't feel me, Chad. I tell you, bro, listen, bro. I told y'all a couple weeks ago. I hope you know depression hates a moving target. You know that, right? But do you know people have studied it and just think about it. This is how it works. Bro, the more you move, the higher the odds of you getting lucky are. Do you understand? Think about it, bro. Every day, let me put it this way, bro. Just go stay inside every day. Go do the same exact thing every day. You want to know it's developing a pattern. The same energy, the same influence, action. You're interacting with the same things over and over and over again. You know what's going to happen? The same outcome, most likely. The opportunity for spontaneousness to arrive, get things going, that only happens when you move. Think about it. The more you move around, the more likely you are to trigger an unexpected reaction versus falling into the same pattern or the same exact habit. Now, again, I think you should have good habits. I think your habits are what's going to make you. We've talked about that a lot. I'm not saying have a bad habit, don't have a schedule. I'm saying you should incorporate movement into your habits. And I'm not talking just physical movement everywhere. Like I'm telling you, keep moving. Oh, this is what I kept reminding you all of. Do you guys get it now, though, more? I think some of you have got to see. I think some of you just watching day by day play out, watching history play out. You're watching me handle some of the craziest moments. I hope you've learned from it. Because I don't know, do some of you get it now? When I'm telling you, I don't care if you're Republican. I don't care if you're Democrat. I don't care if you're right. I don't care if you're wrong. I hope you don't live forever thinking you're right. I hope you don't live forever on the wrong view. I just hope you make a move. Because the more you move off the fence, it don't matter which direction you go. You're going to end up in the right place if you keep moving. That's just how it works. You're going to start triggering different reactions. You're going to get luckier encountering things as you keep moving. Sit on the fence, you're going to die. Oh, I hope you feel me, Chad. So let me put this another way. Very simple. Normalcy versus movement. My brother, this one, I think this is going to hit a lot of you right now. You know why? Because I've seen people talk about this. And quite frankly, I don't think it's good to talk about it. I think some of y'all, oh, you're crying. You're screaming without realizing it. You want to know what I'm talking about? Listen. Why are you craving normalcy? Let me ask you again. Why are you craving normalcy? Oh, Chad. You don't get it, bro. You don't get it? That little desire for things to be normal. Oh, I want normalcy. Oh, I remember when everything was normal. I just want normal. You don't realize that's your human nature trying to hold you back. Bro, can you not agree? You're telling me people don't get stuck when they crave normalcy? I've seen it my whole life. I feel like the more things got normal to me, the more I would get stuck. I've seen people all around me. They were hungry. They were seeking. They were excited. The journey. And then all of a sudden it goes, I just want normal. I crave normalcy. That's what every human craves. But the lack of movement and normalcy go hand in hand. You know, then what happens? Things go crazy. Right? Things change. Things change every day. I'm telling you, bro, get excited. Look around. There's excitement everywhere. Why are you here right now? And then what happens? Then things move. You get uncomfortable. That's why some of y'all, it's not normal. You're getting thrown off. Not that there's no opportunity. It's not that this isn't exciting. It's not for anything. No. The fact that it's not normal is throwing you off. Nah, you can't do that, bro. Do you see what I'm trying to tell you? You're forgetting something. Don't forget, brother. Just remember. All you got to do is remember. You know what you need to remember? Movement is always better than normal. That's all it comes down to. Next time everything starts moving, it doesn't feel normal. I know. Your body's going to say, no. We need to do whatever we can to be normal. No. Let's focus on getting back to normal, not getting through and moving. You see how that could hold you back? The next time you feel that uncomfortableness of the lack of normalcy, you need to remember that movement is better than being normal. Are you following? Can I ask you a simple question? This might highlight it. Very simple. I thought we're working to change our lives, not have the same one. Oh, do you get it? My friend, I thought we were working to change our lives, not work as hard as possible to stay exactly the same. Do you see the irony? Imagine the irony of wanting to change your life. The irony of wanting every single thing about your financial, personal, every single scenario, you want it to be life-changing. And how ironic, the moment it starts to change from normal, we will fight it. We will crave normalcy. We will say, I want life-changing. The minute life starts changing, we run right back to where we came from. Do you get the idea? Like I told you, fear is a signal. Get used to it. But now, what about everything going crazy? That's why I told you, I love crazy. I love crazy all the time. Believe me, my heart breaks when I see what goes around the world. I've learned to make entertainment out of it. I've learned to not get so deep in it. I've learned I'm not better than anybody. Maybe that'll help you too. But above all else, bro, I have learned to embrace and move. I like movement. Take me back. Dog, I said we ain't never going back. Take me through, brother. Take me through. Oh, it's not normal? Great. What's it gonna lead to? Oh man, it's uncomfortable. I don't know what this, I know what normal feels like, but I don't know what this feels like. My guy. Feel the movement. Feel the fact that, okay, something's actually moving. That's all I gotta remember is movement is better. Movement is better than normal on every occasion. Just, again, what are you looking for? My guy, you want to stay the same? Chase normal. Please. Now, I'm not saying be average, be adequate. I'm saying chase normal. Go ahead. You don't want anything to change? That's where the home of normal lives. Movement and change go hand in hand. They live together. You can't do that at the same time. I live in the house of change. My guy, you're always moving then. I live in the house of normal. Nothing is going to change. So do you see what I'm stressing? I've been stressing it. I mean, I think that's why I'm glad. I think over the time, the months, the life, the actions, I think you get to see it more. Where I'm telling you, get off the fence. You think it's personal? You think I got a problem with you? I don't. I have a problem with the fence. Do you understand? You think I can't give a fuck about anybody online doing this, doing that? He followed along, he didn't. They're evil, they're good. You think, man, look how big the world is. My target is the fence. Do you understand? My brother, I hope your target is the fence. You don't got time for the back and forth. You don't got time for all of this. Get caught up in the news, get caught up in the cycle, get caught up with what they say. They'll accept this. No. You need to target the fence. The thing you're sitting on. The thing that's keeping you normal and safe. That is the thing that is preventing change. Simple as that. So unless you want everything to stay exactly the same, never improve, that comes alongside of never getting worse. No. You should embrace the change. Movement is what's going to get you there. All you got to do is move. Not accuracy, not preparation, not motivation, not holiness, not go down the list of all of it. That's not what we're talking about. Just simply movement. You know that? I think you make all the wrong actions. You keep moving. You're going to run out of wrong actions. Go run through all of the devil's playground, my guy. You keep moving and moving quickly, my guy, you're going to end up in heaven. You're like, huh? Because I'm assuming you're going to keep moving. I'm assuming you're going to embrace movement. I'm assuming 1, 2, 10, 50 failures, you're not going to stop and keep moving. That's going to eventually lead you to a right answer. It's going to eventually lead you to the right place. Do you see the problem? Imagine being in the wrong place and then stopping. You come to the wrong conclusion and stop. You come to the adequate conclusion and making money and you just stop. Do you see why that's so deadly? Because then it's never going to change. And then anytime life tries to disrupt the rhythm and change it, you fight it. I want to go back to normal. Take me back to normal. Why don't you like it? Why aren't you excited? It's not normal. You should be like, it's not moving either. Is it moving? Yes, it's not normal, but it's moving. Awesome. That means we got a formula. We got something. That makes sense. So Chad, keep moving. That's all I wanted to tell you today. I don't know what's gonna happen. You know that? Nobody does. That's okay. I think we're gonna keep moving. We got the rest of the year ahead of us. Some of y'all got the rest of your life ahead of you, your future. Some of you got ideas now. You might have ideas tomorrow. Do you see how a lack of movement will be the thing that prevents us all? That's it. I think for some of you, I don't know what I have taught you. I don't know what you picked up from Josh. Just pick up this one. You know why? Because as long as you keep moving, I have a lot of faith in you. I really do. Go it doesn't matter. You're foolish, you're wise. None of that matters. In a weird way, your foolishness or wisdom is displayed through your ability to move. And like I'm saying, the guy who keeps moving, you might make a mistake. You're not going to stay there. That's the big key. Anybody I've seen who keeps moving, they do not stay in one spot. Oh, isn't that exciting? So you're not going to stay in the gutter forever. Guess what? You're not going to stay at the top forever. What you think is the top could get even better. Oh, you think that'll never happen? No, it could get even worse, bro. Remember I kept telling you? Whether you're on both sides of the coin, I'd be excited. If I were you right now, if life is going good, I would prepare for it to go bad. Be ready for it all. Be ready for movement. Be ready for change. Don't get used to this being normal. Vice versa, bro. Things are terrible. My guy, winter does not stay forever. I would start preparing for summer. Do you see what I'm saying? Don't let anything become normal. And I'm saying that so don't ever get stuck because you crave normal. I beg you. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got, Uncle? What do we got? Spy's moving.
But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
Yo, that candle just got worse.
I had a dream like Martin. Then I heard a couple.
Literally, oil sticks, spy down.
Never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast said them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good.
Golubov, 3 of the 10. Wait, hold on.
I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young.
So Golubov, 3 of the 10 points are workable, have been violated in such situation, but lat ceasefire and negotiations is unreasonable. So literally, Golubov is saying that, he posted on Twitter, Golubov is saying that they've already violated the, 2 minutes ago. Now, the variable workable basis has been openly and clearly violated even before negotiations have begun. So let's see. You might get an earlier jump on this one. What's the date tomorrow? Oh, I was already on those. Oh, the premium's already dropped on that. Yeah, so Golubov is saying that they've already violated the ceasefire. All right, give it a second.
I ain't care about looking dumb out my way. We could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't trying to be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one, but I could teach you shit and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll bought more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm on with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back. One turn. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. Ask me if I'm holding stocks. Please don't be ridiculous. I was holding shit and buying dips. You were a little kid. All I want is ownership, but I still put a limit in. No matter if you young, you could always use a dividend. Know you you want the money, I suggest you do not rush with it. Dias aren't plans, make sure you don't fall in love with it. You ain't never saved, by the second month you double it. Trading foreign currencies, I don't need a dumb on it. I don't need a translator, nod my head and run with it. I'ma always said, never marry but have fun with it. Mama said that's wrong, but deep down I always fuck with it. If you don't like my plan, do your thing, I wish you luck with it. Why they call me fan, but I don't see them at the holidays. Say that you're a man, but on the internet you talking gay. Go ahead, you could cancel me, but don't act like you ever pay. You look dumb as fuck if only one of us is playing charades. Stop asking what I mean, bitch, that wasn't a parable. Just because they copied me don't mean that we're comparable. You support the phony, that just means your judgment terrible. An iPhone in your hands, you're a narc, that's a wearable. Didn't buy the stock, it was down, right in front of you. Didn't say I lost, my account looked like a W. You don't got the long term, it's hard for me to fuck with you. If you can't pay yourself, then I wouldn't put my trust in you. Fuck it, dude. Hold my dick, I won't hold my tongue. Remember they were talking shit about Amazon when I was young. Oh wait, they did the same, it was Meta right in front of them. Think they'd have a little bit of shame from always looking dumb. Nah, they on a diet and it's humble pie. It's 2025, you could kick it, you ain't gotta lie. Made $1 million buying value, I don't buy the hype. My girl is really classy, all you ratchet bitches not my type. Why? They don't buy it till it reached the high. You picked the right thing, but you also picked an awful time. You would be surprised how making money make you fall behind. Maybe I offended, but that doesn't mean I told a lie. Wow, you really like it when they lie to you, ignoring all the things you hear, denying what the eye produce. Helpful isn't friendly if they helping you to tie the noose. To teach them how to steal your money every time you live and lose. Damn, I won't lie, my mama taught me that. Whoever sold you all those courses, you should probably take it back. It's all a bunch of bullshit, you would learn more if they told you that. I know you know the truth, so you still got time to go to that.
Repent. So yeah, latest update, Golubov. Like we said, wait for him or Aragachi. He's the one who signed the other statement yesterday. Golubov did. But yeah, they're saying, he's saying 3 of the 10 points have already been violated. He's saying that ceasefire talks are unreasonable. So again, that's kind of what we were hearing there. Just we were waiting for somebody more, official who's been part of it to say something. The other one was senior official, unnamed source. So yeah. But keep your eyes out for it. Again, things are moving around, still generally up, but this is just starting to circulate. And then USO again, so he's still below 96, but some things are moving, you know? Dollar's even climbing up? No shit. I like how staples have stayed up. Where's the... Yeah, dollar climbed. Meta's still up by 7%. That was crazy. Microsoft's gonna go red. Tehran must provide compensation for losses and damages. UAE. It's no good. So again, I think Golubov, you know... Remember I was saying, I was surprised Mr. Market himself didn't say anything on the way up, but that's your first comment. You're just holding VWAP though. Market's still staying kind of pinned. The Twitter account is is from him, Golubov. So you got to follow your. I think he was like one of the first people I followed. Yeah, just all the guys. Sometimes it comes out on their Twitter, sometimes it doesn't. In this case though, he tweeted out a statement a couple minutes ago from Golubov. He said, statement, the deep historical distrust we hold to the U.S. stems from repeated violations, a pattern that has regrettably been repeated again. He has stated in his Truth, the Islamic Republic of the 10-point is a workable basis to negotiate. In the main framework, however, 3 clauses have been violated. Non-compliance with the 10-point, a commitment to Prime Minister Sharif has explicitly referred to as an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon. The entry of intruding drone into Iran airspace, which has destroyed the city of Lars and Fars province, clear violation. 3, denial of Iran's right to enrichment, which has included the 6th clause of the framework. Now, the very workable basis on which we negotiate has been openly and clearly violated, even before negotiations begun. In such a situation, a bilateral ceasefire or negotiations is unreasonable. Yeah, the premiums are juiced off of that now. They're still holding, even though it's dancing around. Again, watch if oil comes. This could fade in a little bit, or it's just going to develop more. So again, that's hitting the wire again. Golubov. Again, usually the Golubov comments take a while to, you know, wait till somebody else starts putting it out. It's hitting the wire again. That was 9 minutes ago from that post on his Twitter. I don't know if it's, yeah, I think they're just reiterating it. Yeah, UAE is making comments now. Okay, oil's coming back down. The premiums went up. You got like 20% on those. No fucking way. The fog of peace. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're going to find out if the Strait... That's why tonight, tomorrow, I mean, technically Friday, Saturday morning in Iran is supposed to be the first, or Islamabad. That should be the first one. But like I said, we're all just kind of waiting to see the boat traffic. Both of them, Iran's bringing up these frameworks. We're already seeing these rhetorical disagreements and then some of the attack stuff in Lebanon this morning. But then, you know, what everyone else is waiting for is I think the ships. Once those start either moving or not, that's going to give you more, it'll solidify, you know, what's really going on with this ceasefire or not. But for now, I mean, again, a lot of the ideological issue, or I don't know if it's ideological, but the one big sticking point so far has been Lebanon and attacking Lebanon. And that was, again, they both did mention it, but at the same time, everyone is going back and forth. And like Caroline said, though, this is why it's getting a reaction, because Caroline was saying, oh, there was another plan and we're good with it. But at the same time now, Golubov, he's been seen as, again, like the pseudo leader. That's why him saying this and him now saying, you know, that's not acceptable. Now you're not getting the same message. Remember, that's what I was telling you guys to watch out for today. It was be on the lookout for everybody to say the same thing. All the other countries, the Gulf nations, America, the White House, even Iran, if they all have agreement, that's how you got your reaction yesterday. So now you don't have that today, right? You have Israel and America saying one thing about Lebanon, and now Iran, whether private sources down to Golubov now, they're saying another thing. So right now, until boats start moving, you're just in a slightly more optimistic scenario than you've been all last week so far. It feels optimistic, definitely made a step, but now, or I guess we took a leap. Where we're going to land is going to be the next couple of days here, but you're not getting the same uniform messaging that caused a lot of people to ease up yesterday. What is holding us up? Probably the 80%. I haven't checked yet since the morning. NASDAQ, 20 in the green, 80 in the red. So only 5 have changed since earlier. 5 names red on the Dow, 25 in the green. And then SPY, 88 green, 418 or 412 in the red. Or 412 in the green, 88 in the red. So kind of crazy. Yeah, SPY has way more names actually that are advancing. Holding the SPY. Every up candle brings the puts up. Everybody's crazy. Alright, so not bad. But yeah, watch out on any follow-up from there. But so far, 7 hours you got to hear from Israel. You got to do Israel. What else did you have? Israel, your girl, Caroline, Hezbollah, and now Golubov. Usually he tweets at power hour, so that's kind of interesting too. What the hell? A chat? You got rear-ended while listening to Uncle? Oh, dude. That's crazy, bro. Are you about to get... Are you gonna get some good insurance, bro? What the fuck? That's so whack? Yeah, bro. Yeah, dog. Look at the chat, bro. He's just chilling, listening to Uncle. Crazy, bro. It looked kind of safe. That just looked annoying. I'd be so mad. I hope you're good, bro. Yeah, bro. And what kind of subs you got in there? I can show you Hormuz, shining, shimmering tankers. Tell me, Iran, when did you last let the market decide? A whole Hormuz filled with traffic and oil. No one to tell us no or where we can go. Now I'm in a whole new Hormuz with you. Thank you. Josh low-key likes Disney songs. It's because I'm secretly a CIA Mossad operative. So yeah, duh. Yeah, man. Or maybe I had a good childhood, assholes. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I enjoy this life, you guys. That's a possibility. Possibility. But yeah, I do know my Disney songs. Gulf announces resumptions of flights from Bahrain. Alright, well those plays are up, but they should be down technically. With how little we've moved. Oil came back down, but now, maybe we'll get oil down, stocks down. It's been a while. Intel's up almost. Again, dude, Elon partnership. They held up better, and then now some peace deal. And then they're breaking out from the previous high. Intel looks beautiful, dude. I love it. Again, even this last quarter, bro. Imagine all the volatility. Intel was at $43 when the war started. It barely went down. Didn't even go down 10%. So yeah, they've been killing it, bro. You could take the easy dub, bro. Easy dub. We all know you're Mossad, I know. It just sucks, because, like, I might get fired. Because, like, isn't Mossad supposed to be, like, highly trained? Like, you guys shouldn't be able to detect me so fast. You know? They're like, I watched 2 Nick fucking Fuentes podcasts, Josh. I'm on to you. Oh, you disagree with one thing I say? In the spirit of finding out how to make money on the markets? Oh, fuck you. I know, I'm on to you. So, yeah, my training has not been as good. I don't know. When they recruited me, I thought I was going to become like a super spy. I thought I'd be able to conceal my identity, my emotions. You know, I really thought I would have had more upside in my career here. But yeah, man, these guys they're getting too quick. Why KMB might be up? I think because it was an arson and how it went out. But I do think, like I said, I mean, as long as they get insurance off of it, and then they could just go build an AI factory. Not too bad, but might be a temporary headwind. But at least it's not. I don't think they have liability. I mean, there's literally a video of a guy lighting fucking hundreds of thousands of toilet papers on fire. I wish I was making that up. Dude ruined his life for toilet paper. I think he was just going through something. And he was like, yeah, I'll blame my employer and let's light the toilet paper on fire. This is crazy, bro. When was the last time you heard like a fucking Kimberly Clark drama? And then Homeboy just lights... Homeboy is recording himself lighting the factory on fire. And then people are like, there's a fire. And he's just laughing. The leak of mythos. It would just have to be products. Depending on what products get released. But then I hope you see it. Now Anthropic is like working with these companies. Before they launch something, I think they're going to go to these companies privately to collaborate with them to make sure it doesn't disrupt them as much. Sadly. Oh, was it a leased facility? I have no idea. Why is that bad? Are you asking me why burning down your employer's business because you feel you don't get paid enough? Are you asking me why that's bad? I'm just clarifying here. Oh, relating to Anthropic. I was like, dude. Well, yeah, I don't think that's bad, though. I think it's good in a weird way, but it also... It's going to change how we react if they're, if they're working with these companies ahead of time. It's going to, it'll stop the disruption. It doesn't mean the disruption's not happening, but you're not going to get, just like we saw in early February, March, how it plays out. That might change. I don't know. Again, and some people were defending the whole. They're like, yeah, he should have done that. I'm like, okay, if that's what you believe, I guess. So, how do you guys feel I should handle my my issues with YouTube then? I don't know. Just I feel like YouTube has been. I guess I can't. Can I consider them an employer? But I got a lot of problems with YouTube. How do you suggest I handle those grievances? So look, the put premiums. There you go. There you go, buddy. Am I the asshole for burning down my employer? Reddit post. Hey guys. Oh fuck. My name is Josh. I fat finger. Come on. So slow. All right, I got rid of those. They did 40%. They move really, really slow. I think they could still go, though. CNBC's running the Gala Bluff. The Gala Bluff story. I like Gala Bluff. It's fun to say. Lulu. Do you love me? Are you riding? Is the market more sensitive or more manipulated? Both. I mean, you know, the problem that I have with people, I don't really have a problem with them, but I think it's a personal problem, whether they're doing it out of ignorance and not being in the market enough or having short-term memory. But, like, let me put it this way. Why did everybody forget the market's manipulated? You know what I'm saying? And, like, people are like, oh my gosh, politicians are bilking everybody. They're like, oh my gosh, then people are front-running plays based on their access and proximity to important people. Oh my gosh, they have created a whole industry of scam and only certain people are getting opportunities and then it hits the mainstream. Oh my gosh, how do you handle this market? I can't deal with this. Oh, aren't you starting to get sick of all of this fraud? Like, sir, I've been chronically ill for the last decade, screaming about it, and nobody has said anything. So yeah, unfortunately, it's just like the market's always manipulated. Just even then, kind of how this is all playing out, you know, with a lot of other things. So that mixed in with the war making it sensitive, I think it's more sensitive and manipulated as ever. But I would argue it's not really outside of historical norms. And I'm not saying this to justify it. I'm just saying it's not new. That would be the best way I could explain this all. We turn a blind eye? No. I think that's why I said, bro, the only way we're going to fix this is if you guys all agree to make me your leader and then we start a revolution. Okay? I've been saying this. I'm willing to step up. Like I said, now there's an easy, you need to make me your supreme leader and we could get this job done. Okay? That's my solution. But until then, I have been saying this. I just don't get as emotionally invested in it as people do. And like I'm saying, we have found our ways to profit off of it. But at the same time, I do think, only noticing it when it's not in your favor or ignoring it when you make money, then yeah, there's never going to change. But like I don't know if you guys recall, like a lot of people now and like watching the manipulation, watching the front running, watching money only go to pockets that have been greasing up politicians. This keeps happening. And like I said, I don't like it when I see the front running under Trump. I didn't like it when I saw the BLS have a group of preferred users during the last 4 years, and one of the biggest bond leaks that led to $1 billion bond trade. Like this happened already. So I say I don't like any of them. You get what I'm saying? Like this is where I think we need to we all have to be willing to come together and call it out on both sides, or stop acting like this shit hasn't been happening. Again, ESG. Motherfuckers I would get banned and reported, and people were sensitive if you were like, hey, you know ESG is a scam, right? Also, people could just take money and give it to all the people who agreed with bullshit climate so that they could bilk the government out of billions of dollars. You know that, right? That's what we're talking about. So, yeah, man. That's why I'm saying, like, a lot of this is I don't know why people have memory hold all of this stuff. I think it's a problem. And like I'm saying, I think it's a problem, and I don't think it just started. I think it's been going on. And until you make me your supreme leader, how will we come together to fix this? But yes. So that being said, can I count on you for your vote? I don't know if they have supreme leader elections, but like I'm saying, the only way we're going to fix this is we all come together and fix it. Otherwise, you're only going to notice it when the other president's in charge. Or you're only going to notice it when depending on what argument you're on the internet. Telling you, bro, the Josh Atola is good, man. It's good. It's not different. It's all the same. It's all wrong. So until you stop comparing both sides and saying, well, yeah, but they did it like this. Like ESG, there's no way to defend what happened with ESG. And like I'm saying, a lot of these, there's no way to defend fucking Coke in the White House. There's no way to defend the Trump sons, the illegitimate love children. There's no way to do, you can't play sides. You gotta just, that's it. It's wrong or not. You may be like, well, Josh, if I view it on my internet instead of going to the strip club, it's different. I don't like these OnlyFans hoes, but them strippers, it's different. It's different. You're like, okay, well, yeah, being a stripper is different than turning into Obama for crack. Yeah, you see what I'm saying, bro? You can't play this game. It's just not. Until you are ready to make me your supreme leader and denounce all of it as wrong across both sides, we will never get our revolution. Okay? I'm just trying to tell y'all guys, that's it. Until you're willing to put the partisan politics aside, you got to be willing to say wrong is wrong, right is right. That's it. That's all. Until we put it down, bro. Until we put it down. Imagine if we had a politician, Chad, to give us all the inside information. That's the problem, brother. That's the problem. How do you think those politicians' group chats got this way? That's exactly what happened. See? That's what happened. You'd be like, wow, Josh, we the Ayatollah now. Let's oppress the people. See? Do you see the problem? Do you guys not see how we get? That's the problem. I don't think they feel me, bro. The Galabath? Yeah, well, we had that headline 30 minutes ago. That play is lower than where I just sold it too, believe it or not. But yeah, we had that. So yeah, CNBC and Bloomberg are reporting it. You're a big fan. We do need a supreme leader for a generation. So you support Josh Atola? I'm down. Why would I get canceled for this? All I'm saying is stop everybody scamming. That's all it is, man. But I do think, though, again, it's hard, though. It's hard to find agreement till we get it there. Alright. Yeah, we're technically the reverse no kings. You guys are like, king. We support a king. The Ayatollah Josh. The Josh Atola. Now you're defending Nancy, I quit. That's the problem, bro. That's the problem. You can't. That's what happens. That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted. It's like I'm telling you. Follow your supreme leader and be free. See, that's it. That's all. But we need a real one. We need a real revolution. Until then, get used to it. That's what I'm saying, too. If you're not down for revolution, that's okay. You don't have to be. But then y'all better stop fucking crying. You know what I'm saying? And then you better get used to this shit. Because they have been doing this the whole time. You know, my mom was telling me this shit. Back when my parents knew. They said, it's gambling. It's rigged. You know it's all rigged, huh? My mom was calling everybody a PDF before you guys had internet. You know what I'm saying? So it's like none of this is new. Nothing is new under the sun. I don't know if they feel me, bro. MTDR, isn't that energy? Matador. Well, all the energy names are going up and oil a little bit. So staples and energy, what a weird mix. So now energy names are moving more than the actual crude oil. Well, Apple's doing good after their foldable phone fiasco. Lead the charge on April 8th. That's a day, bro. I need everybody to submit to Supreme Leader Josh, and then we could begin. Until we have full agreement. That's it. Because like I'm telling you, right now, they're blaming me regardless. I get both sides. I think it's funny, but I'm like, you guys, I'm not involved. I don't know how to stretch this to the white guys for Kamala. Every single headline, they're like, this is what you wanted? This is what you wanted? Look at what you did, Joshua. How do you feel now? Do you feel it? What do you feel? What do you feel like? You have feelings? And then vice versa, bro. Any like good thing happens, they're like, yeah, Josh, look what Trump did. We did it. You did it, Josh. I'm like, what? I didn't do anything. So yeah, we got until we find some uniformity on this issue. Like I said, because I'm willing to bear the brunt of responsibility. But if I do that, I do want to become the supreme leader. I do think that's our only. And then again, I'm Middle Eastern. I know how the game works. I think it's in my bloodline. So I think I could operate from a supreme leader standpoint. But yeah, like I'm saying, we need full submission. Once we arrive at that point, I think we could begin our march and our journeys. Should we start with lookbacks or something easier? I don't know. It was hard, bro. I'm telling you, the fucking the theocratic republic of fucking Robin Hood, dude. Those guys are really. That's a very strong theocracy. You know what I'm saying? Like their fucking leadership has been stealing their money for a long time, but they love that shit. So yeah, but that was a tough opponent. The lookbacks, I thought it would be good. We tried, but again, even they're like, "What fuck a lookback, Josh? I have prediction markets. Why would I want a look back option? I could gamble on more meaningless things." Bro, those plays are cheaper. So those out of the monies that we just ripped, those fucking didn't, they're not even moving up. I sold out like what, right here? So yeah, you just took another point down. They're slowing down the options. But yeah, you're again without a high on oil, but SPY's starting to drip a little bit. Ayatollah Josh. There you go. You guys are getting it. We're making progress. All right, bro. Well, you're back to near the low of the day. I wish those... I'm glad I got rid of it, but I kind of wish those hit more. I don't know. That means so short-term, near-term options on this volatility would have been better. But yeah, they just stopped moving. Yeah, you still got 30, closer to the money, still 30 to 40. The ones I sold are literally lower than where I sold it. And then the top end of that range I gave you, those are still up 30, 40%. But yeah, you just took another point. You would think that would pay you out. Darling. Meta daily. Somebody took one at the top. I remember a couple chats said they went for it. All right. So 2 more points to flush to the low, but this theoretically 672.80. That was kind of the previous low besides the extra flush out. This time oil's not reacting the same way. So again, ever since that headline, again, they might tweak out again. Now they're raising the out of the money premiums. But yeah, that Galaboff, we were really early on it. It just took a minute to circulate. Premiums didn't play out how you would have thought. Let me check a daily. You might have done way better on that. But yeah, you did move since all that shit happened. That was the headline. Fucking Galaboff. You could have took more risk with the daily. They moved, but it still wasn't too ideal. Crude oil to remain relatively stable, decrease by 2050, EIA says. That's coming out now. Oh, God is good. Thank you. Thank you, Cesar. Oh, dude, he's hitting. I'm paying the plug. Thank you, my friend. God bless you. God bless you. EIA estimates production to be 12.4 and 12.7 by 2050. Just a Ayatollah living in a lonely gulf. He took a midnight tanker anyway. Just a city Trump, born and raised in Manhattan. He did a midnight truth saying praise Allah. Strangers. That's the best I could do. I wish I can't. AI doesn't know how to cover songs like that. Sorry. But yeah, we're going lower. I'm glad we caught it though. But a little disappointing. Printing, if you took the daily from there, that was the move. You got 30-40% on things out of the money with lower cost basis, less risk, but that move is kind of not that crazy unless you took the daily risk. That was it. But then you had to like actually hit it in the money. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Do the charts match? What do you mean? From like pre-market? Or from 2025, 26? 25, 26 completely broken now that we're up. But yeah, no, even then, these charts from the morning, I mean, oil was a lot higher last time we were this low. The headline you missed was Goluboff tweeted. So again, the guy, the pseudo-president, been in charge of the negotiations. Yeah, there was a report, or he put out a statement saying 3 of the 10 principles have been violated. So, like, how can they have a ceasefire? And then that clapped everything. Now CNBC, face-to-face negotiation this weekend with Iran. That's what, again, Caroline confirmed that, too. You had to turn the sound off? Really, bro? Bro, I let you in here for the last month with all of your daily Trump propaganda. I thought you were my friend. I was like, oh, the Trump guy will get let. Is it because I made the Trump song? See, now, man, you're even mad on fucking Peace Day? Dude, I'm not in. This is why I don't tell you guys my birthday. You know that? This is exactly why. Y'all ain't none of y'all coming to my birthday party. If this is how you'll be like, oh, on Peace Day? Everybody got some fucking attitude today. Why don't y'all just go to Reddit/r/short? So did you guys get shorter or something? Would you guys just all wake up 5'2" because of the peace deal? You're like, oh man, oh now everything bothered me today. Oh, peace is in the air. Fuck Aladdin. I hate Disney. I hate all of them, bro. What the fuck happened to everybody today, bro? I'm over here. I'm like, yo, fucking the Americans are not bombing my cousins anymore. Let's say we can celebrate. You guys are like, fuck that. Should have got a better deal. I'm like, you didn't support this 24 hours ago. How? You got the Trump guys mad. The liberals are mad. The fucking people in the middle are mad. The news is mad. Why is everybody fucking mad? This is mind-boggling. So, what do y'all need? You need Bitcoin to go up? Gold, silver? How can we make this a better day? Is there anything I could do to help y'all out with handling this peace situation? Oh my goodness, bro. I know. Where is it, dog?
You're an angry elf.
Amen, bro.
That's bad for your health. You're an angry elf. You're not even stealth. You mad cause more oil on the highs. You're mad cause combination is by. It's propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like at that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves out of the chat.
Yeah, bro, it's just crazy. It's crazy, bro. No, everybody, it don't matter who. Like, even if you're like, well, peace didn't happen. Don't matter what happened. Everybody's just bothered. See, bro, y'all don't and you guys know how long I've been a guy with a smile on my face while everybody is bothered. I've gotten really good at noticing it. Do you know that? Because I stick out where I'm like, why is everybody so angry today about something? Agitated. Agitated is the word. You know, so Chad, I just encourage you, bro. Breathe in. Actually, I know exactly what you need. Come on, guys. This is why I made this one the other day. Let's just come together, bro. Just come together.
Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stocks go up, my friend. Stocks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Can we agree? Can we agree, bro? That's it, man. That's all we needed. All we needed. I like it. I like the pots and pans. Open the straight. If you made me your supreme leader. See, but I said, man, damn it. Okay, maybe I'm not cut out to be the supreme leader. Because I was like, you guys know, like, if I am, I could just start lying to you like a good supreme leader. See, and y'all get mad at the politicians, but like, you're more likely to vote me supreme leader if I'm like, bro, I'll open up the straight tomorrow. I can do it. I could do it, but I just need your vote. You see what I'm saying? So like, I really believe if I had your support today, I can't predict tomorrow, but if I did have your support today, I think I could get it opened up, man. I'd be down to go over there. I can negotiate. I speak Arabic. So you see, shwaya shwaya, habibi, shwaya shwaya. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but like I'm saying, if you did have me represent you and gave me an extraordinary amount of power, I could be able to accomplish this. Kumbaya. So again, CNBC reiterated Iraqi resumes the Iraqi Airways domestic flights starting Friday. So the airports are opening back up, bro. So I think there's still some good news. There's like 3 or 4 airports in the Gulf in the Middle East that are opening flights back up again. All saying by Friday. First the power, then the lies. No, it's the lies and then the power. You see what I'm saying? Because if I lie to you, you'll give me power. You see what I'm saying? And then it's a never-ending loop. And then before you know it, I'm buying in-the-money NVIDIA calls. And you're finding out a month later when I put my filings out. But you know what I'm saying? But it's a never-ending loop. You don't know. It's easy to go deep. You're like, I need a railroad now. I'll do the rail. Give me $50 billion. Please. Use for your own good. I need a tax or mileage. How far did you drive today? I need my cut. Habibi, they speak Farsi. That's never stopped us in the Middle East, brother. No. We'll find a way. I know all the pleasantries. I could engage. I know. I'll have Shay. You guys are into I Shay? And then they'd laugh at me. And they say, okay, not bad. It's a long way till Friday. 48 hours. Just calm down, bro. We're going to be okay. You guys, this is our 6th Friday throughout all this. Microsoftian on the low. A repost of Golubov's statement. What if we give you the power, but you don't lie? It says, stop dreaming. No, it could happen. That's what I'm offering you as Ayatollah Josh. But then the problem, the curse, it then falls into Cassandra. Because then even if I don't lie to you, the shit I would tell you, you'll be like, you're making that up, Josh. I'm like, see? I'll be like, we need to raise rates to 39%. And you'll be like, that's bullshit. Why are you lying? They're like, Josh is a taco. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, we genuinely, rates need to be at 39. That's the only way we're going to solve this problem. And you're like, he's lying. I'm lying. I'll be like, there's nobody in Iran right now. Not one person. I think we're talking to a fucking Claude bot, Golubov. Like, you'll be like, no, Josh, that's not true. And then I'll be like, wow, they won't even believe me. Iran Ports and Maritime Organization passage through Strait must be done in coordination with Iran's Revolutionary Guard, SNN. Email about the house. Did you include an address? Make sure. I saw one the other day. Someone asked me, but like, it's hard to help without an address, you know, if it's just like an idea. Because most of the broader shopping ideas I have shared with you guys. It's always good. Go look at a property, see what it recently sold at. You'll get a good idea. Kumbaya. SBA, KKR, leverage talks for $250 a share. What was that so saying? Didn't we get one the other day? Yeah, SBAC popped on that. So literally 3%. Didn't we get this the other day? Remember, I just had SBAC up. Yeah. The other day we had that offer. Now you're getting detailed. $250 a share. I don't know if that's confirmed or not. Kumbaya long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya. The options are insane. They're insane. And SPY back to VWAP. Oh, didn't you play shares on that last time? That might be the move. But yeah, you're up 4% again. You still, it might stop around like 220 if that 250 is confirmed. And make sure again the enterprise value, all that shit. I don't know if that was the other one. Was it SBAC? I think it was enterprise value. Remember that was the one we had that little quick lesson on. So just be mindful of that. Was it different? I remember, because like I'm saying, once you confirm the details, if the enterprise value is giving you the final price, I mean, you could assume, and remember, even on buyouts, it'll stop like right before it. They'll leave a little bit of margin on the table. I know, I forgot. We had one. It could have been SBAC. I remember it was one. It was like 70 billion or whatever. And then we confirmed it and it stopped moving from there. I think it was SBAC. Or was it SATS? No, they didn't get bought out. Oh, the Kumbaya song is not released. None of these slop bops have been released yet. I didn't expect demand to exceed supply like this. So yeah, I'm gonna get you guys an album. You know, Slop Bop Volume 1. Some people like it, some people hate it. I think fun for the whole family. All right, well, SBAC 6% now, bro. It just doubled. That was up 3. Now you've definitely hit a signal. 70 billion. Well, again, the 250 report's not, I don't have that confirmed yet. So I usually will get a follow-up. We had it earlier. Yeah, estimated range was 230 to 270. This 250 report I don't have confirmed, but yeah, I don't know if it's saying price range, but not enterprise value. Kumbaya long term. Their enterprise value is 36 billion. I think it is them, bro. Remember, I was like, how much debt do they have? Yeah, they have I think it was SATS, bro. Because they have 12 billion in debt. 12.9. I remember I was like, that's a lot. So we did this already before on the same stock, yeah. That's what I was saying. It looked familiar. And then that time, remember we said enterprise value at 30. That's what capped it. So now they're saying it's higher than enterprise value. So they're giving a share price. It'll probably stop around like 230 or 40, but I don't know. It just all depends on how likelihood of a deal there is, and then they'll leave some margin on it. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom, you guys. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You get your daily watch list on there if you didn't know.
Israelis definitely feel an immediate threat from
Okay, I'll be
Hezbollah
right
as opposed
back.
to Iran being 1,000 miles away. So I think that will be the arrangement between the allies. Israel will fall in with whatever's agreed vis-a-vis Iran, and Trump will allow Israel to continue pursuing that war in Lebanon, which significantly does not involve U.S. forces.
But it sounds to me, 30 seconds, Dan, and then that means, how do you end this thing?
Very good question. It's not something that will end quickly. We saw it in Gaza 2.5 years ago. That's still unresolved. We saw it in Lebanon in previous rounds of fighting. I think the idea here is to withhold fire, increase pressure, and hope for an eventual internal collapse of the Iranian regime through disarmament or through public pressure internally.
Nobody ever said this was going to be easy. We know that. Dan, thank you so much. Dan Williams, Bloomberg News, Middle East reporter, joining us from Jerusalem. All right, when we come back, we continue, of course, tracking news out of the Middle East, but we're also going to talk about the state of democracy in this world. That's next.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money. Not for the country, I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the aisle, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricing floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not.
I'll be bobbing my head while oil goes up.
White guy
Bye,
for
dear.
Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbians.
Everybody's happy and mad at the same time. The Trump one and then the Kamala one. Look at that, man. I hope everybody's equally offended. Because now what are you gonna do? And then if you're not offended and you feel the love, come here and make me your supreme leader. Okay, the S-back just hit. This is another reason why. You see, I know how to enrich our cause. You guys see what I'm saying? I'm planning this, dog. I'm planning this. I don't know why. That's it. That's why. Lay down the political partisans. And just, let's go. Join the Josh Atola. It'll be good, bro. I'll make G-Wagons. I'll be like the Shah. Wait, that's different. Ayatollah. Okay, different, but you get it. Mm-hmm. Down. No, these are all gonna come out, bro. I know they're bangers. I found one day they won't be bangers, but for now, the perfect mix of lyrics and AI slop. Bro. We're getting some good ones. Mm-hmm. My wife doesn't love me. I love her. Iran who? I just thought they were some Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki. Yeah, I know, Tim. Tim, you do sometimes. Tim is a really nice guy, bro. Tim is a very awesome individual. But Tim has sent me shit where I'm like, Tim. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, whoa. Yeah, sometimes he gets a little out of hand. State-owned FARS, Strait of Hormuz has been completely closed. Again, oil hit a new high. SPY already led it. Like I was telling you, last time oil was higher, or last time even we were at this level, I mean, oil's moved down a lot lower compared to where the SPY did. But yeah, so oil's already ripping. FARS is saying completely closed right now. The other one too, SNN, they were saying that they need to coordinate. So yeah, I do think tonight is going to be the, what's it called? I think tonight is going to be the first bumpier leap pad into boat traffic. White House says what Iran says publicly differs from what they tell us. But then you got all these airlines opening up their shit, bro. Interesting day. Where's we get a Golubov Power Hour tweet or no? We only got 35 minutes left. Yeah, his last post was an hour ago. Pajekian, and in the Press TV, a FARS news agency. High ticker, it's a couple of the names that lagged, like even the chemical plays, those are going up. So again, you're getting more broadening out with energy. Other stuff is either drilling slowly into the lows or not moving, and then you're right near the, again, this first area of low in the day, while oil hit a new high of the day. So still down 15%, 14.5, but yeah, you're at 96.50. Oil tanker tried to pass through, was returned to Gulf waters. So they're just saying a ship got turned around. Again, you've had 2 ships go through, one confirmed in the morning, one later, and then, yeah, then even right before that headline, they said they must coordinate. This could be logistical problem. Lawmakers seek probe of futures trades in March Iran pause. Let's do it, bro. Were you guys listening? How about we just ban it for everybody? Everybody in government agencies and news agencies, aka Reuters, is not allowed to trade anymore. That's it. I don't know. I don't know if we agree on it, or if you become a member of Congress, you have to pay. Would that work? I feel like then we turn into the Ayatollah. Never mind. I'll work this one out. Give me I have to talk to my focus group. Start trading. You should use 10% of your 10%. That's a good way to balance it. It may not be a lot, but if you could do it like that, it's impossible for you to lose money, even if you lose money. That way, you're going to still have 90% to deal with. Then you could play around, and then if you ever hit a big one, then you let that start to parlay and turn into your bigger dashboard. So, whatever you paper trade with, try to paper trade with a realistic amount. But like that's the safe way. It's safe, like I'm telling you. If you want to, with however, imagine all the play ideas. I have a lot of play ideas. There's a lot going on. There's a lot throughout the day, a lot of back and forth. So it's just like, if you keep it small enough, 10% of your 10%. This is what I say in the stream alerts video. This is what I've been talking about a lot last year, because I've noticed, I've done the data. We have a lot of people, and like I'm telling you, bro, it's that's why we're even clarifying, even with some of the stream alert stuff. Like, most people either stay on it for life or they're here today, gone tomorrow. But like the ones who have really been able to make the most of it, it all comes down to budgeting, and not only like your skill level, and actually, you know, even today, some of you showed that with the Meta Microsoft thing, but it's like at the end of the day, if you are using it in a range where it makes it impossible for you to blow up, then having access to this much information is going to help you. Whereas though, like, you know, like homeboy asked me the other day, you know, with one of those plays today went as high as 6,000%. That was if you really took the daily, even if you took the worst one or you were able to extrapolate which one it was, that was 1,000%. So what's the problem? And this is how I did it last year. I started with a small amount and then I just kept hitting. So eventually I was able to wire out of the account, but then I'm using a bunch of house money. I scaled it up as I was playing into win after win after win. But the whole idea, you could start with the small amount. Like I'm telling you, I don't think this is typical. I'm not trying to give you guys I'm not trying to sell you a pipe dream. Please, I hope you don't take it like that, because I have seen many people turn a couple $100 into a couple $1,000. And after you do that, that's the bag that's going to start parlaying into a lot more. But notice the words I'm using, like parlay. It's all a giant gamble. So like I'm saying, though, if you are assuming they're all going to lose, you keep it small. You're going to have until you start figuring it out and get it there. As long as it's 10% of your 10%, even if you lose 100%, that's not going to put you in a position of jeopardy where you're able to keep moving forward and do your thing. And then the next problem you're going to have is you're going to probably hit one. And then after you hit one, hit a couple, you're going to be like, maybe I should put all of it in. Because again, you're going to run the math. I'm telling you, I mean, at one point, even a couple weeks ago, we had probably, I think, like 8 or 12 weeks this year of like 1,000%ers. It was actually kind of crazy. It wasn't like it was the craziest environment, but we were hitting a lot of 1,000%ers. Eventually, you're going to do the math. You're going to be like, well, wait a minute. $20 just turned into 200, 400, 2,000 will turn into 20,000. Oh, then you're going to be like, wait, 4,000. And again, I had these same exact talks with everybody in the beginning. You guys remember that, right? Y'all don't feel me. Everyone thinks I'm tripping when I have this, because they're like, well, why don't you just go with all of it? You can, and eventually you might. But the problem is that if you are going to keep playing with a certain amount of volume with a lower success rate, the idea is the winners are going to make up for it with you. But the problem is that you're essentially, the time it doesn't work, you're going to get drained. And then before you know it, you're chasing the dragon. And then if you get out of balance, you could either unwind a lot of wins, or you're going to make the fatal mistake of putting in now way more on a short-term speculative budget than you would have in where the money would have been guaranteed to just keep growing. Because like I'm saying, the one thing I really like about what we do is, like, I don't like the gambling. I mean, I like it. I'm here every day. It's something that we utilize with our info. But like I'm saying, I've seen how people have adopted it, the culture. Some of that's, I think it's destructive, especially if you don't have anything on the side. The thing I like about what we're doing, I still got 3 fucking long terms that are growing. I still have way more money that's always, even if the trades hit really big, they could buy a house, awesome. But it's like you always are going to have bigger amounts of money being kept, growing, and they're doing something beyond just short-term in and out swing trade or anything. It's like you have the real reason of why we're here, and then you supplement it with the right balance and budget on the short term. So that's the hardest part to keep. So like I'm saying, it doesn't sound sexy when I say 10% of the 10%, but if you really wanted to start, even with real money, that's how you're going to do it. And you're doing it, I'm telling you, if you could start off that way and keep it a discipline where you're never giving the market more money than it could take from you, and all you're doing is moving and running into opportunity, yeah, you're not going to hit everything, but you're also putting yourself in a position to not give up all of your money. Does that make sense? Because that's the part I think people really, it creeps in and slowly gets you without realizing it. Is like, you can't lose all of your money if you don't give the market all of your money. I give my long term a lot of my money. That's where I want all of my money to go to. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to show for all of you. I hope all of you take a majority of your money and give it to the long term. You give it to a trading account, it could gobble it all up and give you nothing. You don't even get bonus points. You know what I'm saying? You don't even get a free flight. But the whole idea is, like, it could never take away more than you give it. So you make sure you got money growing in the right place. You want to go after speculation in short term. You could build a strict discipline on how you input the money and never let it get out of hand. That is going to keep you alive, running into more opportunities than frustration. I definitely think in the long run. And then you'll stay alive long enough to actually see this come to fruition. No timeline on the SBAC, no. Let me double check. I don't even have that one confirmed. Yeah, it hasn't even showed up. I only have the older one. They said 220 to 270, but that new 250 didn't. First 10-piece proposal probably written by ChatGPT. Did Vance say that? I don't see that. Unless it hit this other one. Yeah, interesting. Oh, he's live right now? JD? We got live JD? Where is JD? Where is he, Habibi? Where is Jack Daniel Vance, huh? You get a tax deduction only if you do it the right way. That's what I was even saying, bro. You don't remember what I said the other day? Is this live? Vance on the plane? Leaving Budapest?
Going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise.
You should have read the fine print. Okay, it clearly said shipping and handling. Now, if they really wanted to include Lebanon, they should have opted for the ceasefire plus. So it's a misunderstanding. They got ceasefire, but we also had a ceasefire plus option and a ceasefire gold. So if they didn't actually purchase ceasefire gold or plus, it's hard for us to actually abide by those terms. Now, Israel, they have been a ceasefire plus gold and violate a member for a couple of years now. So, they're the ones that went through with the package. But until they purchase ceasefire gold, I mean, our hands are tied. It really is.
And which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire. That's ultimately their
what?
choice. We think that would be done.
How do I wait? How do you join, Joshua? Where is ceasefire plus? I don't see what is ceasefire plus, Moss? This is stupid.
We've already seen an increase
To
in
American.
traffic today. Hopefully we'll see an increase in traffic tomorrow. We actually think that we are seeing signs that the Straits is starting to reopen. I think you guys have probably seen oil prices have come down, so I think the oil markets, the gas markets are seeing the same thing. But the president's very, very clear. The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the Straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms.
That's how I'm interpreting it. That's why everyone's getting caught in the drama. It's simple. The boats either move or they don't. That's it.
Could you help us understand some details about that role? And do you think your well-known opposition to foreign wars generally was a factor that made you a key player in this?
Well, I appreciate Carolyn saying that. I mean, my key role was I sat on the phone a lot. I answered a lot of phone calls. I made a lot of phone calls. And again, I'm happy about where we are. I think the president has struck a good deal for the American people, but fundamentally, the Iranians have got to take the next step, or the president has a lot of options to go back to the war.
Do you know if Iranians requested that you join the talks?
I don't know that. I would be surprised if that was true. But, I wanted to be involved because I thought I could make a difference. And obviously, I think the people really on the
Just
ground
want to get
doing
involved.
the day-to-day negotiating have been Steve and Jared. They've done a great job. But we're going to keep on working this as a team, as we always have. Pete's been very helpful with the various military elements of this. Marco's obviously been extremely involved. We work as a team. We work effectively. And, I've been on the phone a lot the past couple of days, but we're glad to be where we are.
Mr. Vice President, how is the United States accomplishing its stated objective of ensuring Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon ever if they still have highly enriched uranium? And what's the plan to get the uranium out?
Well, look, I mean, this is one of the things that's going to be one of the main subjects of negotiation is that we want Iran to not be able to make a nuclear weapon. We want the nuclear fuel, which is something the president has made very clear. And there, again, the way to think about this is the United States has certain demands and certain things that we want. The Iranians have things they can get out of the negotiation. The more that they're willing to give us, I think the more they're going to get things out of this negotiation. The president's talked about sanctions relief. The president's talked about economic partnerships and things like that. That's not going to happen unless the Iranians make a firm commitment to stop anything close to the development of a nuclear weapon. And frankly, the president has all the cards here. We've got a lot of leverage. We've got a lot of things that we can do. But right now, I think that we're in a good spot.
Is the threat to wipe Iranian civilization off the map still on the table? Is it fair to keep 90 million Iranians under that threat for the actions of their leaders?
Well, look, the leadership is really to blame for the condition of the country in Iran. The president of the United States has made very clear that the United States has a lot of leverage here. We have economic leverage. We've got military leverage.
The war's already over, even if it goes to October.
I encourage the Iranians to come to the table seriously. We've seen some signs that they're going to do that. We've seen some signs of bravado. Fundamentally, we're in a good spot. They're reopening the straits. We have a ceasefire. And frankly, if they break their end of the bargain, then they're going to see some serious consequences.
Wiping them off the map is
Press Strait of Hormuz fully closed. Press TV. Tankers forced to turn back. That's hitting wires now.
Well, again, the president of the United States is saying...
How do I address you, Supreme Leader Josh? Although that would be acceptable as long as you, you know, approach the revolution with respect. We'll receive you, however. But yeah, that's a good way. Supreme Leader Josh works. You know, we'll see. I mean, maybe they'll immortalize me, but we'll find out.
Saying that senior Pentagon officials in January, including Rich Colby, brought Cardinal Pierre into the Pentagon.
Brought who?
Cardinal Christophe Pierre into the Pentagon.
I haven't seen this story, unfortunately.
And essentially, the reporting by the Free Press is that they told him that the American military has a lot of might and they can do whatever they want, and the church should get on its side. Does that message sound correct to you? Is that something you would sign on to?
So one, I with no disrespect to the Cardinal, I don't know who Cardinal Christophe Pierre is.
He's the ambassador to the Holy See and the U.S.
Oh, okay. I do. I've met him before. Sorry, I just didn't remember the name. I've never seen this reporting. I'd like to actually talk to Cardinal Christophe Pierre and, frankly, to our people to figure out what actually happened. I think it's always a bad idea.
I think just don't get lost in the sauce. By Friday, by Monday, boats are either going to move or not. If they don't, it's all crap. If not, we'll see. You may get random stuff in between, but like, I just wouldn't. Just clearly, everyone said it enough today. They're working something privately. What everybody is saying publicly is just whether Iran, America, CNN, it's all the same bullshit. So, but like all that's coming down is like they clearly are willing to do something, but that's just going to boil down to if those ships move or not. That's it. I think White House will nod their head and say yes as long as the boats start moving. And then same thing with the Iranians, but the boats just need to start moving. That's all this is going to boil down to. That's why I'm saying, especially with how confusing it's getting, I wouldn't confuse yourself. It's like I'm saying, today, tomorrow, Monday at max, the boats are either going to move or they're not. No boat movement by Monday is all this ceasefire shit's bullshit. Boats move by Monday, even if they say we're closing the Hormuz and the boats are still moving, this shit's done. That's it. I don't overthink it. I do think it's sadly that easy, but the hard part is going through the fog. But like I'm telling you, you should know what to reach for. It's simple. Those boats activity bottoming out, they're already moved a lot. It has to continue. And if that happens, it's already changing this dynamic. So they're saying something privately different than public. But that's why I'm saying don't get caught up on the public statements back and forth. I think it's all a show.
Frustrated about 3 issues, that actually means that there's a lot of agreement. That's point number 1. Point number 2, to respond to each of those issues, and I read it very closely. Let me just say this. I actually wonder how good he is at understanding English, because there are things that he said that frankly didn't make sense in the context of the negotiations that we've had. But to address the 3 points, first of all, he talked about an attack that had allegedly happened on Iran and how that was a violation of the ceasefire. Ceasefires are always messy. An hour after the president announced the ceasefire, the Iranians launched a bunch of missiles. Then the Israelis responded. Then some of the Gulf Arab states responded. This is the nature of a ceasefire.
As a supreme leader, would I torture the PDFs?
Without a little bit of choppiness.
I would tie a millstone to their neck and have an Olympic swimming competition. Oh, that's harsh, Josh. That's from the Bible, okay? That's what would Jesus do? So, okay, I'm not a theocracy yet, but you know where I get my motivation. Praise the Lord.
Fascinating as he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive. But she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane.
What?
We don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do. And I think the president's been very clear on the enrichment question.
He just said my wife has a right to skydive. I think the third thing but we both agreed she won't jump out of planes.
Was Lebanon. Okay, and again, I actually think that is a reasonable misunderstanding, but neither us nor the Israelis said that that was going to be part of the ceasefire. Again, we're working with people to try to get through some of these things, but it's really fundamentally we're on the right track. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more that the Iranians are going to have to accept as part of this negotiation, but I think we've got a strong hand and we're going to play it well. Thank you all. Have a safe trip back.
Thank you. He got me with the little. My wife, she has all the right to go skydiving. Doesn't mean we agreed to not jump off of planes. Oh, okay. That's it. Do you think we could call Intel? They changed the phone numbers. We could give it a shot, but I don't think they're in the game. I don't think it works anymore, bro. It's not gonna work, bro. They got Hollywood. Stock hit fucking $50, bro. They went hella Hollywood on us. Hello? It don't even ring anymore.
I'm sorry. We are currently experiencing system problems and are unable to process your call. Please try again later.
That's all I got, bro. It doesn't even ring anymore. $100 a day fixes posture. It does, but you got to watch out for your back too, because if your chest gets too strong, it'll pull your back forward, so it can mess up your posture. You got to balance it, bro, but movement is good. Doesn't sound like end of the war. I know it's gonna be bumpy, you guys. This is history. Everyone's playing exactly how you would expect them to play, even right down to Israel. That's why I'm telling you guys, just if you want to save the frustration and if you want to know how to interpret and think about this moving forward, from now until Monday, but even the next 2 days especially, what you are waiting for is the boats to move in Hormuz. That's it. Very simple. Everyone is still lying. There's clearly a very different discussion between public and closed door. And that's why I'm saying all you got to do at this point is just if the boats move, this deal is going to advance in some way, shape, or form. If they don't, you're going right back to where we started. So like I'm saying, let everybody talk, let everybody go back and forth. The clock is started. So now we have a new little timer just watching to see if these boats move and bottom everything out. Yeah, ignore the bombs, watch the boats, sadly. Ignore the talk, watch the boats. You know what I'm saying? It just all coming. That's why I'm saying it's so easy to it's hard but easy to really, once you whittle it down. Because that's what we were saying last night, as we were talking about earlier today. You saw the comments, market's still up 2%, oil's still down, but it's clear something has changed. But there's also this possibility it unravels like it has before in history. It's not like these ceasefires are an instant, silver bullet. They can be, but that's why it's saying we got to watch these next couple days. All that matters is the boats. People put out a lot of stuff. Just search boat activity, Hormuz, Maritime Tracker, and you'll be able to see anything that gets above. I think the max we've seen is like 20 boats in a week or something. And that's what we were I showed you that chart at the beginning of Monday. So that's why it's like that. This was 12 hours ago. Give them a day or two. That's what both sides are going to be looking for. So again, right now they both may have different rhetoric. We don't know what they're saying in private, but at the same time, it's like if they U.S. Israel dramatically slows down attacks, Iran is going to see that as good faith, and vice versa. Trump will be like, listen, we could stop Lebanon, but I can't, until the boats move, I can't talk about Lebanon. Nah. I can't, the boats have to move. Show me you're serious. Okay, you showed me you're serious, don't make attack. Okay, we could make a talk, but not like this. Not like this. Got a boat you ain't passing. So yeah, that's pretty much how I would sum this up. And I say that too so you guys don't get too frustrated and have an accurate way to view things where it's like you don't have to get tossed and turned with the wind. You don't got to let all these little headlines move you around. It's very simple. You got this big deal, potential peace. It could be a lot of potential anythings, but what's going to happen is if it materializes for the good, boats start moving. Anything less, it's going to be, it's going to get clapped. I did see the dude lighting the toilet paper on fire. I kind of want to watch it again. Because I thought it was a fascinating video. But then the amount of people that reacted and were like, yeah, Josh, he has a point. I was kind of shocked by your guys' reactions too. You know what I'm saying? I was like, wow. That was, so it's kind of fascinating. Oh, he live streamed himself? What? His name was Kamel Abdul Karim? Kamul? This guy did not sound like a Abdul Karim, bro. Are you kidding me? This guy sounded like a Kyle.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live.
Yeah, bro.
You know, we may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap.
This guy is Kyle.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
Sí, that is bad.
That is bad.
Oh my God, ojalá todos se salieron.
Yes.
Is that really his name? Kamal Abdul Karim? This is Middle Eastern for Kyle. But yeah, is it reasonable crash out? That's see, I love it though. I think you guys are. It's all fascinating. Like it's all fascinating. Like watching that level of destruction, you're like, damn, over what? And then people like, nah, I see it. I would have done the same. As a Kyle, we do not claim him. I'm gonna say I did not think he was Abdul Karim. He's like, pay us enough to live. That's what you get. No, I'm not putting out the fire I started. It's called a protest. I'm like, what the fuck? Kamel, Abdul. I mean, everyone's different. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't fantasize about blowing shit up. I fantasize about, like, saving everybody. So I don't know if that's why I should be your supreme leader. But, like, no, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm always, like, looking out. I'm like, ooh, if somebody come in, I kick them in. I turn into John Wick. I imagine that. Never am I like, yo, what happens if I lit a bunch of toilet paper on fire and filmed it? I'll be like, I hope somebody films me taking out the assailant, and then I get a gold medal. I don't know if that's an Olympic game, but still. Or even then, though, like, hear me out. Like, see, but then this is where we get into the debate about defending Nancy Pelosi's insider trading. But I'm like, he should have robbed them before he burned it down, right? You don't think so? Like, you guys are like, oh, I'm not getting paid enough. Let me light this on fire and go to jail. Why don't you steal from them and go to jail? Why not? That way you could kind of address this problem in an ineffective way. But then that way I would have been slinging baby diapers on the low, bro. Everybody needs them. I don't know why you would have. Are you serious, bro? Could have stole the toilet paper. It's a good market. I would buy it. I would be skeptical. Like, if I was in Costco's parking lot and some dude fucking wheeled over to me and he's like, hey, man, I got cotton now. I'll give you 2 of these big things for $10. I'll be like, how much? I'll be like, it's brand new. I'll be sketched out. You know what I'm saying? But I'll be like, $10 for the 2? That's like $80, bro. You kidding me? That's a big ass net gain. I'll be like, this is weird. I've never bought toilet paper in a parking lot, but you seem like a good day. What's your name? Abdul Karim? No fucking way. You're really? I'll be like, wait a minute. You got a deal, Abdul Kamel? No fucking way, brother. I say Habibi. I say if he said Habibi back, it's a done deal, bro. It's a done deal. I just say fucking 90% on my Charmin. Okay, it would be weird. I would be skeptical at first, but that's what I'm saying, though. Like, you don't think that's better conflict management? I don't think you should steal from your employer, but if your only option is burn them down, I would say, okay, why not just think a little bit? If we're going to make a bad decision, I hope you arrive at the less bad one. But then again, I mean, this is how we ended up with Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump. So, yeah, I feel. I know, bro. Only 3 minutes left in the day. You stayed the same. You're at that first level where we flipped that put. I'm glad we did. They were going to scam us. But yeah, bro, other than that, wait till overnight. You're probably going to hear more problems with, again, there is an in-person meeting scheduled for Friday. So realistically, the question is, do you get any more boats moving ahead of the Friday meeting? And then last worst case, Monday. But yeah, overnight is probably going to be about Lebanon. And then playing that back and forth. You wonder what his finances were like? They probably weren't that bad. I think the problem is he went on Reddit. He went through a couple of Reddit posts. And then he was like, fire strategy? Wait a minute. Say retire early? Fire? And then I think he just misread it. Because then, so he took the whole fire movement I think, the wrong way. And then, yeah, then we wound up into that issue. But it probably wasn't that bad, to be honest. I'm telling you, I think it's all a mental thing. You know, most people don't arrive at, let's burn the fucking facility down. So, but then again, I mean, I guess I'm grateful that they live streamed it, because that just makes it a little bit more modern. But other than that, that was wild. Very, very wild. So yeah, Chad, you don't have much time. I would be prepared to wrap-a-roon, Chatadoon. Okay, get ready. Tomorrow's a Thursday. Remember, we broke the streak last Thursday. So we'll see how that all plays out. But I'd get your adjusted GGs. You know, you got your little delay. You'll be able to figure it out. I don't think we're going to have a watch list tonight. I mean, I don't think anything's going to happen except Lebanon drama. And then we see what happens with the ships. But you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Less than 30 seconds. Get that adjusted GG in there. But my friends, you're 7 hours to nowhere. Peace deal, 2.5% on the SPY, 2.8 on the NASI, 2.9 on the Dow, too? Damn, all of them. But yeah, less than 15 seconds. Get ready for the Lebanon back and forth. I think everybody, clearly with a move like this, something is definitely going on, but just got to wait for the boats to move, not the bombs. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horda Chatadonia. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Chatadonia? I need a GG in the chat. I need a GG in the chat. Yeah, good game, baby. I don't care what happened today. I don't care what was bullshit or not. I hope you were guided to the truth. How to think. And you made it to the bell. I need a good game in the chat. G. The game. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you, baby. Thank you for your time, Chad. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the locked in, my future Ayatollah, you know, all of y'all supporting the revolution. That's what I'm talking about. GG and good game. God bless you. The slot box love you. God loves you. Your future loves you. Love your future, baby. And thank you for your time. Thank you for not trying to fight UMAD, honestly. For real, bro. If y'all chose to, you saw UMAD today, and you're like, I don't want to fight UMAD, I appreciate it, okay? Thank you for not fighting each other, honestly. And if all you did was bitch at each other and not fight, I'm disappointed, okay? Either squash it or escalate. That's word to Iran, okay? So thank you for your time, baby. I love you. God bless the Chad. I'll see you tonight. Actually, I won't, but I'll be on Instagram. Cause he gets born, cause Jesus is still Lord. Hyped, bro! We'll have such a good workout. I hope you do too. Have a great day. Good game, bro. That's it. That's my GG. I'm too hyped on it. I sound like the AI girl, perfect. No, I'm sure if I listen back to that, I'll be like, you're like, it's perfect, Josh. I'm like, thank you. See, that's how you should talk to Supreme Leader, though. See, so we're making progress. We're making progress. So I love it, man. I look forward to the revolution, Chad. I hope you do too. Listen, and I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. If you show up to the fucking revolution without a long term, what the fuck, dude? You know what I'm saying? There's no way. That's the difference. Do you understand? We are creating the real Ayatollah right now. But do you understand, bro? If you get to the fucking revolution and you're like, oh, I don't have a long term. I'm like, what? How did you even hear about the revolution then? This makes no sense. What do you can't come to the revolution empty-handed, okay? So get a long term, you guys. Care about your future. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your time. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, movement will get you lucky. You know that depression hates a moving target. Movement is better than normalcy. So keep moving. You're not doing this to stay the same. It's for the change. The movement goes hand in hand with change. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. I hope you had a good day. I hope you're blessed. I hope you know you're blessed. And here is, a nice peaceful song to end it on. And then I will have to give you my sponsored post. Isn't it so beautiful? How do you not feel the love, Simba? Simba, get the long term. You know that, bro? How do I show him the promised land? Come here, my boy. You see this, bro? The circle of life. This could be yours. It's all yours one day, bro. It's gonna grow, then it go down for a house, and then it come back up. Now you got a house and stock, Simba. That's you. For you. I like it, though. I like it, bro. Can I hear it again? I want to hear it again, bro. I was getting into this Simba thing. Do you understand the circle of life? Look into your fidelity. You'll see the reflection. Stare into this. You'll see it. It'll reflect on you. Okay? You don't need Nala. You need the long Tarma. You know what I'm saying, bro? I'm gonna hit you over the head with the coconut. You try to sell. You know what I'm saying? Where's Zazu at? Why do I know all the characters? Timon. Where's Pumbaa deposit? Remember who you are. So yeah, this message is brought to you by our sponsors. Thank you for our time, you guys, and make sure you get long-term monthly. Okay? Way better than peptides. Way better. It's the best peptide in the market right now.
Picture moderate to severe volatility
injection required
with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home.
Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years.
Long-term monthly. Pay yourself